Sammy, you gotta do your work. Let me just let you all in on a secret. Potato soup. Hello, everyone. I was not expecting. I'm so embarrassed. You seem to be having so much fun in chat. I don't want to ruin that. Hello, everyone. Hi. All right, so chat. There's only one proper. You know what? This is more important than I am. Let me just bump this up real quick. Yo, just like tag yourself, folks. What we feeling? What are we feeling, ladies and gents, and everyone else? Oh, and stream so you can keep talking? Okay. Well, it was an absolute pleasure tuning in. Hi. Well, I guess I was gonna redirect you to someone, but I'm not really sure. See, with the delay on YouTube, I have to assume what your reactions will be before I can do it. Yeah, let's actually like, yo, what's the deal with this? What potato soups are y'all? Because like this does not look very appealing to me. This is too much potato. This is potato in potato. Yeah, thank you, Vamp, for being here. Oh my gosh, thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Thomas. Oh, so nice seeing all of you. All right, bye. Okay, Hi-Fi Rush. It's been on my list for a while. I have not watched people playing it specifically because I want to play it myself. And then and then my Kamiyoshi started playing it so that I started watching it. I'm silly. Ignore me. I deserve to be ignored. Let me just womp, womp, womp. More soup, if only your smell wasn't so deterrent. I'm feeling third column, second row. So just to be sure, you're talking about this one, Sammy? When I think of good potato soup, I think thick, creamy. I almost think of like a chowder. When like a very like herby, maybe some bacon and some cheese, but more like a chowder in consistency rather than like a soup, you know? Yes, good. It's really, really good. Does that mean that there's an interest in me playing Hi-Fi Rush at some point? Because I want to play at some point. I am not a rhythm girly. However, it's been on my list, and obviously if a streamer I very much want to watch play it is playing it, I should probably play it before they play through it. You want scalped potato right now. What does that entail? How is it different from a normal potato? Also, hi, Dangerous. You also can't play guitar and have negative chai is literally me, for real. Negative brain cells. Okay, that makes sense. Chai is a bit of a himbo. He's a little bit of like the archetypal dense protagonist, but like very much affectionate, you know? What about corn soup instead? Very British thing of you to bring up. Kind of suspect. Also, I am a Firefox user, not for my personal browsing, but for work. This is the Brave browser, and I use it because it has built-in ad blocker. Man, if you were on Twitch, I'd raid. Should like I play Hi-Fi? Hello, Smidgen. I'm seeing so many familiar names. Honestly, I'm a little bit oh wait, I'm so sorry. What is the deal with overlays? YouTube chat. My apologies. Can you even read this? Is my YouTube chat even visible, or should I just make it bigger? My apologies. Firefox is dope. Don't brick code me. Listen, you've done this to yourself. I just parrot the jokes other people make because my humor is derivative and there's not an original bone in my body. Corn chowder beats corn soup any day. This looks too mushy for me. However, this is something where I think I would have issue with the texture, but it would taste phenomenal. Is that right? Like, is corn chowder the sort of thing where like it tastes phenomenal if you can handle the kind of like mushy texture, like you eat it with bread to kind of like firm it up? Bean soup. I'm not a huge fan of beans. Bean soup. The fact I have all of this on 240p makes it even funnier. My top soup has got to be either a crammy tomato soup served with great grilled cheese, of course, or clam chowder. I'm from New England. It's a requirement. Yeah, if you're from New England, I'm from New England. But I'm not a huge fan of chowder. I'm a big fan of seafood. And like obviously like lobster is very common up here. But probably my favorite, because I'm bougie, which I don't think I let me know what vibes I give off. If I give off bougie vibes, my favorite soup is like a lobster bisque. And yes, it's bougie, I know, but like that's why I never have it. I have it like maybe once per year. But when I was in university, at the dining hall, I was on a campus that had like a farm attached to it. So they would actually serve lobster bisque like a couple times a month because they had like locally sourced all of their food, and that was pretty amazing. You know your Twitch links to Doug Twitch, or I might be tweaking. Yeah, that's a you problem. Like I click on it and it's fine. I don't know about you. Like, hey, can everyone like confirm that or not? Because I feel like, hey, Shrek is love. Shrek might not be life. It might be Doug's life. I'm so original. That's what she said, which I then repeated, which later got adapted into a novel, which was its own original idea. I'm not beating the British allegations. Hate it here. Well, if you hate it here, like, what do you want from me? Don't leave then. Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna be mean to my chatters. Because last time, I think it was my last stream on Sunday, I asked my audience, hey, do I strike you as like nice, as in like kind and warm and welcoming, or like naughty, where I'm mean and I'm aggressive and I'm like mischievous? And I overwhelmingly got clocked as nice, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Lobster bisque is fire. Seafood is awesome. Crab in Old Bay is the Lord's work. Yes, that's true. Especially if those nice ones with the shell still in it. So we didn't get that. We didn't get that at the university lobster bisque, but it was still very good. The gaslighting has started. Arrow's gas. It's part of my charm. I don't know what you're talking about. We call it gas lamping around here, actually. All of you are crazy. Mean to me, please, please, please. Joking. Wait, so are you joking about please number 4, or are you joking about that entire sentence? You've refreshed the stream like 30 times thinking it would change. I don't know what to think anymore. Listen, maybe it's like your internet. Maybe it's like a glitch. I don't know. Like I put in a Twitch link. I don't know what you're looking at. First stream and already got confirmation I'm going to get bullied. This is just like middle school, new game plus. Okay, was I the only one? This might be TMI. Was I the only? Let me. Okay, real quick. Do we want to keep looking at soups, or can I go to just chatting? I don't want to take this away from you if it's requested. We're in gaslighting arrow era. That's every arrow era. I'll have you know. Also, Bestie, do you know OBS and Streamlabs has a chat bot, so you don't need to capture window? With YouTube chat, I think you do have to. Like, I was looking it up. Twitch chat I have in Stream Elements, it automatically lines up and I can just capture that. But in YouTube, you actually have to grab the specific stream link every single stream. Soup stays on. Okay, don't worry. I am a streamer of the people. You'll join the Discord and report it to the mods. I mean, if you want, you can report me to the Pirate Software mods. I don't know if they'd be upset of me funneling more people to them so that you can learn how to do game dev. What are some other soups that I can regale you with and distract you? Let's look at pumpkin soup. Yeah, look at that. Oh, wow, it's even got a design. Fantastic. I got the shit bullied out of me in middle school and primary school. Okay, that's what I was gonna say before. this might be a TMI, but like, was I the only one who I wasn't bullied, but I was ostracized? And I don't know about anyone else, but like, I was ostracized to the point no one wanted to bully me for fear that like I'd be a don't come to school tomorrow kind of kid. Did anyone else get that, or was that just me? Also, I just realized this is my main screen, so I don't have any music. Would you guys like a background track? And turn it down a bit, and I will subject you to a different song than the one I have been playing, because I feel like y'all are probably sick of that. Let's swap it over to Another Night of Trauma. Please get me out of it. She's just like me for real. Hostile takeover of soup. Cream of broccoli. Okay, this is not what I thought it was going to be, and this looks like it would be like on a vegan, vegetarian, like keto diet, and it looks like it would be super healthy. And once you've been eating it for like 6 months, you love it, but for that first 6 months, it's super difficult. Same, actually kind of same here. That sounds too American, sorry. No, it's a very American issue. Don't get me wrong. That is like the most American thing I think I've said. Just blankly. Let me check. I mean, okay, like let's not get it twisted. Like I know Vamp is here, but let's not get it twisted. Like I was super depressed as a teenager, so like I don't blame them for thinking that I had like bad vibes, because like I was very uncomfortable with who I was back then. You got the autism stare despite actually being a pretty nice person. People are afraid of you because you come off with my autism and such. Yeah, I actually got the unironic, I mean, it wasn't even like an insult. It was just like a comment, and they're just like, yo, Arrow, like, is your posture so straight because of the stick up your ass? And like, I was just like, I mean, I guess. Thanks for saying I have nice posture. Do get it twisted. No, Vamp, you've infected me with like get it twisted brain rot. I don't think you understand. No, that's not real cream of broccoli. What is real cream of broccoli? Sarah, are we gonna rebrand as a soup tuber next week? No, but there is someone who's like a VTuber, and their avatar is just a bowl of miso soup, or like a bowl of soup where the actual ingredients in it make a little face, and that's what like interact. You got fun vibes from me interacting with you. I'm a very different person now than I was even like a couple of years ago, right? Your bones got twisted once. I mean, they did a little jiggy. Your bones just want to dance. Like, what's wrong with that? In middle school and high school, I was the type of person to come up with a witty comeback that clawed at them personally. I've since grown. No, I am the sort of person that it took me a long time to realize when people say, hey, be honest, XYZ, they do not want you to be honest. Or at least not my level of honesty, because I can clock them like on a soul-tearing insult or like comment, and I will say it like without any ill intent, and then they'll like stop talking to me. Is that a Northern Lion viewer I see? Unfortunately, no. Unfortunate. Let's check on someone else. Also, the chat is far more active than I was expecting it to be. So if I miss your message, I don't mind if you like copy paste a message if it's been like a minute plus since you sent it and I didn't respond. Just please don't spam. Because I'm not ignoring you out of like not caring about what you said. It's just this is a lot more people than I expected, which I'm very flattered and honored by, but I am a bit caught off guard. Let me check. Sorry, I'm just messing with the thing. hey, we're in double-digit viewers. Nice. My bones danced against the concrete. Wouldn't recommend. I did get a bar of chocolate, though. Arrow gonna be the pioneer of soup tube? No, I'm like... I don't know. I mean, I could just start every stream by opening up, like, soup and just kind of, like, browsing. Like, turn safe... I'm gonna turn safe search off when I'm looking at soup. People do not mean what they say. Do not say what they mean, yeah. Yes, I'm a Northern Lion viewer Shrek. Caught. Well-deserved growth. Thank you, I appreciate it. You like spam? I don't like spam. Spam food. Like, who wants this? Lol, I feel that I can be diplomatic now, but I will still be honest, which some people just aren't expecting. No, literally. And like, sometimes I say things that I mean zero malice behind. I mean it entirely neutrally. And it's like, so sometimes they literally ask, wait, interesting. Spam on rice, and it's Hawaiian. Interesting. TTRPG and soup streamer, that's a good combination. They're every stream with a soup recipe. I mean, I'm no good cook, but let's look up lobster bisque recipe. It's thick and creamy and full of incredible flavors. You'll love this bisque on a cold fall or winter evening. Lobster. Do I need to say more? Besides the incredible lobster meat, the bisque starts with a homemade stock made from lobster shells and aromatics. So you know it's super rich and delicate. I can't believe they're cooking with the aromatics. Get in the soup. It's a top-notch restaurant quality bisque that's really easy to make, but looks and sounds super luxurious. Keep this recipe on hand for special occasions, anniversaries, Valentine's Day, etc. Or anytime you need to entertain someone you really want to impress. Wait, is this... I just noticed, because of how compressed this is, you cannot read what is on screen. That's so silly. I heard in passing you play MTG, is that true? I do! I do play MTG. And I actually had a whole conversation, like in my very first stream a couple weeks ago, about... like what decks I play, and I could load up MTG Arena at some point. As a Delawarean, you better make good lobster. Okay, I don't think I can stand up to Delaware's standards. Next, you're gonna tell me they're hiring twinks? Alright. Listen, every side of the political spectrum, every side of capitalist to anarchist to libertarian to like communist to centrist, everyone is bound together by our mutual hatred of twinks. And if you don't hate twinks, you're a twink with good self-esteem. And everyone knows those don't exist. You meant the population of Earth, sorry. About 10% of the population played MTG at some point in their life. Interesting. You're not an MTG player, but my dad and brother are super into it. Like, they have millions of cards in their collection. I feel like that's an exaggeration, but at the same time, I'm going to choose that it's not. Because I think that's funny. Spam's 100 made out of plastic and mole rats from Fallout. I knew it would. I knew it from the do get it twisted. Unironically, the first stream I have tuned into ever, and this is bringing my editing productivity up. Well, I'm glad. I think that I'm not the prime example of what good editing looks like, but I hope that just the vibes can help you out. Also, anyone who notices that like my audio isn't that good, anyone who was on my Gorilla stream yesterday, because what I did is that I did a stream on Twitch without any real warning, just so I need 7 streams in a month to hit affiliate, and my plan is only scheduling on Sundays. So I'm gonna do a couple over the next couple weeks on random days as Gorilla streams. So stay tuned. But I did a gorilla stream, and I realized afterwards that the entire time everyone was saying like, "Hey, the game's a little loud. Like, can you lower it? I can't really hear you." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I guess the game's louder than I thought it was." Turns out my mic was just at half gain. And then I had an impromptu collab with 2 other VTubers where my mic's at half gain, and then they kept ignoring me, and I felt so bad, and it turned out that it was just because I was being dumb. Your brother and you unironically have shelves full of 1,000 cards, boxes of cards. It's kind of a problem. That's not a problem if you're gonna sell them at some point, or if it's a lifelong hobby. Because at the end of the day, like, as long as you're getting some use out of them, whether it's monetarily or in the game, there's really no reason to, like, feel bad about it. Yes, gorilla streams. I did want, my absolute favorite copy pasta of all time is the Navy SEALs copy pasta. And what I wanted to do is that every time I have a gorilla stream, I would want to line by line post one line from the Navy SEALs copy pasta until I got through all of it. Because it's just like, gorilla stream. What the fuck did you just say about me, little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top my class of the Navy SEALs and have over 300 confirmed kills. Like, that's one tweet. That's how I announce it. And then the next one is just like, I've conducted numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda. And just like over the course of like 4 months, I just tweet the entire copy pasta as I do more and more gorilla streams. I think that'd be very silly. What's a twink? I'm gonna Google it. I am too slow to stop you. I'm sorry. Twinks are a mistake made manifest and put in a lean and slender gay body. Let me grab you. Womp womp. Womp. Oh, this explains it. 1925. Okay, chat's gonna get funky for a second. Watch out. Apologies for the funk. Let's do that. Is this more legible? I literally cannot tell. My apologies if it isn't. Not well. That. Womp womp. Alright, hopefully that's a bit more legible. YouTube chat is weird. Y'all are weird, I apologize. Googled it, not a big fan. I like video games more. Honestly, same. Like, you ever see something that like everyone is like licking through their screens and you're just like, okay. My friend did the entire B-movie script for all of her writing projects and drivers. The B-movie script is overplayed. Also, we're past soup, so... Oh my gosh. Panic! Panic! I did the wrong thing. Okay. All is well. But, why is... What? Oh, I know what I'm doing. That explains it. So, my apologies. I might be a pro streamer, but I'm not actually a pro streamer. I'm just a pro gamer. What? What's going on with this? My apologies. Womp. As you can tell, I made this whole setup with Twitch chat in mind because I love them more than you. That works better. And the serious sign is off. Okay, never mind. I take that back. The serious sign was up. No, the scuff, I mean, yeah, the scuff is endearing. Shut up. Oh, you want to say that the scuff is endearing? You want to say that again to my face? Huh? I tried gaslighting. Now I'm just gonna try direct threats. I hope you know. That's what I thought. So what is the next type of soup we gonna embrace? Minestrone. Minestrone. Interesting, I haven't heard of that before. What? Huh? Oh. Let's go! It's already breaking! This is what I'm procrastinating for! What do you mean most professional streamers are made of scuff? I mean, yeah, and I think... Well, no, vamp scuff is... No. Alright. Whipping back out the gun. This is the only thing I found that shuts you guys up, so... That's what you gotta deal with. Alright, so now that we're in a very easy and relaxing sort of environment now, nothing's between us, nothing weird, nothing to get in the way. How's your day going, everyone? I said, how's your day? Answer me, chat. Oh no, my chat is not loading for whatever reason. Yeah, threatening people to game and people, woo! Tune back in and there's a gun in my face. Well, yeah, like, I open with the emotional assault, then I go on to the physical assault. Like, if you want, I could... Wait. I just have a massive hand. I have yaoi hands! Wait, would it be better? Wait, what if I... What if it's like subtle, right? Like, just peeking over. Like how YouTube isn't letting my chats through because I'm too mean. Well, Archivist, I have a gun. Great! Until placement under gunpoint. It's been good streaming! Woo! Do the tourney! Good, going to a festival over the weekend. Ooh. So, yaoi hands, for those of you uninitiated, which we're going back to the soup page, I hope you know. I'm just gonna look up safe search, strict, yaoi hands. This is yaoi hands. Do you see how large the hands are in comparison? Look at yaoi hands. Look. Being mean. Please. Alright, bottom. Shut up. Do I need to whip the gun back out? Aw, yeah, soup. No, you missed the whole soup conversation. Oh, this is a great example of yaoi hands. Yeah, we love soup here. Oh, currently 2-0 on a tourney. Awesome. I can't shout you out on YouTube, but everyone please know After Crash is another streamer, primarily or known for being a top 1000 TCG Pokemon card gamer. You thought it was ass proportions? No. So, whenever you feel bad about your art, look at this. And remember that people, like, paid money to not only pay an artist to draw this, then it got published, and then, well, in most of these cases, it was likely a sole mangaka. But people bought these to read. The constant fear of accidentally drawing yaoi hands. Well, you can overcome that by just intentionally drawing yaoi hands. You just nibbled on some gabagool. I can't believe I missed the soup conversation because I got hyperfixated on guitar. It's fine. Happens to the best of us. You're not forgiven, but I understand. Coward, turning safe search back on. Listen, I don't want to get my channel nuked because that's something that can happen on YouTube, not really on Twitch. We must go bigger with larger hands is the best solution. What's that, like, is it My Hero Academia hand guy? This is not who I was thinking of. Isn't there a My Hero Academia person with big hands? Yeah, this one. Yeah, we hands. I've never seen My Hero Academia, so I just looked up. I looked up hand, and then the autofill was hand guy, so I was like, hey, gonna become a yaoi artist, let's go. I mean, like, there's money in it, and you're a furry, so furry yaoi artist is like cream of the crop. And we were just talking about like broccoli cream soup, so it fits with the soup conversation. Let's revive the soup segment. Tomato soup is pretty base. I mean, if you mean pretty basic, like, I'm not a huge fan of tomatoes. I think that just a plain staple tomato soup, it's pretty basic, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think that you need a kind of simple, straightforward soup. Like someone else mentioned, having grilled cheese with it. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that. Guitar? Hi-Fi Rush reference? Okay, Thomas. Guitars were invented only after Hi-Fi Rush. You are correct. They are a reference to Hi-Fi Rush. Tomato soup with a grilled cheese is so good. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of tomato soup, but I'm also just not a fan of tomatoes, so I'm not going to disrespect anyone for liking them. You were doing bard training, Archivist, don't feel bad. So real, working on multi-classing. What's your first class, AE? Oh, wait, no, don't answer that. I can grab my tarot deck and we can decide. Tomato soup is overdone, though. What about borscht? Is borscht a soup? I always thought borscht was more... I felt borscht was like a chowder, and I feel like chowder is soup adjacent, but not quite soup. Waiting for folks to flock to my DMs begging me to draw gay furries. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Top Patreon, Zuri and Yaoi Furry. Everything is a hi-fi rush. Yeah, but is everything a big time rush? Excellent. A cultured audience. It's true. I've played guitar since 2017 and I was inspired by Hi-Fi Rush. That's just proof. Like, anecdotal evidence... Never heard of it. I hear citing my sources, and my source is I know a guy. Do you see that Edgerunner mission kit is coming out tomorrow? I'm assuming you mean of the Cyberpunk variety. I have not played Cyberpunk 2077, but I did watch Cyberpunk Edgerunners. I really enjoyed it. It was short. It wasn't my favorite series, but I enjoyed it. I thought they already added some content to Cyberpunk based off the show, but only like a couple side missions, and like you could get David's mom's cloak or jacket. Yes, a guitar materialized in my room after I bought Hi-Fi Rush. I don't play guitar, I play piano. Okay, both are string instruments. One is handheld. So if we want to look at it, so let me MS Paint up, and I will just. Yeah, I'll change my MS Paint so that it fits in here. I'm a goober. Oh, wow. Oh. Okay. So we have... Like, everyone get ready for an arrow lecture. No, literally, I was building towards guitar. So you have string instruments. And under that, I would say that you have like, I don't call them handheld, I'll call them mobile and immobile. And my apologies for my handwriting. If you've been in my stream before, you get used to it. It's got some wild stuff from Cyberpunk Red. I'm so excited and happy. Oh, awesome. Oh, you're talking about Cyberpunk Red TTRPG. Gotcha. Professor Arrow. I will say some people in my life actually call me Professor. I'm not going to explain why, but it is funny that this is coming up again. And then here you have like guitar. You also have violin / viola. And you have various other stringed instruments like a dulcimer and a harp. Actually, no, I would say a harp is more immobile. Then you have like the piano. what is the ideal fusion between these two? Someone already said it. Guitar. This is the ultimate fusion of like mobility and immobility. It is the ultimate string instrument. If you were playing anything other than a guitar, what are you doing? The maximum viscosity jello? What? Oh, for a proper soup. Okay. I got you. I'd kill to do a Cyberpunk Red game. I tried playing in a Cyberpunk Red game. Scheduling just fell through. The DM just was like, wow, this is way more complicated than I thought it would be. It sounds like it would be fun. I'd kill to do a Cyberpunk Red game. They call you professor because you're always professing your sins. Hey, call it professing my sins and disguising them as, hey, my toxic trait is, like, that's one step above just professing them. I'm at least obscuring them by being like, haha, I'm so quirky. Guitar, call it bipe. Well, so if you have mobile and immobile, I think that the natural conclusion is that this is just mobile. Because, like, you drop the I, right? But the guitar isn't stringed anymore. Oh, you're so right. Vamp brings up... So wait. Then what this is that this is... The guitar is not the product of it. It is... Oh my gosh, guys. Vamp, you just cracked the code. The guitar is an invasive species. It takes over the stringed environment, knocking out the piano, knocking out the guitar, but it's not native to strings. It's an imitator. It will take over the string space. I also thought of T-Mobile, but I wasn't going to say it because it didn't really fit. The guitar is an invasive species. We should not be praising the guitar. We should be destroying the guitar, or at the very least, setting up clear delineations where we limit cross-contamination, because once an invasive species enters into an environment, it'll radically alter the ecosystem. Yes, there is a musical hierarchy and an instrument food chain, and the guitar is evidently at the top of the string hierarchy. It's called writing folk punk arrow. Cyberpunk Red is so much fun, but you need a roleplay group. I love GMing for Cyberpunk Red. Yeah, there's a lot of games where I think you need a group that is legitimately interested in roleplay. The Cord Walkers. Well, so it's less like it's less like Skinwalker, which is a term I'm not a huge fan of because I just know that it has like cultural baggage with it. I know it's kind of become a super mainstream meme. I'm personally not a fan of using it. I think it's closer to Spotted Lantern Flies. So who here knows about the spotted lanternflies? This was like around 3-ish, 4-ish years ago, like around COVID, when they like became a big thing. Relocating the guitar back to its natural habitat, glam metal. Listen, the guitar was born and should die in like the 80s, maybe the 70s, if we're feeling generous. Yeah, it's become a buzzword. It seems like the guitar's limited spread, though, were guitars displaced from their original habitat. Perhaps they were closely related enough to interbreed. Well, that's the thing, is that you don't... Like, Vamp brought up a very good point. The guitar is inherently a stringless instrument that combines the aspects of two strings. So it might... Given that it's a synthetic creation introduced into the environment to disrupt the string ecosystem, I think it's like a man-made horror beyond our comprehension that is disrupting the... So the guitar is representative of climate change. That's what we've established. Are they just destroying a lot of trees and shit on the west coast of America? Not just on the west coast, Shrek. On the east coast as well. They are everywhere. I don't know if they're like in the humid areas of the south, but I know in the east coast and on the west coast, they are just tearing up most of the continental United States of America, because I believe they came over from China and they just like proliferated like nobody's business. And they like, I think what it is that they lay their eggs in trees, and then the eggs and then the larvae, they like ruin the trees. So they've just been deforesting in addition to what the US has already been doing. Keytar equals climate change was not on my Arrow bingo card. If it was, I would call you a liar. These creatures live in harmonious with amps and mixers. Okay, so we have the strings. I think that we all know that the devil's creation is metal, right? And obviously, man's creation I'm so sorry about my handwriting. Obviously, man's creation is glam rock. Because this brings us to our climate change analog, which is the keytar. So our amps and mixers, I feel like amps and mixers are necessary natural resources that strings and percussion and woodwind, oh my gosh, brass in particular, all rely on natural resources like mixers, like amps, like stereos. So I think what the keytar does is it comes in here under man's creation, which arguably is worse than the devil's creation, and actually blocks out the natural resources from the natural ecosystem. Devil's creation is metal, man's creation is country. Hell yeah, brother. Analog, like the horror? The difference is glam rock is no longer a problem for mankind. No, that's what it is. It's kind of like how... So glam rock, I think, like, and like hair metal is the hole in the ozone layer, right? We patched that up. That was a real big problem in like the 90s and 2000s, and it's healed over time after concerted effort. Like hair metal and glam rock, dead. However, climate change, it's still taken up all these resources, and like brass is hurting, and keytars are specifically targeting strings. Listen, I'm a writer and a DM and a content creator. You think I can't come up with a food web because the food chain is seen as like a hierarchical, where the food web is more interconnected? You think I can't come up with lore for how these different creations interact with one another? And you want to know what? This would be super in character. Is anyone aware of the tuba wars and like the tuba boss battles trend? Okay, bye. Have fun after. I hope you do well in this tourney. What is Hi-Fi Rush then? Is most of the OST is rock, I think. So rock is based. So next point. I see why you called Professor by thank you. Percussions have adapted to the metal and glam rock. No, that's the thing. I think percussion is like our I won't say our insect analog, percussion might be like our microbacteria, our microorganisms, because percussion is everywhere. You cannot have something without percussion. Meanwhile, brass, I think, is one of the most... brass is pretty funky. You can get like jazz and ska. It also fits in things like classical. I think that brass and woodwind tend to struggle with adaptation, and strings is being targeted by the keytar. And then where would synth fall into this? I think synth, not only does it have a very like space theme, I think it's like extraterrestrial. I don't think it's native to this ecosystem, and I think that it doesn't replace anything, nor does it take up resources. I think it lives... No, I think that... So synth is your deep sea, right? Yeah, brass is endangered, definitely. Every band kid does, I think. Funny, I'm actually not a band kid. Insect analog, my brain is molded. Analog is ruined word. Resident Evil 7 Ethan Winters, just like me for real. What's the predators? Music labels. And record companies. Obviously. This is wild to hear because I have a whole kingdom in my main campaign that are entertainers that strive for perfection. Their government is split up by instrument types. So what I want you to do is I want you to take inspiration from all of this, and I want you to have it that the percussions are never at the forefront. However, they consistently are a base of power. Woodwind and brass are both on the decline, and then strings are actively being taken over by a fringe group that are associated with keytars. Meanwhile, synth was just recently discovered. They're the new kid on the block, but they're actually pretty diplomatic. They'll work well with everyone. What is the most bratty of instruments then? Maybe violins. My first thought is like, oh, flute, right? I feel like the flute is more demure than bratty. I think violins hold a certain elegance. I think violas aren't quite bratty, but they are like the edgy step sibling of the violin. So that might be a contender. I think clarinets and oboes are also up there in terms of like a bratty instrument. I mean, you could always just say like a trumpet, because like if you're a trumpet, you got attitude. Like the song you're listening to right now has a very strong trumpet line in it that I made. So it's kind of like funky. It's a little bit of jazzy blues. Is the description of the stream linking to Doug and Pyro Software? I mean, nah, you're just crazy. Those are just my channels. I'm a VTuber for a reason. I have to hide my identity. Also, I just finished my D&D game. It was sad. Sad as in, like, it went poorly, or sad as in it was emotional? Because those are two very different reactions. But glad you just had fun, hopefully. What about triangles? Okay, but triangles are such a meme instrument. Like, triangles and cowbells and, like, percussion. So, like, when you think of percussion, you generally think of, like, drums. You think of, like, a drum kit, maybe snare drums, maybe a bass drum. But, like, cowbells, ratchets, the triangle. I don't think any of those are bratty. I think those are all, like... Those are all highly niche and adapted organisms. It's kind of like the... So the triangle is like like that one lemur that has a really extended middle finger that it can like tap super rapidly like a woodpecker to detect for vibrations to like grab grubs. So it's not like bad, and it's not necessarily in danger from a general attack of like if someone's just like in GarageBand and they want to replace percussion or whatever. But in its one environment, it is highly valuable, right? Okay, you got a choice to make. Do I draw a new still, it's 2 a.m., and make some art as well? Or do I keep editing with the stills I got because they give the same vibe? I think what you do is you start a new still, but you give yourself like 15 to 20 minutes. And if you don't make good progress, then you wrap it up for the night. Because then you're like, okay, I tried to do something new. It's getting late. I gave myself an effort. If you do good, if you do well, then you keep going because you're in the zone. If not, then you wrap up. Piano is the primordial ooze. No, I'm not overlooking oboes. I mentioned oboes as one of the bratty instruments, like them and clarinets. I could see them being bratty. I don't think piano is the primordial ooze. I think the primordial ooze is rock literal. No. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Primordial ooze is the voice. Right? Because, like, I actually don't know in terms of, it's probably dependent on culture. I don't know if percussion developed before vocalizations in terms of, like, singing versus percussion, but I imagine that they were both, like, some of the first. So, and given that the voice is inherently ephemeral, but it is still an instrument, I think that's, like, a very good analogy from a primordial ooze. Oh, you're back already. Welcome back. Yeah, AE, come on. A triangle can go so hard. It was emotional sad. Found an undead Pegasus and found out how they're made is via torture and found a little girl's diary in a destroyed village. Undead Pegasus. Interesting. That reminds me of like a nightmare. Like the fiend, the nightmare. I think it's by like torturing like a unicorn and like corrupting its spirit. So that is very sad, but very, very cathartic if you can like give it peace and work past it and like destroy it. So close, but triangle is a shape. You're so right. You're so right. You know what? My apologies, Vamp. This is why you're the real streamer here. Meme instruments are like some of the species on Madagascar. They've just found specialized niches in isolated environments. No, exactly. Exactly. It might be the II. I'm uncertain. The vocal cards, yeah, I can see chanting and whistling working, like, because that's all ephemeral. It's just like the primordial ooze all music came from. You're playing Left 4 Dead while watching. I think it would be super fun to just copy. I don't know if anyone watches like VShojo or Bricky on YouTube, but Bricky, a Fleshman, a YouTuber, has recently in the past couple months befriended Matarakon from VShojo. And like the other month, they set up a big 8-person 4v4 Fleshtubers versus VTubers Left 4 Dead game. And I think it would be really cool to just grab like 8 VTubers and be like, hey, let's play. Because my guess is a lot of the VTubers that I would know or that I would get in contact with have never played it before. Like I doubt AE has played it, and Celerity doesn't strike me as someone who's played it. I don't think After Crash has played it. I don't know. Dangerous might have. But like I just get the sense from my network that I've seen so far that not a lot of people have played it. So I think it could be really fun to just kind of have a bunch of absolute noobs just kind of run through it. If there is a triangle, are there mutations that made squares or pentagon instruments? In real life, if that has happened, I'm unfamiliar, so I'm not going to apply that to this because I don't want to. Listen, we're not writing fan fiction here. We're taxonomically ascribing these to their proper place in the hierarchy. Don't get it twisted. Don't be Vamp. What are bagpipes? So bagpipes, I believe, are a reed instrument. I get megafauna vibes from the bagpipe, and maybe that's just because they are inherently bulky and they're very loud in terms of presence, but I feel like they're one where, again, they are particularly prone to being endangered by sweeping changes to their environment, because the bagpipes, the accordion, all of those kind of like quote unquote like silly instruments that are like maybe a couple cultures around the world developed, but they're not very ubiquitous. I think those are the sorts of things where they thrive in their environment, a little bit like the Madagascarian instruments. But to me, it's more, they're the top kid on the block up until like Global Ice Age. Like up until grunge hits the scene and then they're out of fashion forever, you know? No, Celerity, we're not writing fan fiction. This is taxonomical. This is scientific. What was his name? I'm trying to think of the... What was his name? I'm gonna remember like as soon as stream is over. Who is the biologist and taxonomist who thought that physical traits gained in a parent's life can pass down to the child? Starts with an L, and I think he was French. It's like the reason giraffes' necks are so long is because one giraffe reached its neck up really high and stretched it out, and then it gave birth to a baby giraffe, and that baby giraffe's neck was longer because of its parent stretching. I hate to break it to you, but Cell is over 50 hours in Left 4 Dead 2. I, however, have 0. Well, Celerity. Oh my. I guess that means that we could be team captains. Wait, we were writing fan fictions now? No, we're not writing fan fiction. We're doing very serious work. We're stop trying to change the subject, folks. Hurdy-gurdies. Stegosaurus bagpipe. I was thinking more like Landsloth. Not Charles Darwin. Started with like an L. Taxonomist. Giraffe. L. Named. Not Darwin. You want to play L3 or D2 with me? What are DJs? DJs are shamans. But like DJs are still human because they're not instruments, but they channel the spirits of the instrument world to bring about music. Can I have a star-crossed lovers of a guitar and a keyboard? Hey, if you want to write fan fiction about this taxonomical breakdown, go off, and then if you're feeling brave, at me on Twitter with the AO3 link, and I will read it on stream if it is safe for work. I think that'd be hilarious. If AE and I are on opposite teams, I'll put him down. He'd want it that way. Listen, if AE and I were on the same team, I'd put him down, because he would want it that way. I feel I needed to explain that I checked to see if I owned it, and I saw your hours in the little friends tab when I was at it. Never heard of your line April, but I'm a sucker for cute love stories. Aww. Technically, a canon is an instrument. Like, Trotsky was onto something. Or Tchaikovsky. That's who it was. Cannons have been used as an instrument, and if we're going by that argument, then anything is an instrument because sampling exists. Oh, I've got my wife's stream tuned into. Hopefully I'll be back at the end of stream. Love your content, Arrow. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Go tell your wife I want to do a collab. I think that'd be so funny. But no, enjoy. No, A, turn around and focus on the rabbit. Well, A, it's because you're a rabid dog. You put rabid dogs down, as tough as it is. But for me, like, listen, if you enjoy what you do, you never work a day in your life. And what I do is I put down rabid dogs and people who are bad at Hades. So turn around and think of the rabbits, because you're one of those two. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Vamp. Mayonnaise is not an instrument. No, Vamp. Horseradish isn't an instrument either. You need to be put down. I'm trying to make fan art off of a 240 image. I refuse to up the quality of the image. I mean, like, what are you trying to make fan art of? Is it the still you were talking about before? Because it is like 2 a.m. Like, you deserve to like be better. Aw, Cell. Being AE's knight in shining armor. I feel like AE would hate that. AE would like grow to resent you after like one save because AE would be like, no, the masculine urge to be the protector. What about Peanut Bubber? Well, so if I if you want a full body image of me, part of the reason why I posted I'm in Spain without the A is because that was me giving a full body reference. But I refused to do it in a like, oh, here's my reference sheet, like taps fingers together, draw art of me, please. Like, I was just like, no, I'm just going to make me spinning. And if you want to draw me, you have to pause it at the right moment. Peanut butter, I feel like, is an instrument if you put it in your mouth. Or no, if you're doing Foley, then I think it would be an instrument. But I think otherwise it would not. Arrow, I didn't know you were part of PETA, taking down random animals. I don't know what I can say about PETA, because obviously I'm too small to like get on their bad side, because I don't have really enough reach for them to do that. However, like, outside of PETA being kind of silly and like, oh yeah, we're animals rights activists and we're gonna like spend all of our time arguing with Pokemon, like, there are legitimately horrifying things that they do. Like, they run like execution shelters where the entire thing is like, it's a shelter that is overcrowded, so if an animal is not adopted within like a month, they get put down, and or sometimes like a week or whatever. And there have been stories of people who, like, their dog got lost, PETA found it, brought it to an impound shelter, and then put it down because it was in quote-unquote poor health, when it was just someone's dog that went missing for like 24 hours. So that's why I'm just like, outside of the memes of like PETA's a bunch of crazy people, like, they are legitimately doing the exact opposite of their mission, and it is so incompetent that I cannot help but think it is intentional animal cruelty. Unless you were talking about PETA from the Hunger Games, and then it's just like, he's boring like pita bread. Actually, no, pita bread is not boring. I quite enjoy pita bread. I was gonna say white bread, but I wanted to be clever. Pita bread is quite nice. You're a biologist and had to look up Lamarck, but still forgot about it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so it was Lamarck I was thinking of before. So, who did I say? What did I say was Lamarck? I can't even remember at this point. But I'm glad that you found the name for me. I appreciate it. Because Lamarck basically was, in his day, he came up with this theory, and I think this was like within the decades following Darwin, or maybe like right before Darwin, like around Darwin's time. And basically at the time he got laughed out of the room, and then he continued to his work not be taken seriously. But then I think it's like within recent years, like within the past like couple decades, there's been evidence to show that, not quite to the extent that Lamarck was saying, but it is true that there are certain, I think it's epigenetically, that like the idea of, oh, if you're put in a situation, you might have the genetic predisposition to activate this certain gene, which will help you in certain circumstances. And if you were not put into those circumstances, that gene would not activate. So it's not quite like I bulked up and now I'm 250 pounds and then I give birth to a baby, so now my baby's going to grow up to be 250 pounds. It's I bulked up to 250 pounds and in doing so activated a gene I already had encoded in my DNA but did not activate until I hit 250 pounds, which like increases like testosterone gain in order to maintain muscle mass. And then I passed that on to my child because I activated it while I was alive. So it's kind of like, yeah, Lamarck was the draft thing. So Lamarck very much was like, he said one thing and was wrong. And in recent times, we found out he was kind of right, but still mostly wrong. Is them being a serial killer a toxic trait? PETA is the will of YA novel. This sounds like new types from Gundam. Okay, folks in chat, how many like mecha animes are there that I need to watch? Because I feel like Gundam and Evangelion, and there's like a couple others all from like around the same time in like the like maybe late 80s into the 90s that all are like, I can never get them straight. Evangelion is the one where it's like, this is like unironically the best anime ever made, right? Now, Lamarck had the theory that if you continue using strength, that body part, which would mean our internal organisms and immune systems should be jacked. And yeah, that's what I'm saying is that it was the ethos behind what he was saying was like half right, but any specifics he said were all wrong. So he ended up being incorrect. Well, Code Geass, and that's it. Is it just me, or when I think of Code Geass, I think of like the political machinations and whatever, and like the superpower, and I think of it being like and also like the fan service and it being like a freaking harem anime at times. But I don't actually think of it being a mecha anime. And then I recently like was watching some like, again, my toxic trait is watching reaction channels, things I like. I watched a couple of folks reacting to it, and like half the show is mecha. And apparently in creating Code Geass, the creator wanted to create a mecha anime and created everything else to facilitate the mecha. And I was like, I don't think of that when I think Code Geass. Code Geass fell off in the second season. Okay, so for anyone who is unaware, I think this is the Code Geass symbol. It's close enough. Code Geass had 2 seasons, R1 and R2. Code Geass R1 ended on a cliffhanger. And when you go into R2, it's a soft reboot. Code Geass. And what happened is that in R1, it feels a lot more coherent, even if it does get silly. And in R2, it's a lot more chaotic. And I would say Death Note hits this exact same problem. After Spoiler dies, the entire show changes. And with Code Geass, it's a very clean split down the middle. This is also where it gets like way more harem. And also, is it just me, or like in season 1, Colin was like, yeah, I'm like the I don't know. I got very little chemistry or intended chemistry between Colin and Lelouch in season 1. And also the fan service of her was very little. And then as soon as season 2 hit, she is like basically a Lelouch simp and is constantly sexualized, and all of her cool and badass moments are removed for like 2/3 of the season. Like character assassination much. However, I'm gonna do a full Code Geass rant. So Colin, good. And then Colin, bad. Suzaku, bad. Suzaku, good. And also controversial. I know this is going to be a hot take. I know that probably no one who watched the show is going to agree with me, but I'm going to say it anyway. Nunnally, bad. Nunnally, good. That's my hot take. Legend of the Galactic Heroes is another one. All mecha anime is really about politics and war. Interesting. Yeah, I that's really the only mecha anime I've seen, so I want to know. My brain is molded beyond belief. Why did I think I'm asexual? I don't even like those times. It happens to us all. Don't you worry. Sorry, the first season has more issues. The entire episode dedicated to chasing cat was so bad. Yeah. And I think season 1 had more filler, but I would say season 2's filler was like more brain dead. Because season 1's filler is, oh, here's how wacky and silly the school is. Here's what Lelouch has to deal with on a daily basis. Here's relationship building. And like, it didn't advance the plot. It usually wasn't very interesting, but it gave a good frame of reference for, okay, here's a really intense battle scene where like hundreds of people died. And then here's a filler episode to kind of like take the pressure off. And then here's like a really intense political episode that's like very politically savvy. So it gave nice breathers. In season 2, it was just like, well, we gotta have a school festival episode, and in it we gotta like show camera angles of Colin from below. You hate Death Note. Ooh. It's the same thing with Kellogg. In the future, we realize that we can saturate our brains with dopamine and not performing incredibly dopaminergic behavior in the beginning of the day leaves room to still take advantage of dopamine in the evening. No, Suzaku and Lelouch canonically have a gay baby. I saw that on Midas's timeline, and I had no context. And my honest reaction was just like, Code Geass Yaoi in 2024 was not on my bingo card, but with the release of the new series, where there's a twink as the protagonist. Okay, so Code Geass round 2 bad. I was hoping you still say bad. Rolo! Okay, my thoughts on Rolo. Unironic, actual thoughts on Rolo. Good. Bad. Boring. But like just this progression. He starts out as a legitimate threat, and I suppose spoilers, but not major spoilers for season 2. The way Lelouch reacts to him is so interesting. And the way Lelouch manipulates him in order to like gaslight him to get him onto his side. Wait, Lelouch and Nunnally have a baby in that same... Wait, so give me context on what this is, because I don't have any context for the Suzaku Lelouch baby or the Nunnally Lelouch baby. They're actually gonna tell me like he had a secret baby with Euphemia before what happened. But Rolo starts out good, manipulation, right? Gaslight. And then that's when it stops being good. Because then Rolo is just a super weapon that solves a couple situations, and most of the time Lelouch doesn't say like, okay, here's the plan, here's what we're gonna do, I'm gonna use you. It is Rolo came to save his big brother, and Lelouch is just like, cool, and then moves on, and like that kind of lowers the stakes. So this is like stakes. And then half the season they forget about him. Like I think he's a threat for like the first like 4 episodes. Then he gets gaslit, and then he's a friend and like saves Lelouch for like another like 6 episodes. And then he's just missing until like episode 22. And he shows up like as a background character like 3 times. Secret baby, that's what they called me in high school. Is that because you had a secret baby? Oh, they're all clones which put all the big ships together. CC, Colin, Suzaku, all the main elevators just get a swing, if I recall correctly. Okay. Was this the gacha game on mobile? Because unironically, like, I heard that the gacha that the game on mobile was actually pretty good for like a mobile gacha game. The issue is that they didn't have the longevity of characters. So like it got popular and I think it released like last year, but the issue is it doesn't seem sustainable because they already ran through like the entire main cast. And while I think that they could do something like kind of like how Fire Emblem Fates or Fire Emblem Heroes has like, oh, here's Lynn from Fire Emblem, and then also here's like Bunny Girl Lynn, and here's Easter Lynn, and which are like the same thing but different, and then here's like Wedding Lynn, and like here's Beach Lynn. You have all these like different costumes with them. It even has like if a Fire Emblem character swaps sides, you can have like, oh, here's villain version of this character, and here's party member version of this character. So I think they could do something like that. And I think like a Jeremiah Orange Boy is a good example of like, they could have him in the very beginning of the series where he's like the leader of the Purebloods, and then they could have him where he is disgraced and he's like just a pilot. And then, so let me like literally like, gotcha Jeremiah. So I could have one where he is a pureblood. They could have one where he is demoted. They could have one where he is orange and like crazy. They could have one where he is an assassin, like when he gets his memories back and like isn't weird. Then they could have one where he spoilers where he's a Black Knight. And then they could have one where he's like the head of Lelouch's guard at the end of the series. So like head of guard. And that's like all the same character across the entire series. That's 6 different like gotcha characters you could put in a game with their own mechanics. All of the same character from the anime. Without having to do anything like, oh, here's an alternate costume where it's him at the beach. You know? Can I have him in a maid dress? Yes, because we all know... Okay, was it just me? Or like Valletta and Jeremiah, at the beginning of the show, you think they're going to be Jesse and James. And like, absolutely, it's coded so that Jeremiah would wear the maid dress and Valletta would wear the butler outfit, right? What's going on? We're talking about Code Geass, which it's an anime. It's a mecha anime from the mid 2000s, and a lot of people don't like it. They think it's overhyped. My hot take, which isn't really a hot take, it is actually my favorite anime. And it used to be my favorite anime back when I like was a teenager and I watched it. And then I kind of got in my head like, oh, it's so overhyped. Like it's not actually my favorite anime. I don't like it too much. And then I rewatched it recently and I was like, no, this is so much fun. I love it. It's my favorite anime. I don't care what other people say. I don't care that it's not very good in some points and it has its problems, but it's just so much fun. Heard of it but never seen it. Yeah. My unironic but also partially ironic summary is think Death Note, but instead of like detective cat and mouse, it is political mecha anime. Like it still has like a high school super genius like well, not detective but like a revolutionary. And like he has his ideas for how he wants to change the world, and he's being tracked down by like people who are smarter and stronger than him, so he has to outsmart them. And then it also has like a pretty noticeable dip in quality around like the halfway 2/3 point. However, the one thing Code Geass has on Death Note, Code Geass has a banger ending. Like Death Note's ending, I think is a little bit polarizing. I actually quite like Death Note's ending. But like Code Geass's ending is absolutely fantastic, and like it's widely regarded as a very well done ending. What about the peak that is Gurren Lagann is instead? No, that's the thing. When I first brought up mecha anime, I've heard things about Gurren Lagann. I've heard things about like Evangelion. I've heard all of these like mecha anime from like the late 80s into the 90s. Like, what are the must-sees? What are the ones that I have not seen that I gotta see? I hear people talk about media they enjoy, and like I need to force me to consume media. Well, so Archivist, AE, you are doing that. It's just you've kind of established your niche as being like 2000, which Code Geass is a 2000s era show. The Death Note is a 2000s era show, but I think what you might want to do, AE, is allow yourself to have non-niche media be what you do as a relaxation outside of your channel, because like obviously the grind is real, the burnout is real, and if your leisure activity is something you think, I could be streaming this right now, then it's not really a leisure activity, it's still draining on you. But if you have a very clear delineation of like anything from the late 90s to the early 2010s, that is something that is going on my channel. But outside of that, like, hey, I want to check out this anime from the early 90s, like watch it when you're available. I rarely dignify the thought, turn off your brain, but shows like Code Geass, I feel like you need to watch it as a 14 to 16-year-old boy, regardless of gender, because when you see it, it only makes sense because the world affirms Lelouch's mental illness at every step. Lelouch's serious anxiety disorder, 25 alternate escape routes, but he thrives here. No, and that's why it's like, that's kind of what I did, is like, I liked it fully, like, unironically, I think. Maybe a little bit ironically. As a teenager when I first watched it. Then I didn't like it because everyone was like, oh, it's so bad, blah, blah, blah. But like now watching it, I do unironically enjoy it. I really do like Code Geass, independent of like laughing with or at it. But also a lot of it is the irony. A lot of it's like, oh my gosh, these tropes are so dumb. Like, how did... It makes no sense Lelouch should plan for this. It makes no sense. That's not how you play chess, Schneisel. Apparently it's canon in universe that is how you can play chess, because I think the mangaka didn't know, or the fun fact, Code Geass was an anime first. It was not a manga first. So I think like the team did not know how to play chess very well. So they just wrote it back in to retcon it. And it's stuff like that where it's just like, yeah, you can say it's not good because it's not tight, but at the same time, it's like, come on, it's so much fun. I'm just imagining a mech wearing a suit and sitting at political meetings. Okay, so Simon, instead, imagine political meetings while someone is in a mech suit. And like, it's about a 60-40 on... we're fighting in giant mechs and I'm yelling my political beliefs at you, so that like instead of yelling my superpowers, I'm yelling like gentrification. And then 40% of the time it is I'm fighting you inside of a mech, and at the exact same time I am also in a political meeting. The two are not related, and I am trying to pretend I am not in a political meeting to my allies, and I'm trying to pretend I'm not in a mech to the people I'm talking to. It's about 60-40 split on that. Dungeon Meshi is so good. That's the remind me, that's the cooking one, right? Or is that Delicious in Dungeon? Is that the one where like the whole thing is they're going into the dungeons to kill and like cook monsters? Let me come back over to just chatting, because I haven't used the whiteboard in a couple minutes now. I hope none of you feel threatened by this conversation, is what I mean, of course. I hope my DM watches Dungeon Meshi. He loves making us cook our food in-game. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, it's more than that. I can't get myself down long to watch stuff, plus AFAB trauma with being my interest. Couldn't actually... Yeah. And that's actually something I've run into where, like... I have, last year, I actually hyperfixated on Persona 4. And, like, I was in deep, because that's how hyperfixation goes. I was actually watching the anime for it, and I obviously, the way hyperfixations go, you love it, you get dopamine from it. It's like a 25-episode anime. I got through, like, 19 episodes, and then I tried watching the 20th episode, like, a couple months ago, and I was just like... I'm enjoying this, but I cannot sit still long enough to watch it. I just struggle at watching things, like sitting down and paying attention to them. Like, I was tearing through them when I was hyperfixating, but now I'm just like, I want to watch this. I want to resolve it, even though I know how it all happens because I've played the game. But it's just so difficult. So I'm with you on that. I really love the art in Lancer. It's the same guy that did K6BD. It's a really good comic. Yeah, Lancer, for those of you unaware, I actually made a video on going over a very real and genuine timeline of events to get you set up with the setting. But if you want to actually get into Lancer, look up Zactac. I've posted stuff on Twitter. It's linked in the Lancer video that I posted. I would highly recommend Lancer. I want to try out Lancer. I think Lancer would be very fun. Like after what I've seen about it, I also know very little about the actual mechanics. It's mostly about the flavor and the lore. But just like mech TTRPG sounds fun. And what I think would be really fun is something like you play Cyberpunk, or what probably you would do is that it's like you play Paranoia first, and then something happens to break you out of. Excuse me. You play Paranoia, and something breaks you out of Alpha Complex, and then you're out in the wilderness and like out in the waste, and there's a giant like you find yourself in a cosmopolitan like metropolis, and then you start playing Cyberpunk with the same characters but with a completely different setting, and then eventually you get conscripted as Lancers, and then you start playing Lancer. And the idea is like you play multiple systems with the same characters in what is ostensibly the same setting, but the setting has some dramatic shift to propel you from one to the other. And what I might even do is I might even throw in like before the Paranoia, you're playing D&D, and then you realize that all of the magic you've been using is actually just advanced tech, and it's all been a simulation or maybe it's all a simulation because friend computer is trying to figure out how would communist mutant traders utilize magic if magic was real, and this was all a big test, and then you start playing Paranoia. And then like or what you could do is like you could play World of Darkness where you're all vampires, and then it's a cyberpunk setting where you're playing Vampire the Masquerade, and then if you ever have mech combat, you play Lancer. And then the idea is that it's like 7 out of 10 sessions are going to be Vampire, and then maybe like 3 out of 10 or maybe 2 out of 10 are going to be Lancer. Such a great premise and delivers a great twist like every good D&D campaign. Dungeon Meshi. Mm-hmm. Or the game that your DM runs. You would never feel threatened by me. Aww. Oh wow, I'm very far behind. My apologies. Bites. I'm hungry now. Okay, don't bite me. You're not a. I'm not a. How do I put your vibe into pupils? Well, presumably you mean pupil like the student, because I'm being a professor right now, of course. So I suppose what that would mean is that it's just no. Well, if you unironically want to know, like, it's just normal pupils, and I have a like gold sclera that match the rest of my color scheme, along with like the highlights in my hair. So if you want, you could have them just pierce into your soul if you think. Although, funny enough, I actually got someone who drew what they called my wizard sona. They like just drew me as a wizard. This is actually completely unrelated to my model. It's just like, what vibes do I get off? So I could actually show you all that. What I'll do is boop boop boo. Let me grab you. Oh, not me getting badooped. My apologies. Let me grab you. Okay, are y'all ready to see what someone thinks my wizard sona would be? Just purely based off of vibes. Y'all ready for that? This is what a friend said that my wizard sona would be, just based off of vibes. I want to know all of your thoughts. Oh, but it's hidden behind onyx/olive voids. Are you calling my eyes voids, Celerity? You should really be prepping for a Cyberpunk game. You've made so many characters on Lancer. Aw. Yeah, like making constant characters is so much fun, but it's such a bad habit. I used to do that like when I was first getting into it, but I've been a forever DM for so long that I just haven't in so long. I'll believe for you. Go for it, and I'll take responsibility however it turns out for Thomas. Thank you for believing me. I do not know how to do lighting. I do not. No worries. That sounds so cool. You better really love those characters because it's a years-long mega campaign. Well, no, so Celerity wouldn't necessarily be a mega campaign. It would just be over the course of sessions. You could have like 7 sessions of Vampire, and then 3 sessions of Lancer, and then another 4 sessions of Vampire, and then that's the entire Chronicle. You never know. Like, I have an idea for that in my Stars Without Numbers game. The idea was just make people level 1 D&D characters, but then reveal it's all actually fake to swap the Stars Without Number once they leave the planet. Ooh, fancy. Well, thank you all for the very kind words on this wizard post. Hi, Apple. The vibes are indeed immaculate. And the fact of, I can't read this, too busy with mysterious eyewear, I don't remember if there's a wall here, implies that I actually, like, don't have precognition. It implies that I can't, like, sense what's happening around me. It just implies that I just blinded myself for the aesthetic. Oh, so question. This friend, the reason it's all, like, autumnal colors and, like, a fire color, which I love fire. If the clip on Twitch about arsonists says anything about me, I love fire, and I kind of dig the autumn color scheme, not gonna lie. They said I have an orange aura, that I have like an orange vibe. I disagree, but that's mostly because I'm not a huge fan of the color orange. What would you say my vibes are? What color would you associate with me? Is it just gold? Is it just yellow because that's my model? Okay, Simon. Like, you better sleep if it's getting that late. No worries there. Needs a familiar. Ooh, I can bring that up to my friend. I can be like, hey, I showed this to some friends and they said I need a familiar. What would it be? There are also some references off to the side that I cropped because it has some of their notes and I don't know if they would be like, well, technically I don't know if they would be comfortable with me sharing this. So I did consider asking them, but then I got nervous because I don't like telling people I'm a VTuber. But my hope is that they would be flattered by me sharing their artwork. I don't think that they have a Twitter or anything, so I can't shout them out, unfortunately. Like, this is just someone I know personally that did this for me. But they did the references and they wanted very fae and like butterfly themed. So they might give me like a monarch butterfly almost as a familiar. The idea of a blind person can, yeah, where the wall somewhere is a wild idea. I like to imagine she only wears the blindfold because it looks cool. No, exactly. I think I don't have precognition. I think it's just for the aesthetic and like nothing happened to my eyes. I just think it's like that night mask. It's a sleep mask. My impression of you is a hikikomori / girl failure compliment. Listen, I added girl failure to my tags on Twitch for a reason. Want to know why? It's because I'm a failure at being a girl. Because I'm trans. I am not doing so hot in the girl department, at least from square one. I'm getting there, though. Autumn colors, greater than. Warm colors fit with me. Oh, thank you. For a lot of my life, I think most people associated with me with cool colors because I was a very like different person. I work night shift, so it's like 8:45 a.m. for me, but I was awake all night. Yeah, I know the feeling. Plus, I think warm, bright yellow. Your Abby's yellow looks a bit dark. Yeah, I tried going for a more gold. I tried going like, basically, I have a darker yellow than Midas, but aside from that, if any of you don't know Core of Midas, blew up a couple months ago. Started as like the vent channel of another VTuber and then kind of became its own thing. But very much I just have a darker version of her color scheme, which is like primarily black and gray with a bit of yellow thrown in there. I wanted to go for more of a gray. I showed my jacket to someone, like I showed my model to someone, and they said I had like a brown jacket, and I disagree. I think that this is like a darker gold, but I mean, maybe I'm just bad with colors. Closeted during Pride? Hey, if you looked at my Twitter celerity, you would know that I came out to my mother as a VTuber earlier this month for Pride Month. Warm colors just fit well with you? Why, thank you. I do try to give off warmth. I do try to... I found I can retain honesty and directness and bluntness while retaining warmth and shining and being a guiding light. And spoiler alert, although I don't know how relevant this is, because I don't know if I'm actually going to go through with it, because I don't know how much I want to loop in VTubing culture with my brand, because I have a lot of non-VTuber fans. But I think I would want my Oshi mark to be like sun related, because I like the idea of like I'm a bright star, I'm a bright point in the night, and even if I can't solve your problems for you, I can like help you just a bit. And I think that kind of goes well with like the yellow color scheme with the black backdrop. If I had like a yellow bright Oshi mark and then maybe more of a gray dark Oshi mark. And I think it also fits with my theme of like I want to not only teach, but I also want to entertain. I don't quite think of myself as the sort of person who can be like, oh wow, like I had such a profound impact on someone that like my video is the reason they stuck around another day so that they could watch it, as opposed to doing something very serious and permanent. Like I'm not that full of myself. I got a big head because I'm an anime profile, but I'm not that big-headed. But I like the idea of being able to be a positive impact on my community, right? Even if that positive impact is purely, I gave you a cool D&D idea, and then you felt inspired. That's enough for me. If you had infinite currency, how would you revamp everything? Are you asking about my VTubing stuff, like my model and my overlays? Or are you asking about like society? Because if I had infinite currency, my first bet would be like society. Looks very Sealy Fae vibes. Also, a southern flannel moth would make an excellent companion / familiar. So so the Sealy Fae is definitely inspiration that they took. Like they gave me reference images, and like one was a Fae that had a very butterfly themed face mask that was very ostentatious. So I think that's a good call with it. I don't know if my familiar, like personality wise, would be a moth or like a butterfly or whatever, but like with this look, I could see it being like a moth or a butterfly. I think that would go with the aesthetic. And we established I'm not able to see because of the aesthetic. Wait, like Midas from Fortnite? Yes, Midas from Fortnite. I think you're quite cute and you're very femme. Aw, thank you. Anyway, sleep for realsies now. Well, good night, or good morning, because it's morning for you. Pardon me, but the sweater does give olive. Yeah, and that's something where I was going for gold, and if I go for more like a greenish, brownish, that's not really something I have the skill for. Like, I could just mess with the colors, but because I tried brightening it. I tried making it like a... Initially, I had my text, because what I tried to do is I tried to keep my text uniform. I tried to have it be a gray outline and a consistent yellow fill. Initially, I had that as the same color as my jacket, but then I found that was a little bit too muddy. That was a little bit too dark, so I brightened that up. I tried bringing that over to my jacket, and then my jacket ended up being like a mustard color. And I felt that was like, I wasn't really looking for yellow. I wanted more gold. I'm not really sure how to get that. So, I mean, no worries if it gives off olive vibes. It is kind of olive colored, yeah. Question I need to ask, is it just me, or is Call of Cthulhu just a system where many of the bad things to do as a GM are just the point of the game? In the newest campaign, I made the monster befriend the players session 1. So I kind of broke the point of Call of Cthulhu, but players requested it and I have fun too. So yeah. And as a keeper, it's the same role as if you're a storyteller in World of Darkness. The group's fun is what matters, and that includes your fun as the game master. However, I think there's a certain expectation in the writing that Call of Cthulhu is, as the keeper, you are going to have an adversarial relationship with your players. As a storyteller, you are going to have, maybe not an adversarial, but you're going to have a cloying and fully in-game, but still cruel kind of relationship with your players. It's not cruel towards the players, it's cruel towards the characters. And I think that's all assumed. And I think a lot of groups don't carry that assumption unless they're like, yeah, let's like play a really depressing game of Call of Cthulhu. I think a lot of people are like, yo, let's play Call of Cthulhu. I want to be like a 1920s detective and like go insane. I think that would be fun. So they want to do silly stuff like befriend a monster. Also, hello, Atlark. For any of you unaware, Atlark has been a community member for a very long time. And actually, at least as recently as a couple weeks ago, had a little badge next to them on my creator view that said that you are one of my most hearted commenters. It's because I heart so many comments and you comment so frequently. So thank you for dropping by. And I believe I don't know if like saying what country you're from is doxing you, but like I think that you're like East European. So thank you very much for dropping by, even though I don't think this is a very convenient time for you. Question: what is an Oshi mark? Yeah, so Celerity explained it. VTuber culture is steeped in the relationship between the creator and their audience. An Oshi mark is one or a collection of emotes that are used to rep your favorite creator. Basically, on Twitter, I'm actually going to leave this just because I'm a little bit of an egocentric. Like I'm a little bit of an egoist. My apologies. I'm just gonna put this in the corner. I'll put this in the bottom corner because then the text is still there. My apologies. I'm letting my ego show. No, my apologies. I deleted his little smiley face. Boop. So an Oshi mark is primarily on Twitter, also known as X, where basically I will have my name be Arrow Writes, and then afterwards I will say like have the sun emoji. And then the goal is that anyone who is a fan of me will also, so like I'll say loser 27 because anyone who watches me is a loser will also put the same emote. So then the idea is that when they're interacting with me on Twitter, or they're interacting with another user, if you see loser 27 who has this star, this sun, the assumption is that you'll think, oh, okay, they are representing their appreciation of Arrow rights. The issue is that given that there are like tens of thousands of VTubers at least, a lot of the time, if you have this sun, there might be like VTuber. Oh my gosh, my spelling. VTuber X who also has it, meaning loser 27 might also be repping them. And then it a little bit falls apart, but at the same time, it's like Celerity Dust and Archivist are two VTubers who I am in a circle with, right? I wouldn't say that like we're a content commune or anything, but we have overlapping communities to some extent, at least on the streaming side of things. So if I have a sun emote, Celerity won't have a sun emote, and AE won't have a sun emote. So someone in their community has a pretty good guess that if you're a fan of Celerity Dust and you have a little sun emote, you're probably repping Arrow Rights instead of VTuber X. But then it's like, the further out from that community you get, the harder it is to make that assumption. So that's why a lot of people have two emotes. So I might have like sun emote and like Blackheart. Because like that would represent, for instance, like I want to be the light in the darkness, and I want to like express my care for my audience, and I want to express my warmth and whatever. So then Loser 27 might also have both, because VTuber X might have that, and then also like thumbs up emoji, right? So it's the idea of like, now it's clear that they're not repping VTuber X, they're repping me. You're the only VTuber I've watched Beyond Shorts. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I think a large bit of that is probably because I'm really nominally a VTuber. I have done just chatting streams, but I don't call them Zatsus. I don't have an Oshi mark. I don't really do a lot of VTuber stuff. I asked my audience what they would like, and I think it was like half my audience was like, yeah, let's see more VTuber stuff. But like a third of my audience was like, no, let's not see more VTuber stuff. And then the rest of my audience was like, didn't care or didn't know. And that was enough where like, even though the majority of people wanted more VTuber stuff, I was hesitant because I didn't want to isolate that like 1/3 of my audience, because I'm primarily a TTRPG channel. And at that, I'm primarily a D&D channel. So I'm already like, talking about Lancer is already like 2 steps removed from D&D. What if I like tried streaming like Suika game and then I went into a Zatsu afterwards, right? Like that would be so far from what my niche is that I don't think it would help. And I think it would actively hurt what I was trying to do, which is why I actually planned on having these YouTube streams be more TTRPG focused, and then my Twitch streams be more like variety focused, which is like a big VTuber thing, is like variety streaming. I'm back. Real quick question: when's the next stream so I can fully join next time? Next stream on Twitch is going to be Sunday, probably around 8 p.m. EST. Next YouTube stream, I haven't gotten a schedule for YouTube streams yet. My general goal is like YouTube streams middle of the week, late in the day. Might be a Tuesday, might be a Wednesday, might be a Thursday. Really depends on the week. So I apologize for not being more consistent. I'm still trying to figure out my rhythm, particularly since I want to hit affiliate and I need to kind of fit some Twitch streams into the schedule. So generally you'll have at least 48 hours on YouTube. So I'm trying to keep my Twitch stream consistent on Sunday nights, or Sunday evenings, and YouTube streams I generally post like 48 hours in advance. Like it'll say Wretched creature enjoying its, or Godless creature enjoying its wretched meal in 48 hours, like going live 6/20/7 p.m. EST. By virtue of being a creator and especially VTuber, you are an egoist, aspiring or otherwise. No, so later, you don't understand. I'm in AE's chat one time, and I mentioned like I'm allergic to attention, and then he's like, "Why are you a content creator?" I'm like, "It was a poor choice." I don't like attention, and yet I feel a great tension when I do not receive affection. You have to make the players feel worthless. Meanwhile, my monsters went, "I want to be your mom," and it somehow works. I'm from Poland, and you cannot blame me for commenting. It's all your fault for making good content, and I like to share your ideas. You wake up in me, or share a difference between game systems. The downside of being this active is that YouTube decided they no longer have to recommend your videos, which is sad. I missed a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. And for anyone watching, I have experimented with both having my content notify my audience and have it not notify my audience to see what works or not. I haven't gone figure that out. My general release schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then streaming on Sundays on Twitch, and then generally a YouTube stream in the week. I pared down my daily releases to just 3 per week, and usually that will be 2 shorts and a video. But sometimes it might be 3 shorts, sometimes it might be 3 shorts and a video, depending on like what my bandwidth is for that week. But my general goal is look for my channel on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays for videos. Okay, I'm not really deep into VTuber culture. I yell into my microphone with my friends for fun, so thank you. I don't think AE has an ocean mark. Yeah, I don't think AE does. Celerity, you do though, right? The Sun reps arrow rights. Well, not yet. Like, I would probably want to do a vote if anything. Hi, Cloudion. Sun and Quill. Sun, Blackheart, Quill. I think 3 might be a little excessive, so I don't know if I want to do that. But another writing-based VTuber, who's actually another Transmask. I'm not Transmask, it's just AE's Transmask, so it's funny that I'm collecting them. But his Oshi marks are the pen, like the fountain pen and a black heart. So I would want to make sure I don't step on that. But I really like the black heart. I think that would be nice. Ooh, that'd be nice, Simon. Yeah, I might do something like that. I don't think I would want to do 3 because I think that 3 it feels greedy to me. Like, you know, I don't want to be like, these are mine. If anyone wants to use these, they have to ask me first because I don't want to step on people's toes. I wouldn't say I'm particularly interested in VTuber culture either. Yeah, I'm dipping your toes in, but I feel obligated to, not gonna lie. But I mean, yeah, you're a artist and a furry that plays retro games. You happen to be a VTuber, right? I am a TTRPG channel that talks about D&D, and also I'm dipping my toes into variety gaming that happens to be a VTuber. I want to get more into VTubing, like as the culture, but also like I'm worried. I don't want to alienate my current audience of YouTube viewers, so that's why I kind of want to relegate it to Twitch. But also I recognize that the more I lean into VTubing culture, the more I'm just, oh, I'm a pink cat girl VTuber who does variety streaming and can't handle horror games. Follow me, please, and subscribe on Twitch. Like, that's kind of getting less unique almost. That's differentiating myself less the more I lean into it. So I'm a bit curious how I want to go with that. Quick question, how do you travel? There's a lot of wilderness between major locations, which can make the land feel small when going between towns is just you leave and then you arrive. That depends on what the goal of my game is. So if I'm playing a very like politically sophisticated game, so like politics / narrative / goal oriented, I will say you leave, time passes, arrive. Do you want to know why? Because no one cares if you fight 6 bandits along the way or a wyvern along the way if the party is fully rested beforehand, knows that they will rest afterwards, and it has no bearing on anything. Because if it's not related to this goal, then it doesn't matter. However, if I'm playing a more survival-oriented game, or a more a combat-oriented game, or one that prioritizes the adventure or the journey, that's where I look out. One of the, or not one of the first things, but like many years ago, I made a hex map of my world, and I never actually ended up implementing it. But the goal is we are here. We want to get there. However, there's like mountains here, and there's a forest here. So this is where the road goes, right? Do we want to cut through this mountain path because it would be faster? But we would leave the road, and that would be more dangerous here, and it'd be dangerous here, but it would also be dangerous there. And what if we can instead, we know that in this mountain range, there's a wizard tower. Can we go here, do like a quick one-day quest, and just teleport? This is where I start giving them options and making it more than just, okay, roll a D10. You got a 10. You hit a random encounter. All right, keep going. You got a 4. Now 5. Now 1. Oh, you got another 10. Now time for another random encounter. Well, you rested since the last one, so just like get back all your spell slots. That's not interesting, even in an adventure-oriented game. Choice and agency is what matters. And if you're worried, I have to prepare all of these things. No, you don't. All you have to do is say, we're starting at X, we're going to Y. What is the most basic path? What's the road? What would happen? What is the most, as the crow flies, like direct path? Like maybe they go here and then they cut through like I mentioned. What would happen if they did that? And then is there any other obvious solutions that they might come up with? Maybe there's a tribe of barbarians over here who like they already did a quest for and would like give them mounts, and then they can like ride mounts down. Like you don't need to come up with every solution, you need to come up with a couple solutions. And my advice would be tell them the road will take 12 days. If you want to go cut through the mountains, that would actually only take 8 days, but weather might be bad in the mountains, and then that would make it 16 days. And you know that there are other avenues around that you could do to minimize that travel time, but it's up to you to ask around town or look at your backstory to figure out what those are. Claudiana's pretty into the VTuber space. You really love my voice, by the way. You're so calming and also very terrifying in that one video. Do you have any voice training tips? Why, thank you. I get so many compliments on my voice, and I try my best not to be dismissive of them because, fun fact, one of the best quality of life improvements you can have is not even learning to take a compliment, but learning to not reject positivity. Because then suddenly you start working on the frame of mind of not even I'm worth this, not even it's true, not even I deserve this. It is purely, well, you're not wrong. You're not lying to me. You're not saying this just because I have main character syndrome and I think everyone is lying to me. Just, you take this sort of positivity and then 6 months later, you're like, well, I'm only getting complimented on things like my creativity and my voice. No one ever compliments me on like my physicality and my physical attractiveness. So that's something I don't think I'm very attractive, very strong. But if people keep talking about my creativity and I practice my creativity, maybe I am creative. Maybe I can trust this. But you can only get to that point after many months of not rejecting it. So I'm curious what you mean by terrifying in which video, because I have a couple videos where I imagine I could be terrifying. Voice training tips. We have a couple other trans folk in chat. Trans content creators even. And I think they might have better voice tips than I do. Don't feel shame for looking up like voice training on YouTube. Don't rely on it completely, but look into it. And something I would unironically suggest, I accidentally did this. I did not plan for this, but it's actually been really helpful. record your voice journey, kind of like taking pictures of yourself when you're trying to like bulk up and work out, or like maybe cut to see the progression. Record yourself a little bit, like maybe not every day, but like at least every week. So then you can look back on how you sounded a month ago and be like, okay, so I sounded like this, but now I sound like this. I don't sound much different than I did a couple of days ago, so I don't see it being different. But if I sound like this sounds very different than this. And that will instantly boost your confidence because you will see actionable results when you realize, oh, I've already been doing this for a month. How have I been doing it? Well, now I don't sound like this. I just sound like this. And now I don't sound like this. I sound like this. And now I don't sound like this. I sound like this. Like, you can see the progression over time, and it will be super hard to recognize as someone who hears yourself every day, right? And what you're going to run into is people who talk to you every day probably won't notice. People who you have not talked to in a couple months will be like, oh, interesting. You sound different. Oh my gosh. Nearly every streamer I've collaborated with is transfemme. There's like 2 exceptions. Well, yeah, because transfemmes are chronically online, and transfemmes are chronically like unhappy with their physical characteristics. So of course they're going to be VTubers. What are you talking about? Also, I gotta say it, the VTuber space, I'm calling out both content creators and fans. Y'all are a bunch of bottoms. And historically, transfemmes are bottoms. I could have sworn that I had changed mine to a light bulb and a fountain pen, but it's still a scroll. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was like a beige thing, so scroll makes sense. Okay, I don't know why I committed to this, but I feel like it is bad, the fan art. But I got a question. The funny color of the tie, what are they again? It's the trans flag. It is blue, pink, white, pink, blue. Though all VTubers I've worked for have been indie VTubers, so they're a bit different from the corpo stuff. Wait, did you just post a rock as your Oshi mark, like triple rock? Oh no, my scroll isn't working. Boo boo boo. I find it absolutely ridiculous how some people, not knowing how VTubers work, try to insult your appearance. Yeah, it's a bit silly. When I run a GM for a random side quest, if players like it, that's the main story I put on hold from. I gotta deal with some stuff. Check your DMs when you get a chance and have a good rest of stream. You will be lurking. Celerity is also lurking. Going to set up work PC I've received from college. My contribution, I go charge for party with rations and water. It makes the days felt even in a small way. I disagree with the rations and water, unless you're doing, again, like a very survival-oriented game, because at some point someone says, oh, I have good berry, rations don't matter. Or they say, oh, well, how many rations do we have? We bought like 12 rations each. Let's just buy 50 and just put them in the bag of holding, and we'll never have to worry about rations again. It's gonna cost like 4 gold, and at this point we're making like dozens, if not hundreds. Giving players a choice in how the travel is good. I sometimes ask if they want the shortest way or a specific route. For travel time, give them choices, and a time pressure can even be a time pressure in one scene, like finding a way across the river before the forest troll gets to you. That is another good point, is you don't have to do these macro choices, you can do micro choices. For one, you are absolute goldmine for D&D and writing voice, and secondly, you do have an amazing voice. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Here's my GM secret. I don't write boss stats. I let the players win if they have a good idea, no matter what, but have the players survive if want them not to die. No accidental TPKs. That is something that I think can work for cinematic bosses and for like Call of Cthulhu narrative style games. For like a D&D game, players would get upset about that. Players want to earn their victory, in my experience. My dysmorphia drastically decreased when I started posing in the mirror. Ooh, nice. Wait, I didn't realize you were trans until you said it now. You know what's the best thing ever? Transfemme muscle mommy. Sorry for saying that, but it's dream. No, literally, my ideal gender is like, well, so technically I am like non-binary femme presenting. I just find transfemme easier, and I'm not sure of that. I might end up committing to transfemme, but I have commitment issues, so I'm not special. Who would have thought? But no, I absolutely go for more of like a tomboy look. I prefer that to like being hyperfem. Which is why it's very funny that my for those of you who are not here for it, my friend, based off of vibes alone, drew this as my wizard Sona. Not based off of my model or anything, but just based off of personality. And like, this is actually fairly femme, though also somewhat androgynous. It's not like hyper femme, it's just like femme presenting. So this is actually like funny because like you see my outfit, like I have big boots, I have elbow gloves and knee highs and like a jacket. So, and I wear a tie, which obviously is not very femme. Tomboy trans muscle mommy. I'm not sure if that's what I want my community calling me, but like, let's be real. It is the ideal gender. Let's be real. Got it, and it's done. Just got to do the funny stuff. Paper version, regular PNG, and all that. Well, thank you, Thomas. And fun fact, unless I have missed anything, this will actually be the first piece of fan art I've gotten. So I will absolutely, if you shoot it to me on Twitter, I will absolutely repost you and probably go wild, because I'll be like, oh my gosh, it's me. My OC's goblin name is 3 Rocks. Rations only matter when weight matters, and weight generally shouldn't matter. I agree. I think that if you want to play a very crunchy game that's very survival oriented, it might be fun. Any other circumstance, just ignore it. That's like counting arrows. Like, who wants to count arrows unless you want a like almost like a survival horror style game? Oh no, Thomas, you got beaten out by AE. AE did a fan art of me. Because what AE did... AE drew this. Which... I mean, it's true. However... Oh, you never knew it was how you kind of thought of... Okay. Okay. Put away A's thing for a moment. I made a freaking short about this. What is this? This is a tie. This is like a weird funky tie, right? Let me just... This is a tie, right? Right? Like, come on. This is obviously just a weird tie that happens to look like one of those things on the end of a backpack. No harness here. And whatever, I do art for fun and good practice. What? I thank you nonetheless. I was mostly teasing with the AE got to it first. Oh, come on, Cut. Okay, I'm gonna execute both of you. I'm gonna ban you from my chat. No, no, I have had concerns it is a collar, or like a not a collar, but like a, because like a collar would just be around the neck, like a choker almost, like a thing that you can like grab and like lead someone by. Not quite a leash, but like I do kind of want to swap it out. In Call of Cthulhu, food is good for a moment of peace when players can just be a moment, not be tortured, unless... No, so I definitely... It's like an auto-locking collar. I went to go grab snacks and I come back and Arrow has a gun now. Well, Arrow always had a gun. Arrow just didn't whip it out until now, because Arrow was asking, is this a tie or a collar? I have been considering swapping it out, because as funny as I think it is for people to be like, wait, is that a collar? I don't want to give off the wrong impression, because like obviously there are people who have very like sexualized models and like very models that are meant to like evoke eroticism, and like obviously collars can be incorporated into that. That is not my goal with this, so I don't necessarily think that is the case. But if I saw a model that had a collar or like a leash or something, and it wasn't like a dog themed VTuber, I would assume it was like something kinky, and that's not something I want with my brand. Just, that's something I'd prefer not to have. So I might end up swapping it out, or I might keep it if it's funny. Like if it's something that chat agrees is like more funny than cringe, I might just keep. Or even if they think it's like cringe and funny, but they don't think it's like weird or like implying anything, I might just keep it because like I think it's like a standard Vroid asset. I didn't even grab it off Booth or anything. The only thing about my model that I quote unquote made is I grabbed the generic jacket texture, I tightened it so it was like more form-fitting, and I made it like what I thought was gold. A bunch of people are calling it like olive colored. You're wholesome and I like it. You have the vibe of a D&D mom. Thank you. I do kind of go for like I think so many people are like, oh yeah, just like call me your mom, haha. Like I would like to have like mom vibes. I could definitely go for like older sister vibes, or like just like older female friend vibes. Although I think it would be very funny to be like, listen, I don't give off mom vibes. I give off stepmom vibes. I'm not your stepmom. I'm your mom who stepped up. I feel like it's I really loved your video with the way they crunched. That is peak horror. It really reminded me of Carlos Viteri from the Magnus Archives. Thank you. I think you're one of like 20 people who watched it. But this is actually a short story that I wrote, and like I've done public readings for it before. And I know a couple authors, and that I got their input on it, like published authors that like I'm not close enough that like I would call them friends or even really like work acquaintances, but like if I shot them an email, it wouldn't be weird. You know, like I've interacted with them in informal settings before. And like they gave me their thoughts on it, and I like the idea of, with the way they crunch, it is psychological horror really stripped down to the bare minimum, right? Because it's about bugs, it's about being able to not find bugs, and it's unclear if it is actually true or not. So I don't know how effective of horror it was, but I wanted something where instead of going, oh, ooga booga, like I just kind of hit you with, well, what if? I'm not sure, you know? So let me bring my model back. Okay, let's go back over to... So this is the... Oh no. Paint, why aren't you loading? Paint! No! Paint doesn't like me. Okay, I will just reopen MS Paint because I want to show you off what well, this is what AE drew for me. I'm assuming over the course of the stream, and I must say it is I do love the vibe. However, am I the only one that gets like Coffin of Andy and Lele vibes from this? Yeah, Def Not Gold. I always thought that was a collar with a zip. No! No, you're not a mom. You are the creepy but fun cousin gal who always plays the fun stuff and does all the things, is older than you and likes you but smells weird. Oh, why do I smell weird? I showered before I stream. Unless you're saying I smell like weed, in which case, like, I do not smoke the wacky tobacco. I want to give off mom vibes while holding a gun at me means you're already halfway there. I hope you mean metaphorically. I hope you mean from, like, the expectations placed upon you, not literally. It's like a mechanical tie. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I thought it was. I thought it was just a really weird tie. Also, the way they crunch is genuinely terrifying. Thank you. I have more horror of that kind of level of... It feels kind of self-aggrandizing to call it subtlety, because it's not really subtle, right? It's just kind of, I'll call it light-handed, it's very, I try to keep any it's very implicit, I'll say, which I guess is kind of subtle, but like, I don't like hyping myself up too much. I think it's good practice to stay hungry and stay humble. Damn, everyone should go watch that now. It was sick. It was so minimalist. I love how nothing really happened. It just kept building suspense stuff. Yeah, and that's what the goal was, is that it is the non-stop cycle of tension with the occasional dip, the occasional release, with the ambiguity of, was that actually a release? Or was that just Culver's inability to figure out what was happening? Do you feel challenged to make fan art of me as a muscle mommy now? I think that would be hilarious. As long as it's not like 18 plus NSFW, full send, I would be honored to be made a muscle mommy. Coffin Arrow Kiss cameo, but like Coffin of Andy and Lele is amazing. Is it? I played the first chapter like back when it was free, and then I didn't play the rest of it. And all I know about it is that like there are certain claims about the game that are not explicitly confirmed, but the creator has leaned into it a lot, and that made fan art of it go wild. But yes, I played the first section. I actually quite enjoyed it. I think that it was very, very quirky. I don't think it was like fantastic or anything, but it was also only the first section. And if the rest of the chapters were free, I definitely would have continued with them, but they weren't, and it didn't interest me. Okay, it did interest me, but something you should know about me, I am like chronically frugal. I am chronically like terrified of spending money because I'm just like a penny pincher. So, like I will have a game that I love that comes out, and I'll like wait a year for it to go on sale before I buy it, even though I spent an entire year like having to dodge spoilers like Neo in the Matrix. To feel the proper mommy vibe, I would need you to beat me up and let us not go there. I mean, I can beat you up if you'd like, but you'd have to beg for it. I think that's the most mommy I've done. You can open it on your phone. Nice. You played it with your sisters. It was not that bad. Ah! Listen. They say incest is wincest. I disagree. Sorry, I had to lean away for a moment. It's a good game that's unfortunately known as the incest game. Well, so like obviously a bunch of people are like, yeah, wincest. But I've also heard the take of like kind of like the fear and hunger route, or like the berserk route of respect to the creator of going that far. Because I don't I'm not like a part of the fandom or anything. I don't think it's explicitly confirmed outside of like all of the very provocative artwork of like promotional material. And as far as I'm aware, like all of the bad stuff in the game is demonstrated as being bad things, like the cannibalism, the murder, all of that. Or I don't know if there is any murder. Well, yeah, there's one, at least in chapter 1. It's all framed as negatives. Like they're not framed as good people for doing it. So it could be like a very Game of Thrones situation where like Jaime and Cersei do similar activities explicitly, and it is kind of like weirdly focused on and like promoted and like how frequently it happens, but it's not glorified, right? And I've not watched or read Game of Thrones, but as far as I'm aware, it's an abusive relationship between Cersei and Jaime, and initially it starts out like where they're both like enthusiastic partners, and then it kind of becomes like Cersei continuously manipulates Jamie into continuing it despite him not really wanting to. Yeah, hot take. That's bad. I am streaming, Delilah. Beg for it. I have bad news. I am asexual, so that won't work for me. Yep. I don't even market that I'm ace, but like, I have so many aces in chat. It's wonderful. Let us. There's only one scene with that, and it was a vision of a potential future. Okay. Okay. Which, and again, it's like, I think it can be presented in a way that does not glorify it, and I think also, given the fact that it's like, oh, they're locked together in a small apartment for, it's either like weeks or months or something, like, it is not like the circumstances conspire that it could be a narrative tool that could be used to demonstrate how bad the situation is. However, the fact that a lot of the promotional, like official promotional art is very provocative and shows all of that stuff and is very cloying and teasing with it makes me think it's less, oh, this is a bad thing and that we're including it to show how bad the situation is, and more of a, this is a bad thing. Wink. This is a thing you don't want your parents finding out you looked at. Wink. You know, like, you're ace too, and you asked me to beg. That is worse if you're asexual. Not that I'm complaining. Listen, you said I would need to beat you up to get muscle mommy art drawn of me. So I was leaning into the muscle mommy archetype of telling you to beg for it. Like, I don't see the problem here. I now bid you. Although I am, the label that I have is that I identify as demi, which is basically I am fully ace. However, there have been a couple people in my life who I have like experienced attraction to, and I very much experienced a lot of attraction to them at those times. So I consider it that I'm like a heat-seeking missile, where I really don't care about that kind of stuff. Like, I'm kind of fine without it most of the time. But then if there's someone in my life who kind of like flips the switch, quite literally turns it on, then I'm like, ding, ding, ding. And that's actually why in high school, I learned how to flip a card in my fingers, and I was flipping the ace of diamonds, because the ace of diamonds is representative of demis. You now bid tomboy muscle mommy villain. Listen, I think I could pull off villain vibes. However, my chat has voted that I am nice. I gave them the options of, do you think I am nice and like sweet and wholesome and kind? Or do you think I am naughty in that I am like mean and like aggressive and threatening? And people voted me as nice, which is like a compliment, I think. Muscle mommy this, tomboy that. When do we get absent father VTuber, disappointed dad streamer that I can relate to? Well, I have him linked in my description. It's called Doug. The reason for that is because he never streams on time, so he's your absentee father. For me, it's actually fully apothesexual, which freaks people out for some reason. Let me double check. Is that like sex repulse? Apothesexual. Yeah, fully repulsed. Vibes. TBH is someone who reached peak tiny muscle mommy status. It's not worth it. The number of weird DMs I get is too much. Listen. I'm trans. Like, I'm already an object of fetishization no matter what I do. So I might as well just be the sort of trans person that can beat you up. I still hold my vote of nice. How dare you? He's not like my real dad. He's also not present. Oh, so he's present, but like emotionally unavailable. Okay, I got you. Ace muscle mommy for the win then. Yeah. Me too, sis. Listen, I understand that I attracted a lot of trans folk because I'm very... Fun fact, the whole reason I put a trans flag on my tie is specifically because I knew that, at least in the beginning of my voice training, but also going up forward, a lot of people would be like, you're just a guy, why are you using a female model? So I kind of wanted to combat that by just kind of like answering the question before it comes up by like trans flag. So at least some of those questions would go away. And then what I did is, I'm not shy about it, so I'll just say like, yeah, I'm trans. Like, my voice is weird because I'm trans. I'm not trying to hide that. I'm still working through it. And I've actually gotten a lot of support for that. Like, I've had people who are like, yo, stop trying to put on a false falsetto. Like, your voice is probably fine. And I was like, well, actually, I'm trans. This isn't like me trying to put on a funny voice. This is me working on training my voice. So I apologize if it's weird. And then, like, they just liked my comment and didn't respond, or like they said like, oh, okay, cool. So I've actually gotten some people commenting on it, and me explaining that I'm trans usually smooths things over. No, like both. He's not there. My dad straight up left. I mean, like relatable. Like, I don't have a very strong relationship with my father, but you don't hear me complaining about it. Yerp. Do I have a Discord server? I do not have a Discord server. You're a fetish before they find out. Do you have a Discord server? I do not. And the long answer, because this is a stream, I can give it a long answer. Ha ha ha. I don't feel capable of properly moderating and keeping it a civil and safe environment, because I would have to go through like finding mods, and I don't think I have that. I also recognize that the longer I wait, the harder it's going to be, because the more people are going to initially enter. So what I think might be fun is I might make a Discord server. We do need an anarchist Discord server. Thank you. I also, for the longest time, I was like, only 10 people are going to join. I don't think it would be very lively. I think it would be kind of dead on arrival. But the more people ask about it, the more I'm like, well, maybe I should get it. So what I think would be very funny, would be to start a Discord server, and you get one general channel and one general voice channel, and then every milestone, like maybe every 1,000 subs, or like maybe like every like X followers on Twitch, I let you guys vote on another channel. So it's like, all right, my announcements are getting lost in the general channel. Let's get an announcements channel where like no one can type but me, and so I can post it. And then like, all right, we want an off-topic channel, so now we get an off-topic channel, but like you have to earn it. I think that would be very funny. I mean, the main reason why I like trans gals is because I like muscular and tall gals. Since I'm ace, the whole trans thing doesn't really matter. Yeah, and that's valid. And I think that's the difference between a chaser and, I would say, like a preference. Because you're like, yeah, I like muscular and tall women. So like trans women tend to be muscular and taller than cis women. So I often find myself attracted to trans women. That's not making it weird and about trans women. That's like, trans women tend to fit your type, so trans women fall into it. So nothing wrong with that, at least to my opinion. You only just realized there's a trans flag on my tie. Yeah, and I tried to keep it subtle, because I'm not quite the sort of queer person who like I try and hide my identity. I'm very like transparent and open about it. However, I'm definitely not I try not to be a very loud person. Even on just my interests, like I'm very quiet about being interested in like TTRPGs and D&D. I'm very shy about talking about being a VTuber and like content creation, even my writing, which is something I've been doing for years. So I'm just a very private person, but I felt this was more for the viewers than it was for me. Just a little indicator that like, yes, I am trans. If you have any questions about my voice, that would probably be why. If you want to know what slurs to call me, here's an itemized list. 2-year anniversary of my dad leaving is coming up in November. I'm going to throw a celebration recording with my friends. It's going to be really funny. I mean, yo, like, I'm not going to speak to what goes on in your family, but my assumption is that there's at least a couple people in your family who are like, no, you should, like, be grateful for the time you had with him and try and reconnect with him. Like, it's been so long. There's a hole in the family. Like, no, if they were a jerk, they're a jerk. They don't deserve your time, attention, or forgiveness. If they left, good riddance. Or maybe if they left, it's not good riddance. Maybe it is painful. But you're not obligated to mend in the cracks of the family by ignoring your own feelings. You know? And I just want you to know that's valid. Transparent. See, I'm just so funny. I don't even do it. Make a Discord server. Don't let anyone send messages. I could just make a Discord server. There's a single channel, and it's just like I would call it the Tumblr ball pit, and it would just be only I can type in it. And I'd throw announcements, and occasionally I would just like type a funny meme I had. Very punny. Itemized list of insults as well. No, like I have people who come in my comment section. They call me slurs. They like post emotes where it's just like angry face, gay flag, crossed out, and then I'm like, yo, you want a hobby, bro? Like, you're on a D&D VTubers comment section, and you're trying to spout anti-queer rhetoric. Like, do you want directions to like the GOP primaries? Like, this is not your avenue, pal. Like, I'm happy to let you spout your nonsense because that just increases engagement for me. But fair warning, you're not going to find a lot of support in this comment section. Keeping it subtle is good. You don't hide it, but not using it as a booster to get political support. Hey, when politicians or celebrities use a minority for fame, but don't need to hide who you are. And yeah, and that's where I'm like, I'm not a huge fan of being outspoken and political and having that be a part of my brand, but I also recognize that it is a fool's errand to try to be a minority in any capacity and not have your channel be politicized. I could never mention I'm trans. I could never mention queer activism. I could never mention political discussion whatsoever, and I would still have people coming in here and saying I was like a woke liberal trying to corrupt the youth, even if I literally never mentioned it. So my thought process is, I don't want to make that my primary brand. I don't want to make that even a secondary or a tertiary topic. However, it's my authentic self, and if you don't like that, you can go screw. But in the same way, if you are the sort of person who is not trans and not queer and not any minority I am, and maybe you're the sort of person who are like, you know, I don't really like those queers. Like, I'm not gonna kick you out of my community just for saying something out of ignorance. And I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people say like, well, obviously this is like a malicious actor. I'm going to keep my community safe and I'm going to kick them out. I think that is the sort of person that comes into a content creator's space, sees that they are a group, and expresses their lack of support towards that group, or confusion or ignorance towards that group, is demonstrating, even unconsciously, that they're at least tangentially willing to learn. Because it's the people who come in and just start calling you slurs that are a lost cause. It's the people who come in and are just like, I don't really get why you choose to be trans. They're the sort of people who don't understand what being trans is. And if they're commenting that on like a D&D content video for a trans creator, they might be willing to listen and learn. And they probably don't want to get lectured. They don't want to get told, you're wrong here, let me change your worldview. But exposure therapy does wonders for ending bigotry. And just the sheer fact of them being to be like, you know, I'm not a huge fan of this transgender stuff, but I know this one like YouTuber who's trans and like they're all right. Like they're not too bad. Like they don't make all this woke nonsense. Like maybe all of them aren't that bad. And then suddenly a bigot turns into someone who's misguided. Right? And I don't think it's my job to like quote unquote convert these people. And it's not my burden to suffer the slings and arrows of bigotry in the hopes that they will put them down and start to talk. However, what I can do is I can make my boundaries very firm and treat them like I treat anyone else. And that is, if you are a jerk, I will kick you out. Being ignorant is adjacent to being a jerk, but it's not necessarily being a jerk. Being malicious is being a jerk. Sorry, I was ranting for a while. My dad literally told me I'm disappointed, so I'm riding this bit till my grave. I lost a barely there, Dad, but gained a joke. Yeah! Wow, that was like deep. I have been trying to fry scream on and off for a couple months. I kind of fell out of it for a while, but I would like to try fry screaming. Oh, before I go back to chat, I want to let y'all know, because I have a pretty sizable audience right now in comparison to my other streams. At some point, and this would be in the medium future, not in the distant future, but definitely not in the soon future, how would y'all feel about like a rap and hip hop karaoke stream, specifically a multicultural one, where like I do like Rap God by Eminem, but I also do like Mass Destruction from Persona, which is like a Japanese one that's an English rap, but it's from Japan. And then like I do like one from like the Wu-Tang Clan, which is like Protect Your Neck. And because I feel like VTuber karaoke streams are very common. I don't know how often rap comes up in that. And specifically, I don't think there's a lot of multicultural stuff, because a lot of stuff is just like, oh, I'll just do a bunch of Japanese covers, and there might be some Japanese rap in that, but it's like pop rap. So I'm kind of curious how y'all would feel about that. And I would like, this would have to be like, I set it for like, oh, this is what we're doing when I hit like 2K. I would have to like figure out a set list that I could do, because I'm not a good singer. I'm not a good rapper. I don't know a lot of these songs by heart. I don't know what the song is, but it's like for the girls and the gays and the kings and the queens getting paid. It was like popular on TikTok. Like that's another one I'd have fun doing. And imagine like I speed through Rap God, and then I like do Mass Destruction from Persona, and then I do like, here's for the girls, for the gays, for the kings and the queens getting paid. It would just be such a whiplash, but it would all be like the same energy almost, even if it's different vibes. Hello. Ooh, voice crack. Hello, friend. You return. The fact that this channel is in your recommended says something about them. I mean, yeah. And I think a lot of times in this, for the bigotry conversation, I imagine, when you interact with comments, when you interact with content to be like, let me go just chatting. When you interact with content to be like, I don't like this, I don't agree with this, or you dislike something, YouTube's more likely to recommend it to you. You engaged with it. It doesn't differentiate between a positive comment or a negative comment or like or a dislike. It's just engagement. Trans icon. You corrupt the youth by not lying to people. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I just kind of live my authentic self. And I think if anyone asks me like, hey, do you have any voice training tips? Or like, hey, I'm thinking about potentially transitioning. Like, do you have any advice for that? That's the sort of stuff where I'll be straight up. I'm a very private person. I'm also I like to think I'm a very cautious person, even if I do give off fairly chaotic vibes. I'd be like, yo, if you're thinking about transitioning and you don't want to pull the plug, you don't want to pull the trigger, don't do it. However, experiment with your friends online who are like, if you have any queer friends or if you have any trans friends, tell them, hey, I'm AMAB, but I'm thinking I might be trans. Could you try referring to me with like they, them pronouns and like not refer to me as masculine pronouns? I want to try that. And then get feminine clothing that would not necessarily that would make you a femboy as opposed to female. because maybe you like femininity, but you still identify as a man. And then the same thing with trans masks, where it's just like, maybe if you're not confident, you're just kind of like considering it, maybe get some male clothing and kind of dress like tomboyish, because the tomboy to trans mask and the femboy to trans femme pipelines are real, but they're not guaranteed. There are men who enjoy dressing like effeminately, but they are like, no, I'm a guy. I'm just like, I'm a twink. I'm a femboy. I'm whatever I feel comfortable describing as, but I was born a man and I will identify as a man. Same with women who express more feminine or more masculinely, or butch, for instance. So my advice would be kind of shift towards that almost like extreme of being cis, and ask some of your more queer supportive friends to refer to you with like they them, kind of neutral, and see how that makes you feel. Because maybe you're like, they them's doing nothing for me, and like I like the attention of like hearing he's so cute, or like she's so masculine, or like she's so like tough. Maybe that's what your ideal is. And I know I kind of like went on a tangent of something that I brought up for no reason, just as a hypothetical, but that's the kind of chat I would have. And that's a far cry from like the conservative fear of like, these transgenders, a kid so much as looks at, like a little boy looks at women's clothing, and these transes are trying to get them on hormones by age 7. Like, that's not how it is. It's express yourself comfortably and figure it out and experiment. And remember, labels are here to service you, not the other way around. Do I have any tips on how to practice writing? Yes. Don't let me forget. I'm going to keep reading other chats. Everyone just bother me after like we finish this line of conversation, because I want to catch up with the chat first. Dang, how do we get to this convo? I thought for like 2 hours. I mean, 2 hours is a long time. As a queer person, ironic queerphobia from queer people is my favorite kind. The gayest chats I'm in are the most homophobic. No. Let queer people say queer slurs. It's so funny. Actually, I'm not looking at anything, so I can just put that here. Oh no, I'm real behind. I've had to sit down and write whatever you'd like. Also trying to start homophobic shit in a D&D VTuber conversations. You are deep in enemy lines, Mike. No, that's what I'm saying. VTuber fans and VTubers are like so queer across the board. And the weirdest thing is that I'm constantly like, man, this VTuber is so cool. Like, man, I could never be as cool as they are. And then I remember they're a VTuber. Like, no matter who the cool kids, no matter who the celebrities of VTubers are, they're still VTubers. And that's a level of humble that I think you have to like recognize, no matter what level you are. Because like, if you're an A-list actor, like unironically, you could probably like, well, not unironically, you probably could. Like, there have been A-list actors who have gotten away with serious crimes, like felonies, because they had enough clout. If you're like an A-list VTuber, like if you're Iron Mouse and you commit a terrible crime, you're going to jail, buddy. D&D people, even the conservatives, play a ton of opposite gender characters. I feel like we can all use the voice training. Voice training is goated. I don't have time. I have so much free time. I do literally nothing else. I just have no motivation. That's tough. And that's another thing I want to come back to, because that's another like conversation. I got the -1 dad, but +5 funny. I'm so like, we are so back. Hi-Fi Rush. During one anime LARP, I played a yandere tomboy Christian girl. I became my own waifu. I want to get a ton of art of her. Valid. That would be so cool. That's not the first time I heard that. For the rap stream, it would have to be really good or really bad, but it has a lot of entertainment potential. No, that's my thing, is that I think it would be really bad. And that's what would make it so fun, is because I don't have experience in like voice training. I don't have experience in singing. I don't have experience in rap. So it would be me raw dogging it. And I think I would fail terribly. And I think that's what would make it fun, is that it's like, I'm trying my best and failing terribly, but it's also how many VTubers are doing that, you know? Like, I know Mori Calliope in HoloLive EN has like rap experience, but I don't know if she does like rap karaoke's often. I know she does like rap in karaoke sometimes, but there's very few VTubers who like rap. They mostly do like J-pop covers. A VTuber tomboy muscle mommy villain rapping in Japanese. We're slowly turning into a list of tags. My toxic trait is that I understand marketing well enough to commit to just the list of tags. Gun. Just write about a character you like, possibly your OC. Write as if it was RP written in a chat, and write it all alone. It's fun. I think that depends on what you want to write. Nah, I'm cooked though. I'm going full MTF. Thanks. Hey, there you go. I'm transgender, but not out. And gender is in fact agenda. Like, we talk about the gay agenda. Where is the transgender? Important note, not all femboys or tomboys are trans, and that's okay. No, that's the thing. Most femboys and tomboys are not trans. And it's a pipeline where a lot of them realize later, like Finster, for instance, was a femboy who realized they were gender fluid, but that's not everyone. It's valid to be like, hey, I'm a masculine woman or a feminine man, or I'm a transgender woman or a transgender man, or I'm a manly man or a feminine woman. Nothing wrong with that either. You can also be androgynous. We love it. In a weird sort of way, or in a weird sort of all or nothing environment, and my MO is just to tell people all the horrible experience of transitioning, and then they say, but boob and soft skin, and if they're still interested, I just drop them a packet of information and resources. It has not failed me. Listen, I might have had the same mindset. Fun fact, I saw someone go down the femboy to trans femme pipeline in person. Like, I was there to see that. Now she's my best friend for almost 10 months. So cute. It's our words. for the slur. I may be the most conservative guy here, and that scares me. No, and that's the thing, is that American conservatism is very different from the international conservatism, because America and the US in particular is extremely right-wing. Our like Bernie Sanders is like a radical leftist in the US, is like kind of left-leaning in the global political spectrum. So anytime you hear like the leftists are trying to ruin America, they're trying to make it more centrist on the global scale. I know an MP3 player, which makes me cool, but I'm a YouTuber, so it balances out. Hey, listen, all things must be balanced. The most popular VTubers are like having the most Pokemon cards in high school. No, I'd say the most Pokemon cards in college, because a lot of people won't care. A lot of people will be aggressive and think you're dumb, but a lot of people will be like, yo, Pokemon! Out here in my skirt being cute and shit, yeah. You're bigender, which also means I'm binary, but also not, but also yes. I can't confuse you. Valid. You are a non-binary expression of the binary. That's valid. She used to do rap karaoke's a lot, but it got listed because copyrighted songs were all. And yeah, and that's the issue with karaoke's, is that, as far as I'm aware, on YouTube at least, if it's live and unarchived, you're usually good to do whatever you want. So long as you're not like ripping their music and using it in your karaoke, you're good to just do whatever you want because it's a live performance. However, if you want to record it, you have to jump through hoops. You have to make sure like, this is not copyright infringement. I have permission from the artist. And like, that's what, I think, is it Cover is the parent company of HoloLive? Because Any Color is Niji Sanji, and then Cover is HoloLive. That's what, like, that's the benefits of being a corpo, is that like you have a parent company with connections and legal teams that can just like reach out to a major publisher and be like, hey, we would like to license your song for a cover. And then like, more often than if you were just like a random indie, you will get a yes. The issue with that is that all my OCs are TTRPG characters, so everything I write about them kind of has to be canonical to the setting. Like, it's way too committal. Also, I'm really trying to do horror. I'm obsessed with the premise of Prairie Madness. That is an issue I ran into with my campaigns because I wrote my world as a D&D setting specifically. And then I went through the realization of my group I'm running for do not roleplay. They don't really pursue the story. I have different expectations than they do. One of them liked role-playing but was very shy, so would never initiate it, but really enjoyed it. So I realized, I saw all of the memes where it's just like, hey, if you just want to tell a story, write a book. So I was like, okay. And then I did it. And this was like back in high school, and I wrote, and I'm not going to get too deep into it, but basically I wrote like 120,000 words across 4 stories, so like 4 40,000 word stories that were each like half finished, and I wanted to continue. Eventually I shelved them because I knew I was not going to be able to continue them. I was like, I want to come back to these when I'm a stronger writer. I recognize I am in high school right now. These are the stories I want to tell, like, not quite my magnum opus, because I don't necessarily believe in a magnum opus, but these are the stories that like I want to represent with my best work, and I cannot provide that now. So then what I did is that when I was writing my stories for that world, I was trying to incorporate all this D&D stuff. And over the many years since then, I have divorced my setting further and further from D&D to make it more and more my own. And what I do is I just keep my setting exactly how I want it, right? And then anytime I run it for D&D, I just add back in all the stuff I took out. My setting has no Dragonborn, and like dragons are basically unheard of, and like tieflings are super, super rare. But if we're playing in my world, I'll just add in the tieflings and the Dragonborn and the dragons. Like, ain't no thing. Transitioning on an overseas deployment was a very silly time to not recommend. Ooh, that sounds rough. I'm watching while working on my first YouTube video I'm going to be posting. I've been revamping my whole channel design and stuff. Ooh, very fun, very fun. Expect your first channel, your first video not to do well. Not just because you don't have an audience, but also because YouTube doesn't know who to recommend you to. YouTube will take a while to figure out what your niche is and who your audience is, so be prepared for that. Also, I would recommend focus on pacing and audio quality over visual stimulus and chasing trends. It doesn't matter how cool your visuals are or what the content of your video is really. If you have a crunchy mic and if you're super slow pacing, like, people will just tune out. So best of luck though. In Poland, what we consider left and right are very different from what the US thinks. Yeah. Poland also banned communism and fascism because history, so we tend to be very centrist, and everything that isn't centrist to us is extreme. Checks out. Most amount of cards, I turn to my right and look at 10k cards. Clover, yes. Corpo Cyberpunk buzzword. Sister is Corpo, like we were in Night City. Oh, Sister says Corpo. I mean, so this is an explanation. For those of you who are not VTuber fans, generally there are a couple, well, there are a lot of corporations, but there are a couple big corporations. And like Hololive, Niji Sanji, VShojo, and if you join them as a VTuber, you generally have to go through interviews, application processes. It is like joining a job, right? You are joining an entertainment agency as a performer and an entertainer. And these are called Corpo VTubers because you're joining a corporation. And then anyone outside of that is generally considered an indie because you're not a part of a corporation. Yes, Arasaka. Corpo Concret. Suit Chrome. I'll keep saying buzzwords. I'm gonna Chrome. I don't know what that means at this point. Put me in the campaign, coach, please. Same. Makes me want to make a Cyberpunk campaign. Darn. The lore of V in Cyberpunk 2077 came from my head canon is that she's me, but I decided all of my Chrome must be female and turned full female, but without genitalia, so my V is my gender goal. Valid. Yeah, divorce. That's what my parents did after my birth. Yeah. Ooh, my voice. Ooh. Hurts my throat. Yeah, I mean, that's what sucks, is that you always get like sick as hell ideas when you just start something and you know your skills are ass. Yeah, and that's why I've been working on it for many, many years. And even the times where I wasn't writing, when I was running games, or even now when I'm making videos, I'm still working on storytelling. I'm still working on not just editing, because written word, the editing of the written word and the editing of the visual medium are distinct yet related disciplines. I am still learning, and I'm in that creative headspace. I'm very much creatively drained a lot of the time because I'm spending all of my time on videos and scripts and streaming, but I'm still creatively charged. I'm still creatively empowered, and I'm still learning new things in the creative process, even if it is in a strictly prose sense. And like, I've been playing around with like rap verses, specifically diss tracks, because I thought it would be fun the other day. So that's just kind of a level of lyricism, which I've heard a couple times that readers can always tell when someone writing prose is a poet, because just the way they describe things. And I've gotten that a couple times, where just like the way I describe things tends to be very like lyrical. So I'm hoping that I can keep up the sort of momentum of these like diss tracks and rap verses, and then eventually keep that musicality and imprint it into my writing, you know? Even if I haven't been writing recently, though. I did get in a writing mood recently, earlier today, because I was watching a video talking about how bad a series was, and I was like, I want to edit my manuscript. And then I had to stream later, and then now I'm probably going to be creatively tapped after this, but I have had so much fun so far. My content is mainly going to focus on immersing someone in a world of short little stories. That sounds awesome. That's what I wanted to do, actually. I wrote a couple like 1 to 2 page long Warhammer 40k vignettes, and I was like, what if I just release these as like little snippets, like as a epistolary story of related but not directly feeding into one another short stories. So I think that's awesome. Just be aware. I have found, even with an audience that is in a creative space, like I give writing advice, I give D&D advice, I give TTRPG advice. I have found very little success in non-TTRPG content, even if it is creatively related. Even if it's writing advice, it still doesn't perform as well. So be prepared for that. It's a bit of a tougher nut to crack. Yeah, and Atlark is right. It's okay to write a short story just outlining your idea and then leaving it. No problem with that, as long as you get it down. For real, voice training, doing good. Took me a while to get to the same point. Yeah. I kind of want to do a full voice training just for RPGs, TTRPGs, and LARP. People put too much stock in voice acting, and I think this might be the Matt Mercer effect. Like, the Matt Mercer effect of players being like, why aren't you Matt Mercer? Why can't you tell an awesome story, huh? Like, I think that's only half the story. I think another half of the story is people conflating voice acting with role-playing, because... I'm sorry, be gone. Actually, I can just do what I did before. Minimize. Back to main. Boop. People think RP equals VA. This is not true. Like, at all. Like, this is not even true in the case of like, yeah, well, VA is a really important part. Like, no. You can have... I've had some of the most impactful, gut-punching, riveting, and engaging moments with zero voice acting. Because voice acting is set dressing. It is icing on the cake of of role playing. So in RP, you need to have consistency, and sometimes a lack of consistency, which I would say should not be really more than like 80-20, because if you're too inconsistent, then it's just it doesn't matter. You need you need intentionality. You need to make conscious choices that make sense, that are consistent with your character, that line up with your character's motivations. And also, because this is a live actual play, in real time improv story, you need compatibility. I cannot tell you how many people are like, I'm gonna play George McCloudman, and George McCloudman is a rogue, and his family all died, so he's an orphan, and then he joined the Thieves Guild, and at 8 years old, he became the right hand because he had to kill every single day, and he doesn't trust anyone, and if you get on his bad side, he's gonna kill you. And then it's like, okay, well, we're trying to go like help out Atlark's parent who got kidnapped by kobolds. George McCloudman, are you gonna help? He's like, no, I'm gonna go investigate the dragon who killed my parents. It's like, okay, this is a group game, yes, and it can be fun to have a character that strikes off on their own, but again, this is like 80-20. You want 80% of the time to just go with the flow of the group. You want 20% of the time to like break that and like have conflict. Then you also need to just, I'm gonna say something. It's gonna upset you. You need to be interesting. I'm not gonna name names, but at least half of you, I'm sure, have played a character who you had your motivation. You tried to be compatible. You had intentionality. You were like making choices. You were consistent. Your character was not interesting. They were like, oh, you're playing a character who is very shy but also sweet and has a good heart, despite the fact that they've had a hard life. Not very interesting. Like, it's been done before. You can do it well, but you're gonna have a higher floor of just kind of people checking out the more trod in the tropes you play are, right? And I think a lot of time it's not even people like you guys who want to RP, who want to be interesting, who want intentionality and whatever. It's the people who are playing George McCloudman. George McCloudman is not interesting. George McCloudman, let me do VA up here, down here, because another thing that RP does not equal, backstory does not equal role-playing. A lot of people write a book for their backstory, and then in terms of improv and compatibility and intentionality and motivation, they got zip. a backstory a good character does not make. Backstory can be interesting if you give seeds and hooks for the DM to mine into, but I'm not gonna lie, most of the time, it's not interesting. It's just a list of facts and events and lore for your character. Oh wait, Mokoko raps? Interesting. Sorry, my chat zoomed away. Also, all the like, just write a book people don't account. RP would have to meet my group of voice actor kids, writers, and role players where we skip 50% of the mechanics for roleplay. Yeah, really struggling to get voice training. I wish there was just a way list of things to do exactly. Voice training is one of the most complicated parts of feminizing, transitioning. And unfortunately, it's also one of the biggest indicators of whether or not you're going to pass. If you don't sound feminine enough, it doesn't matter how you look. People are going to like clock you as mask or AMAB, and they're going to probably gender you as mask. It's a matter of practice. It's a matter of look up what resonance is. Look up the difference between getting pitch and resonance right. And also, it's a matter of talking to yourself consistently. I did this mostly for content creation, but I don't talk to a lot of people very often. I don't work my voice a lot. However, with content creation, I started yapping to myself. I started speaking through how I would say something on stream so that I would be prepared for it. And inadvertently, when I'm constantly making the effort of, oh, let me make sure I have my resonance right. Let me make sure I'm having a bit more breathiness to it so it's a bit lighter. Then I'm accidentally training my voice training because I'm training for content creation. Kind of double whammy. Same thing with like how with the recordings for my content creation, I accidentally recorded my journey. So I'm saying all of that from an accidental perspective, but you can do it just as well intentionally. It's just a matter of practicing. Patrick Rothfuss, my apologies, has great prose. I just hate waiting a decade for a sequel. You're never getting the third book. I have not read Name of the Wind, but I have heard that he wrote himself into a corner. He needs 4 books, not 3. And the stress of that, he just keeps kicking it. And then people keep asking about it, and he keeps being nasty to his audience. And he's alienated his fan base. Borehammer 40k. How you went to school and fighting a monster for Call of Cthulhu strongly advises for it. So most of our players won't complain. With voice acting and role playing, it's not really about how many voices you can do. It's about how to convey emotion. Yes. Voicing the characters and going full into RP is a blast, though. The VA work does not need to be just different from the OC voice. I disagree. I think you can have a voice that's extremely similar to your out of character voice, and it's more about intonation and intentionality and what word choice you use. If I am someone who I'm a very eloquent person naturally, and I enunciate very well, I can speak in the same way, just kind of slur my speech a little bit and say a little quicker, a little bit faster, and I can give out a totally different vibe doing the exact same voice, even though I haven't really changed anything. It's the way I'm speaking, and you could consider that voice acting, but it's not really changing your voice. It's really just changing what words you use, how you say it. Not really too fancy, like nothing about it. And that's an example of where is the line between voice acting and role playing, because that's something where that's intentionality. That's, you made an intentional choice for your character, and if you keep it consistent, if you hear on the radio a voice that kind of sounds like this, and I'm going to give you coordinates, I'm not going to tell you who I am, you can still tell who they are, and that's good a lot of the time. One of the most identifiable characters I have ever run is as a storytelling player character, or a storyteller non-player character, whatever it is in World of Darkness, a kindred who every time he entered the room, I would describe how even before he enters, you can smell the cloud of Axe body spray clinging to him like a stink, like a cartoon stink cloud. And he has a very nice, well-pressed, a very cheap suit that is finely pressed, like it just came off from the dry cleaners. He has super polished shoes. He has hair that has more gel than strands of hair, like slicking it back. And he gives off the vibes of someone who does not have the means to be impressive, yet is trying his best to be impressive nonetheless. And every time I would start describing, you smell Axe body spray, the coterie would immediately pick up, oh, it's this guy. And he was an enemy. He was a minor antagonist that accidentally kept coming up. And then the party hated him, but they always knew who he was. And I could just say, like, we're gonna pan the camera away to a car filled with the smell of Axe body spray. That I could leave it at that and continue with the scene, and the parties would be like, oh, it's Caster. One of my most emotional moments in RP was finding out my silly dogman paladin named Gluhar was using a fake voice and had a contract with evil forces. That moment was possible by a swap to a serious and real voice, not one I was making, but his real voice, not mine. No, and that's the thing is that in that same vampire game I was running, I would constantly wear sunglasses in the sessions. We were playing virtually, but I would wear sunglasses at all time, and we're playing this at like 10 p.m. or later, but I wear sunglasses. So it just gives off this level of disconnect between me and the party. I'd bring out one of their touchstones, which is basically think like a D&D bond, like who is someone that's important to you, but it has mechanical import. Like it is your tether to humanity. One of their bonds was like their child nephew, and their child nephew interacted with them. And literally all I did is I removed my sunglasses. But you would not believe how impactful seeing my eyes as I did puppy dog eyes, when most of the time they could not see my eyes, was. Because there's a thing in character design where if someone's face is obscured, they give off mysterious like vibes, and they give off like a mystery. So if you have a face and it's like they're wearing a bandana and like maybe like a wide brim hat, like Hecate from Hades 2 comes to mind. Meanwhile, if you have someone who's just like kind of like they've just got like a full helmet that like looks like a ghost almost. This is my attempt at a stormtrooper. They're going to be extremely dehumanized. And then if you have someone where it's just like all they have is like sunglasses, you might not trust them because you can't see their eyes, but it's not nearly as bad as something like this or this. So the idea of I'm a game master, I'm a storyteller, and you can't see my eyes. That's just an instinctual thing in character design that leads someone to not be trusted. And then I take it off and basically do the pleading emoji because I'm playing a child. Heartbreaker, let me tell you. I play all of my female characters with my masculine voice, and people say I sell characters very well and can feel the character from just one conversation, but I do a lot of detailed descriptions. Yeah, and that's another way of doing it. I mean, also, if you want to start voice training just for RP, that is extremely valid, and your party will probably really appreciate the effort. Yeah, exactly. Mic drop. Oh my gosh, this keeps zooming. What? I need to be interesting, but I'm supposed to be filled with, I'm supposed to be the filling of plain white toast bread. I play a boring character, and they are now a super important OC villain. See, that's the thing. Quote unquote. Boring. Not equal. Boring. You know? Like, oh, yeah, don't mind me. I'm just a lawful good paladin that wants to like smite the wicked and help the poor. Don't mind me. And then like 6 sessions later, you find out that the paladin has a 0 tolerance policy for orcs, and like will do words that I'm not allowed to say on YouTube to like exterminate their culture. Is that lawful good? Is that something a paladin should be doing? Is that boring? No. The moral ramifications of a paragon hero who thinks they can do no wrong and then proceeds to do incredible evil is an incredibly complex character that looks boring at its face. A boring character would be, I'm a lawful good paladin, I want to help the weak and smite evil. oh, you did something mean to me, I'm gonna forgive you because I'm a one-note character, you know? Has to roll for every coherent sentence and is stupid enough that he falls for every trick and con, but strong and beefy enough to maybe survive long enough to realize maybe the mage attacking me is not friend. But I love lore, my players love lore, so I should dismiss your accusation that backstory doesn't matter. Backstory only matters if the group is a backstory-heavy game. I am not a big backstory person. Even when I write like characters for my novels or for my short stories, I really care more about what's the present, what's the future, what's the motivation, what is the current state of them. I have a general outline of their backstory. I don't care too much. That's really a personal preference thing. But a lot of people conflate backstory with personality. A resonance cascade. For voice training, I just read books into a mic till the playback stopped, making me want to puke. IDK how much the official stuff, but it worked for me. I want to believe Name of the Wind 3 will be real. It won't. I'm sorry, you're coping. Cope and seed. My voice technique is teaching me well. Blessing this man for helping me sound passing. I don't think you've heard my femme voice. It's okay until I actually start transitioning. But intonation and word choice is still a big part of voice acting. Ad-libbing is a huge skill. Yeah, and that's why I said it's not voice acting, but a lot of people think voice acting is putting on a voice like this, or maybe doing an accent like this. And that's why the shorthand of role-playing is not voice acting is extremely useful. And then anyone who's one or two steps down the voice acting route will understand that does not apply to them. That's kind of like the same way of show, don't tell. Said is dead. Those are all things where if you're like an absolute greenhorn beginner writer, listen to that because it will help develop you to be like a level 1 or a level 2 writer. And then you realize, well, no, said is invisible. I should be using said more often. Or sometimes you need to show, and sometimes show is faster than tell. You don't need to tell everything. Sometimes my characters speak very specific and precise words. Others make every speech poem. Well, some I play by assuming a pose and people know who it is each time. The pose is what sells it. You really gave your party PTSD from the smell of Axe body spray. You can draw a little cute cat on your whiteboard. Of course. Now that's... boop, 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 boop. Let's do... This is Cute Cat. I hope you enjoy. My apologies for my art skills. Although, pointing you back to my other stream earlier in the week where I played 100 Asian cats. Your pretty eyes. Don't show puppy eyes to your female characters. They'll hug you so hard you'll become goop. Boning was written. Lawful racist paladin. Yes, that is a quote-unquote boring character that will only come up if that target demographic comes up. And obviously that's something, make sure the party is comfortable with it. One of my most fun characters to play was socially a rogue who wanted real friends that she could trust, and it made her easily manipulated. Yep. I love doing the opposite of your paladin idea. I made a character that gives us strong twist villain vibes, but they never twist. They just always give us the vibe. You know, like constantly scheming, constantly like, like just like back to the party, like flipping their fingers together maniacally. Voice impression does not equal voice acting. Yes. I think one of my favorite ways to convey a character other than the way they speak is the way they walk, the expression they use. That is a fantastic point to bring up. Description is more than just the auditory. And I think a lot of people hyper-focus on the visual, but a lot more people, with their characters, they're like, yeah, I wear a leather jacket and I have ripped leather, I have ripped jeans, and I wear a bandana that says hot stuff. And that's my character's description. But then they don't say anything about, like, how do they walk? How do they sit down? When they're standing in a room, do they lean against the back wall? Are they front and center? Are they in your face? Are they hidden behind their friends? Cat 808 from Hi-Fi Rush is a Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah, when I was watching a streamer play the first section of it, I saw 808 and like 808's cute. It's small. It's hacker. Expression of peppermint. Little tiny things that someone can hear and know exactly what character it is from just one detail. Cat, yep. Yeah, I had a character who, the only distinguishing character about the characterization of them was that they said, "You see?" at the end of like every other sentence. So it'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. What do you think's going on? You see?" "Oh, it was merfolk. You see? Well, I think we gotta run them back to the river. Never know when we might be able to run the river dry. See?" And like just that little bit, like no voice, no anything, maybe a little bit of like a New Jersey, like New York accent, full personality right from that. Party's picked up on it. That is the cutest cat I've ever seen. I may need to give you a gift. Oh, thank you. It's really just like a little scribble. I think I don't even think I like erased any lines when I did that. I might have done the very first line twice, but also I need your help making a character for an ancient Greece themed campaign, playing a love-struck servant of Persephone. Should I play wizard, necromancer, or warlock of undead? So my suggestion with that is, no, you guys seem to like the cat. I'll spare the cat. Yeah, I'll just leave the cat. Congrats, cat. So, Greek myth, in case you didn't know, at its best, it is messy, because what we think of as Greek myth is actually like, what we think of Greek myth is the same that we think of like the medieval Europe kind of deal, where it's just an amalgam of like hundreds of years of history and culture, often of whom were very disparate from one another geographically and culturally, and also had a very high amount of like secret societies and cults of different regions and organizations were very popular. So it's actually funny because the myth of Persephone and Hades is actually, in the old version, it is kidnap. Right, it's the classic like Hades kidnaps Persephone. She is missing. She's trapped down there. She eats pomegranate seeds. She then is finally let go after Hades is threatened, but then she has to come down because of the rules in the underworld. Later interpretations are that it was more of a whisking away, almost like a romanticization. Romanticization. I don't know how to spell that. But it's funny because most of the other deities got the opposite treatment, where as time progresses, the myth of Medusa is that she's like protected by, I think it's Athena. One of the like the virgin goddesses is protected, and I think it's because Poseidon is like harassing her or whatever. But then as time progresses, what it becomes is that it is Poseidon is the instigator and like does bad stuff in a temple, which should not happen, and then Medusa is blamed for it by the virgin goddess and is cursed. So it's funny because Hades and Persephone got a glow up over time, but most other deities got a downgrade where they were villainized, because I believe it's the theurgy, or I might just be thinking of Persona with this, but the most comprehensive text of Greek myth we have is from after most of the time periods, and it was written by someone who had a very anti-establishmentarian bias. So obviously, gods being the highest authority, they wanted to villainize them. So they only included the tellings of the myth that were villainous. So basically, all of that is to say, choose if you want it to be more romanticized or more kidnapped, because then I would say romanticization is more like, I get my powers from you. I get my powers. If you're playing Persephone, you get it from the loved one. If you're playing the child of Hades and Persephone, just play as Melinoe from Hades 2. But the idea of like, I'm granted my powers from, or my knowledge from my parents or from my lover or whoever. If it's the kidnap, then I would definitely go, I am forced into this. And I might even go like a sorcerer. Like if you want, like you're infused with it, or like warlock, where you were forced to take this pact when you ate the pomegranate seeds, or that you're trapped to the underworld. So you definitely got some variation. A lot of my games are in person, or at least have webcams, so I'm often standing. Yep. Another interesting way to convey a character simply through vocal text instead of voice. Simply just never using contractions will majority show how a character feels. Yeah, and that's something where be careful not to step into big wordism, where as an erudite scholar of the eloquent arcane arts, I refuse to use such imbecilic syllables such as contractions. Like, one that's hard, one that's hard to maintain in the moment unless you really, really practice it. And two, it's just kind of pompous and pretentious, and it gets old quick, you know? Like, that's something where, that's like step one. That is more distinct than just speaking normally. However, like, everyone's gonna be like, bro, just tell me what you're thinking. Like, both in character and out of character, they'll get tired of it fast. Something I love doing, giving my characters a very powerful rule. Like, I have one Asimar Warlock, Lawful Evil, with a rule that she must kill anything hellish. Yeah, rip. I have one constant I have in characters. I always bully the mages. Do that sometimes. I have a Necromancer with a rule that she only raises zombies and skeletons if they consent while alive. That's nice. I've not been drinking enough water. Normally, I take a bathroom break 2 hours in because I drink like at least half a liter of water. I'm not even half a liter in, and it's been like 3.5 hours. I might be killing my voice. Let me double check something real quick. Boop, boop, boop. Asmar, you described. She's an orphanage, loved kids with zero twists, but her single goal of existence is to destroy the world. She's a warlock, born to the Overgod, who was done with the entire D&D multiverse, etc. to metagame at the end of the world. The GM is more fun than us in that game. You've told me about this in the comments section before. That's metal as hell. Yep. I got a question. I want to rewrite lore of a game for finishing up my series on Resident Evil 8. I hated how they treated the story of Ethan, so through drawings and editing, I want to change the lore. Bad idea. No, that's fanfiction. Like, post that to AO3, post that to, I don't know if fanfiction.net is still popular, but like, engage with the fandom. The fandom fandoms love that kind of stuff. DM just sends anything after us, we win, and he's like, I don't know what I expected. Here's more OP stuff. Yep. That's how I am, but I also give my party OP stuff. You must go to eat. Fun chatting with you as always. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Wasn't the anti-establishment guy, he wrote Medea, didn't he? I wouldn't know off the top of my head. If you're... Because I'm trying to think... Is it Euripides? Who wrote a lot of the plays that were... like women oriented, that had like women in them. No, he's the one where a lot of his work was actually survived. Hello again. Never tell the Asmar she's Melitor, she'll kill you. She's based on biblical angels. Big wordism has its place still, depends on the group. Yeah, big wordism isn't bad. However, a lot of people, when they're developing their role-playing, I've found, if they're playing a intelligent character, they default to like big wordism, or when writing, they default to big wordism. And not only is it hard to... Oh no, so Euripides is the one who wrote a bunch of female characters, and Euripides wrote Medea. Yeah, big wordism is fine as a stepping stone, and when used as a tool in your arsenal, it is less fine when it is an entire character. Like a character who devolves into big wordism, but otherwise is like pretty tame and is pretty good about like reading the room and being intelligent in a non-obtuse way, demonstrates that they aren't socially apt without being obtuse. Euripides, that's the name. Also, the myth of Medusa is that she got down and dirty in Athena's temple, I think with Poseidon. That's the version of the... Well, no, so the version by the anti-establishmentarian guy, I don't know if that's quite Euripides, but it was actually non-consensual. In the retelling, the later one, it was Poseidon forced himself upon her in a temple, I believe of Athena, like you said, and then as punishment for that happening to her, she was being victim blamed, she was cursed. Meanwhile, in a previous interpretation, I believe it was that like the non-consent still happened. It was still forced upon her, or it was going to happen, but then it was an act of mercy from Athena to protect her from men. Is that like now anyone you look at, anyone who looks upon you will be turned to stone as an act of protection. Meanwhile, in the retelling, it is you're being punished for being punished by, or you're being punished for being the victim of the god. Look at how petty and incoherent the gods are. And I think a similar thing happened with Arachne, where in the original tellings, it was like Arachne was boastful and was saying that she was better than the gods, and then had a contest with Athena, and then like was turned into a spider because she won. And then in later tellings, it was Arachne was she was just a really, really good seamstress, and she was so renowned that other people started comparing her to the gods. And Athena, in a jealous rage, forced her to become a spider as punishment. And like it's the same beginning and the same ending, but a completely different methodology that completely shapes how the author of that myth wants you to view the gods. It's actually really interesting. The sun is starting to rise outside. I haven't got a wink of sleep. Go to bed, Thomas. And if you end up making any fan fiction or fan art of me and you post it on Twitter, just at me, I will absolutely repost you. And I'll probably save it. Because I have a big head. Like I mentioned, I'm an anime girl. Scribble HUD and Royal Road are more popular than fanfiction these days, an archive of our own. I heard Royal Road. I thought that was more for like you can get commissions and it's mostly original work. How do I suggest treating very weird rules in a setting for a TTRPG? My own example is a setting where the god of life was killed, so the god of death has to shoulder the workload. Interesting. I'll get back to that. I have a couple things I need to get back to. I might just talk about these next stream. The DM gives us like a stick and we raw in a way that gives us like OP. So he gives us an NPC that can give us any canon artifact for 1 gold. I think it shows how OP we've become. Nice. Off note, if you want some fantastic character writing, check out Joe Abercrombie. I'm too ready for his first adaptation to come up. Is Joe Abercrombie Wizard Cop, Wizard Detective? Why am I thinking Magnus Carlsen? That's a chess player. Thinking of Magnus Archives. Don't tell me. I can think of it. I might be thinking of the wrong thing. Okay, you can tell me. I can't remember. Okay, real quick. The reason I actually set my stream to start at 7. I kicked it back 15 minutes because I needed to eat. I am now starting to feel a little funky because I think I have not eaten enough today. So I'm going to quick. Oh, Blade itself, Investor of Cold, and a little hatred. Okay, I've heard very good things about those. I was thinking of not Joe Abercrombie. See, the issue is like I've watched a lot of like booktube and authortube, and I've seen a lot of authors interviews, and I always mix them up together when I haven't read their stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat food real quick. I'm just gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna get some sugar in me. I will not be doing Duolingo this time. I know that is a concern of my audience at this point because of past streams. I'm gonna be gone in a couple minutes. My apologies. I need food. Remember all of the things that I want to talk about, so I can talk about them when I get back. And hello. I've heard goated things about Lies of Lockamore. I recommend, even though I have not read it. Hi everyone. Sorry about the delay. I no longer feel tingles in my leg nor faint in my head. Yeah, I've heard nothing but fantastic things about it. Like, I know at least one content creator, Murphy Napier, is like very well read, and it's like her favorite. I don't think it's her favorite book series, but I think it's one of her like favorite fantasy series. Oh, was that a water thing? I thought that was like a calorie thing or like a sugar thing. As you can hear, my voice is a little bit silly right now. I think I definitely have not been drinking enough water. Something I did think would be fun would be because I'm like a writing themed VTuber, getting some kind of book club going, because I have a bunch of books I want to read, but I'm constantly distracted by other things and like content creation or writing of my own or video games, and I just don't have time in the day. But if I had like a book club or like a reading group, I think that might be really fun to kind of all keep ourselves accountable. And like, I see some great recommendations here. I mean, yeah, it was probably dehydration because, again, I drinking like a half liter of water over the course of like 3.5 to 4 hours, and I was talking the entire time. And it's not hot where I'm at, but like it's warm. It's 5 a.m., but I feel like I want to hear more of your voice reading and comments. Oh, thank you. What you could do is, this is a YouTube stream. It will automatically get archived. So you could just tap out now and then pull this back up later. And which, speaking of later, I might be wrapping up within the next half hour, depending on how things go, because then we'll be hitting 4 hours. And we'll have to see how my voice is. Because I think you can already hear it's a little bit different. You love a book club, but we need that Discord. Ugh. And yeah, for anyone wondering, my Twitch streams, my very first Twitch stream, I didn't click a setting, so it didn't save, which is a bit disappointing. But they save for like 7 days for non-affiliates, and I'm gonna hit affiliate hopefully soon. And I think it's up to like a month for partners, which is way far away, if ever. So I have already uploaded to YouTube the 2 streams from yesterday and then also Sunday. But they are currently private. I don't know if I want to upload them to like an unlisted playlist so that people can watch them, but it doesn't clog the videos feed, or if I just post them normally and I kind of take the hit to the algorithm. You miss being in book clubs back in school? 2 of your closest friends are away until next weekend. I feel alone. One of them is a very masculine girl, and you make me miss her less. Aww. The distinction for me is that Lockmore is more standalone, while the Joe Abercrombie stuff is like delivering things hinted at in book 1 and book 10. Yeah, Joe Abercrombie books are a series of connected stories. It feels, from what I've heard, The Lies of Lockamore is a series of mostly self-contained stories following the same characters in a general plot line, but it's fundamentally like book 1 has book 1 stuff, book 2 has book 2 stuff. Aw, my avatar resembles her a bit. do have to say, since I started watching you a few months ago, your voice is definitely softer and more fun. Yeah, and that's why. Shut up, Alec. That's why I was saying it's so nice to record your journeys, because I would say I'm more femme than even a few weeks ago, which in and of itself was lighter than a few weeks before that, and so on and so forth. A little bit of that is that I got an EQ, a voice equalizer, and I use that on OBS now. But a large part of it is just my resting voice a lot of the time when I'm speaking is at a slightly higher register, and that's the goal, right? It's to have a higher voice without needing to strain for it. Lies of Lockamora is 2 trilogies. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, like for instance, I think a great first one. How many of you have? Oh, shush now, Atlark. You're trying to make me blush. How many of you have read a book called, or sorry, a novella called Murderbot? I believe the first novella is All Systems Red. Oh, okay. Joe Abercrombie's is the 2 trilogies. Got it. Calm down, Outlark, or else you'll have a bigger head than I have. Yeah, so the Murderbot trilogy is I believe, a trilogy of novellas, and then it goes into full-length novels following a character called Murderbot, who is basically a private security like robot with a little bit of flesh. I didn't say you made me blush. I said that you were going to make me blush. Let me just... There. The Murderbot, I think it's Murderbot Diaries, is a series of novellas and then some novels following Murderbot, who is a security robot, but is very autistic coded, is very socially anxious coded, is very human, and has human interests and human desires despite being a robot. And the entire first novella, which I read, is about a scientific expedition in the sci-fi world where Murderbot is brought on, and Murderbot has things like it. They have a mask that they wear, and so someone will be like, "Hey, you're gonna go do this thing. You should bring Murderbot along. Maybe they can help you out." And Murderbot will have a viscerally terrified reaction at the idea of social interaction. But then one time, they forgot to have their mask on, so they had this visceral reaction to someone just suggesting to spending time together on a mission, and then they felt incredibly self-conscious over it, and then they felt like now they put their mission in jeopardy because their social anxiety is getting in the way of their work. And the one goal they have, their main goal, is to lie in their recharging chamber, which is basically their bed, and watch soap operas and sitcoms. That is their main goal. And it's such a fun and quirky look at artificial intelligence. Plus it's a novella, so it's super easy to get through. That might be really fun to set up a Discord as woe betide me. And then just kind of start with something like that, because a novella is something that give it a month and basically no one who actually is committed to reading it is going to be unable to finish it, because a novella you can generally finish in a day or two, depending on how long it is. God, they're just like me for real. True. I see you talk about books. I real Lovecraft, Warhammer, and philosophy and theology. Am I funny? I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, earlier in the year, I listened to an audiobook of Wayne June, who is the narrator in Darkest Dungeon, read through Call of Cthulhu. If you're talking about Warhammer 40k, I read Infinite and the Divine like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Well, it would either be a year and a half ago or 2.5 years ago. I think it was 2.5 years ago. And philosophy and theology, I'm really not good about reading like, oh, I'll just sit down and read Plato's Republic. Like, I think that those are very important reads, but that's too dense for me. Like, I have too many other things going on in my life. But like, I love philosophical and even theological discussions, so you fit in. Warhammer scares me. I feel like if I delve in, I'll never make it out. See, that's why I didn't want to get into it for a while. Then I started watching the Adeptus Ridiculous podcast for like a couple years, and then I met some guys who were into Warhammer, so then I kind of like started flirting with the idea of playing. And I read Infinite and the Divine. I've listened to a bunch of like lore about it, and then I've been playing with these guys on and off, but like for a while, it's pretty consistently for like months now. I started with a Chaos Space Marine army because I love Alpha Legion so much, and now I've been doing a Tyranid army specifically because one of the guys I'm playing with got the Leviathan box set. But he wasn't really using his Tyranids, so he sold them to me for like $100, $120, which, if you know anything about Warhammer and the price of minis, that's really good. Yo, Adric! Well, yeah, if you want to know all of the lore of Warhammer, just read the Dune books and make it less coherent, way more grimdark and edgy, and then steal a little bit from all of the other popular sci-fi. I really like Lancer's setting because it really just is Warhammer, but like less depressing. Definitely way less stuff I'm in there though. Well, yeah, because it's a smaller property. I think it's more recent of a property. I think it's only like under a decade old from what I'm aware. But that's kind of why I love Dark Souls setting so much more than I love Berserk's setting, because the way I describe it is that like Dark Souls setting is just Berserk setting, but like in the Fantasia arc, just without all of like the non-consensual eggplant emoji. And that's something that I'm very uncomfortable with. So if you watch the Berserk video I made somewhat recently, you would know that like I watched the 90s anime. I've watched someone do like a whole read along of the entire series, but like I don't have any intention to read it specifically because I know it has a lot that would make me uncomfortable. But Dark Souls has a lot of the same stuff without that one particular topic, at least not in anywhere that is comprehensible. Because if you know Dark Souls, you know the lore completely wicked. Favorite in Warhammer 40k, Sororitas, Lorgar, Fulgrim, Mechanicus. I've heard good things about Lorgar and Fulgrim as the books. I got to the point where on one of my deployment where I started nabbing books from my chaplain to pass time. There are spiritual Christian stuff, not my thing, but meh. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. They're on the list. I've been on an indie web novel kick as of late. There's some ton of garbage, some gems here and there. I feel like Lorgar just needed the Bible and he would stay a good guy. Fulgrim just needed someone who would love him. Same with Mortarion. Okay, so I don't know how much of my audience is interested in 40k, but like Lorgar needed to worship the Emperor on the down low. I don't think anything would have happened if Lorgar was just like, yeah, instead of spending a decade converting the populace to worshiping the emperor. We're just gonna seed the religion here. I'm gonna leave behind some like zealots who I trust, put them in positions of authority, and let it develop naturally over time. And maybe occasionally I'll send like some various Astartes to go check on these worlds, and I might have to step back in. But like, I think that would have solved the Emperor's problem with him. Like, the Emperor did not want to be worshipped as a god, but if Lorgar just did his job and like actually was conquering enough planets, I don't think the Emperor would have cared. And Fulgrim needed to just have hot, steamy times with Ferrus Manus. They're not actually related, so it's fine. Mortarion needed to just kill his dad, and the Emperor stole him. You will always defend Lorgar. Lorgar did nothing wrong. Emperor is very wrong. And you want to know who else is wrong? Erebus. Lorgar won because Lorgar was like, hey, I want to worship a higher power. Let me worship the Emperor. Emperor like smacks him down. He says, oh dang, I wonder if there's anyone else who I can worship. Hey, Chaos Gods, let me worship you. And then like he starts worshiping the Chaos Gods. Horus Heresy all happens. And then now he is a demon Primarch with the most devout legion, the word bearers, under his command. And the entirety of the Imperium all worships the Emperor as a god, which was his initial goal anyway. All Warhammer guys just seem like they need a hug. Yeah, in universe, everyone just needs a hug. They need to hug it out. Out of universe, they need a shower, is what they need. I'm gonna keep repping Sisters of Dorley until I find people I can actually talk to about it. That's how you know it's good. Lorgar also invented Chaos Undivided. Did he? Interesting. I mean, it makes sense because when I think Chaos Undivided, I think Abaddon with the Black Legion, and then I think Word Bearers. But also there's like there's Chaos Undivided. We worship all of Chaos. We want Chaos to work together. And then there is Chaos Undivided. I don't care about the Chaos Gods. I'm the Iron Warriors or the Night Lords or the Alpha Legion. Although I'm not sure how up to date with lore folks are, I think it would be super cool if the Iron Warriors devoted themselves to Vashtor. Have Vashtor the Archofane in the same way that all of the other Chaos God they're legions. The Chaos Legions devote themselves to the gods. Because imagine like the Iron Warriors would fit really well with Vashtor. You could probably get, if you really wanted, if you want to upgrade like Be'lakor, you could probably have Alpha Legion go, no, Night Lords with Be'lakor because they'll like shadow and fear and terror. That would actually be really good. And then the Alpha Legion would keep everyone guessing because it's like, whose side are they on? Lorgar saw through all four gods and saw they are all the same god in reality. Well, have you considered the idea that the Emperor is a fifth Chaos God in the making, and the only reason he has not been born as the fifth Chaos God is because all the Psychers are keeping him alive, barely, and that when he finally dies and the Astronomicon fades, then he will rise as the fifth Chaos God, and all of the like Sororitas, all of the Astartes, all of like the miracles in his name, all the saints will just be like his demon equivalents. You are aware he had no genetics, all Astartes and Prinox are eunuchs, right? No, I know, it was a joke. It was a joke. But let's be real. Emperor's children, particularly post-heresy Emperor's children, they'll find a way. I'm not comfortable with the phrase, a hole is a goal, but Emperor's children, a hole is just the start of your goal. The Emperor is owned by sororists who lore-wise own his religion. Yeah, and there's also the thing where, like, there's currently a separation between faith and the warp. Like, in modern canon, the Wa energy is separate from warp manifestations, and sororitist miracles are separate from warp manifestations. That's why they can work in the there was a dead zone that the Necrons were setting up to like completely block out the warp, but sororists could still manifest miracles. Well, Grim will just ask Slanesh, and Slanesh will just, whatever you desire. C'est la vie. If the Emperor has text-to-speech device series is amazing. That's something I tried to get into, but I want to watch it in order. And the first episode, or at least the first couple episodes, are all kind of boring to me. Not gonna lie, it's the sort of humor that I don't think is very funny. It's very early 2010s humor, which is when it was made. It's been going on for a long time, or maybe late 2000s. Not really my style, but I know there's a lot of jokes about it, and there's a lot of references to it. Although I was jamming out to the Protean Protocol a couple months ago. Turning Christians into chaos undivided warp worshippers. Yeah, and there are series where I definitely think hey, this is just not a very good series, and people who like this, I don't understand why. Emperor Text-to-Speech I definitely think it's a taste thing. I think this isn't really my style. This isn't really the sort of content I enjoy. If anyone does enjoy it, more power to them, but not really my thing, at least from what I've seen. But I could very well be wrong. All right, I think y'all have seen enough of this. Oh no, a lot of my media appreciation comes through the lens being trapped in the desert with a phone and no internet and a bunch of downloads. That sounds like Murderbot. I'm assuming this is all back when you were military? Just based off of context clues of what you've been saying? Yeah, Emperor, I will kill all of them, break all of their worship places, and send their souls to the warp. What could go wrong? I know I'm right. And that's what makes the Emperor so interesting, because for anyone unaware, the Emperor in 40K is a derivation of the Emperor from Dune. They are even both called the God Emperor. And the idea in the Dune version is actually he is going to ruin humanity so that they literally quote learn a lesson they will remember in their bones. And then the idea is that is the opposite of 40K Emperor, who wanted to expand humanity as far as possible because of the Imperial Creed. I've been lurking this whole time since I know nothing about Warhammer. It does seem exactly as I expected it to be, with more humor than I expected. Yeah, and Warhammer is one of those things where it's just I always thought it was silly because it's it's grimdark. There's no hope or peace for the future, and everything is on such a scale, it's all just kind of ridiculous. But it's kind of that's what's fun about it, That it's silly. If you treat it seriously, I'm gonna not treat you seriously, Still am. It's weird being trans in here. Not something I advise to most, but it's worked for me so far. Yeah, and that's I've never really seriously considered joining the military. I've had thoughts about it, particularly back before I was trans identifying. But I got a buddy in the military, and from what I'm aware, even outside of historic things like don't ask, don't tell, and the general like conservative leanings of the military. I just don't think I'd fit that environment. Yeah, Grimdark is a really good vessel for humor. It depends on how straight you play it. Because I think there is very much a curve here, right? Let me... So if it's two axes, so here's how I think serious. So here's how serious. Here's how funny it is. So right here, I'm just gonna do a quick like because this is the area where it's not actually grimdark. This is just too unserious to be grimdark. And then as soon as you hit like whatever the beginning of grimdark is, there's a certain amount of funny where it's like this. And then I think you kind of like go up, and the more serious you treat it, the more it goes up. And it just becomes so ridiculous that you can't even like take it seriously. It kind of like, it almost like loops back on itself to become taken unseriously, right? Because it's, oh man, this is really serious. Everything blows hard. And you're like, actually, this is kind of ridiculous. And then it's like, okay, now this is satire, right? Like this is, I cannot take this seriously. And then once you kind of like loop back here, it's kind of like, okay, buddy, you're trying too hard. And then I would even say that the funny like goes back down here because it's just like, you do not want to be here. And I would say 40K is here. I think sometimes it leans down into here. Sometimes it leans up into here. It's like, sometimes it's funnier than others. But a lot of the time, 40K is just so ridiculous. It's just so silly. That's the fun of it. Mike headcanon is that Chaos Undivided is just our god who was just absolutely pissed at the community for what the Emperor did. Remember, sororitas can get married, not to you though. Yeah, all of the women, all of the people who want like muscle mommy, dommy mommy, GF don't seem to realize that like they're called the Emperor's brides, right? Like they have devoted they are nuns with guns. You literally have to memorize hundreds of pages of doctrine just to defend yourself as this kind of queer. I lucked out with relocation as soon as I started to pass okay now, and so now like people finding out slowly after they get attached, as opposed to finding that weird trans soldier and getting all the hate from the start. Now I'm something like an advisor on regulations. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because I definitely think there's a difference between being introduced as here's someone who's trans, and here's being introduced as here's your fellow soldier, and then you find out later, oh, they're trans. And I think that's also the same with just being queer in general, like being gay a lot of the time. I think it's very, if you get typecast as, oh, you're the gay one in the platoon, then you're the subject of mockery. But if you're just kind of like living your life, like you went through basic, like you're redeployed, and then you're at a spot, and then eventually after like a couple weeks, couple months, it quite literally comes out that you're gay, they're less inclined to see you as just the gay, and they're more like, oh, that's weird. I thought you queers were all like cowards and whatever. Like that. Then that's the kind of like, nah, just who I am, who I like. Garbage game though. When the sororitas punch the civilians just to make sure they are not enjoying the punches because they heard there's a Slaanesh cult out there in the sector. I love going so serious in Dark and Warhammer that we can laugh at it. That is the correct way. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like you want to be here because this maximizes the funny. I would even say that's more like this. like ignore, beyond. It's kind of like a diminishing returns. Minis are fun, TTRPGs are fun, but the tabletop's bad. I've actually been playing the tabletop. I've been playing Tyranids, Hungry Bugs Go Nom Nom, and we have no armor penetration, and I've been fighting Space Marines nonstop for months. So I've been losing a lot. But I definitely think it's a war game. It's not a board game. It's not a TTRPG. It's a war game. And I think that scratches a different itch. I definitely think you only are going to play that if that's the sort of thing that interests you. And like, that's valid. Like, you don't need to enjoy the game if you enjoy the lore, right? And that's why games like Rogue Trader exist. That's why games like Dark Tide exist. Also, I know there was a couple questions earlier in the chat. I think, unfortunately, I'm not going to get to them just because they're so far back. I don't even know if the people who asked them are still here. And I think I'm going to wrap up probably in the next, 40 minutes, because then I'll have been going for 5 hours. I normally stream for 4, so this is a long stream for me. So I think for this last 40 minutes, feel free to ask any questions you have, either about TTRPGs or myself or whatever. We could play a game. I could do a tarot reading for some of you. I've been in a tarot mode recently, and I recently did my first reading of myself for the first time in my guess is a year the other night. I finished Glooming Mechanicus in certain battles, and they changed the rules, so I quit. So, funny enough, a new data slate just dropped yesterday or earlier today. So there was a whole new rules revision, and I was watching someone go over it, and we're effectively in 10.5. This is the same changes to 10th that 3.5 did to 3rd edition D&D, right? So we just got a lot of changes. AdMech just got major buffs. Sororitas actually just got points increases, so technically a nerf, but the codex that just came out gave them a bunch of cool new rules. So they just got launched up to being in a really powerful position, and then kind of got nerfed down to a more reasonable position. AdMech was in the doghouse for all of 10th edition, and then they just recently got pushed back up, I think, to around an average. I don't think that they're necessarily good now. They're just kind of average. Do you want a random, absolutely weird compliment or a VTuber weird request? Either works, as long as it's following the channel rules. I have Dark Heresy, which is a 40k TTRPG, but no studies are not playable. Yeah, I have a friend, the guy that told me Tyranids, who is playing Black Crusade with some of his other friends, and there's a series of 40k TTRPGs where you can play as someone from the Imperium, you can play as someone who's from Chaos, you can play as a Xenos, and I that's the sort of stuff where if you love the lore but you hate the war game, the numbers, the crunching, I would unironically recommend checking that out. It might be fun. The tiniest soldier here, toting an LMG into battle and handling 8 people's jobs. They love me. Then it comes out you're trans and you get awkward. I don't really care what people do, speech people give when they're soft judging you. But I don't know. Once you go through the first few years, it's still, and my worst part is dealing with my roomie. Yeah, and the thing with the I don't have a problem with them is yeah, you do. You just don't want to say you do. But a lot of the times, and I wrote a couple papers on this in college, in university rather. I try to use more accurate terms for a international audience, because college and university is not the same thing everywhere outside of the U.S. One of the sources I would constantly come back to anytime I wrote about queerness was there was a study done on asexual people, and people are more likely to have an anti-asexual bias if they do not know an ace person or if they have not been exposed to positive ace representation. So it's the same deal where if you're like in a squad with Billy Bob from Kansas, who the only gay people he's ever met were people who were kicked out of their homes, and kicked out of church, or so deep in the closet that they are going to live and die without ever having experienced true love. Like, of course Billy Bob ain't gonna be receptive to queer folk. He's never met those people before, at least in any positive capacity. You just call me the slurs already, coward. AdMech is so cool. You reject your motor fresh. Have you played 40K Mechanicus? It's a video game, like XCOM style game, where you play as AdMech on a Necron tomb world, and you can customize the units you have with different like tech upgrades. And they're actually releasing a second one soon. So if you like the lore of AdMech and even lore of Necrons, but you're not a fan of the tabletop, check that out. I need to ask, does your model have legs? Will you lean into the trend about VTuber feet or avoid it at all costs? I am not going to like play around and be like, hee hee, I'm so demure. Oh, you want to see my feet? I guess I'll show you. But if you watched my video at Lark, which I see you didn't, it's like I'm in Spain without the A, or I made like 2 videos where there's a gif of me spinning, and I have to remember. Please hold. Let me look up the controls again. I need to figure out VC face controls. My apologies. General settings. Nope. Help. I thought it was. Wait, actually. Change the direction of the light. Camera can be rotated with Alt left click. Alt right. Yeah, so this is me. Hello. Hello. This is my legs. YouTube stopped recommending your videos. This was weeks ago. Most homophobes I deal with are more confused than openly angry. Makes them all passive aggressive. Yeah, and I can handle passive aggressive, right? Like I can handle passive aggressive, which is why earlier in the chat I was talking about how like people who in my comments are just like, I didn't know you queers could make D&D content this good. Like, I'm not going to ban that person because I understand that they're not coming at it from a place of malice. They're coming at it from a place from ignorance. It's when someone just starts calling me slurs or starts spouting anti-queer rhetoric, or when they start insulting my audience, then I'm just like removed from channel because like they don't deserve the time of day. However, if they're just like confused and ignorant and like saying problematic things, but not necessarily to make anyone feel bad, I don't see a reason to punish them for that, because how are they ever going to learn if every queer person that hits the slightest amount of resistance from them instantly cuts them out of their life because they're like, I don't want to deal with this. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that if you cut people out of your life who do that, you're a bad person. You're like, the onus is not on you for them to change. However, be aware they will never change unless confronted with positive experiences of queer people. You gonna steal those boots? Yeah, actually, they're quite nice. These are indeed legs, cool legs. They stopped recommending it weeks ago. I have to actively look it up. Well, what you could do is you could just click on my channel and peruse through my uploads every once in a while. If you want to steal these boots, yeah, the funny thing is, I am actually, yeah, ooh, feet pics, like, I'm not gonna lean into the whole like, oh, these are you see my feet, oh, you know, like, because a lot of VTubers are like, oh, I'll show feet pics, but like, don't take pictures, okay? I have boots on. These are not my feet. Like, these boots, these thigh highs, these shorts, these elbow gloves, this tank top, the jacket, or also the tie, were all just standard assets. And then it was the jacket that is a standard model that I colored. And then the tie is actually a standard asset. And then I just added in this little trans flag. Maybe it's just because of what I've gotten used to, but I like raw aggression more than passive stuff. I can fire back if I'm swinging, but instead the passive is like death by 10,000 paper cuts. Well, no, and that's the thing, is that like, you're under no obligation to wait. Oh, that's my model position. Oof. Let me real quick change this. How do I reset my camera? Iftar? No. Oh well. Wait, is it? See? Yep, there we go. Haha, I'm a genius. Erica's feet full screen. No, not the gooning. At least edge. Oh my gosh, have you seen the interview between Dr. K and Ludwig, where Ludwig explains what gooning is to Dr. K? But yeah, so that's the thing, is that when it comes to someone who I can like, who is not a part of my life, if they're just aggressive towards me, I can tune them out because I understand that's a them problem, not a me problem, right? If they're passive aggressive, if they're ignorant, if it's malice out of ignorance, that's a situation where in my daily life, I don't think I want to deal with that. But as a content creator, I feel it's almost my responsibility to deal with that because, again, like the anti-asexual bias, people are more inclined to have an anti-asexual bias if they don't know an ace person, if they don't see ace people in media represented positively. So I want to be that representation for trans people, or for queer people, or for sapphics, or for ace people. And if someone is a jerk about it, like that no one who is a reformed villain was ever not a villain, like definitionally. Anyone who is a reformed bigot had to have been a bigot. So seeing, oh, bigotry, lost cause, in a public forum like this, where I have a platform, small as it might be, I think is not utilizing myself to my full capability. But that's also very much a personal preference thing. Like, I don't expect that out of other content creators. I don't think that is a requirement to be a good person. What, you haven't? You need to look this up? What? Oh, Ludwig and Dr. K. Yeah, Dr. K is a Healthy Gamer GG on YouTube, and streams, is a trained psychiatrist, also is like very well versed in Eastern philosophy and like spiritual health and spiritualism. I think primarily Indian, but also has like knowledge of related fields like Buddhism. So he has like a Western scientific clinical analysis, but also he has a like how to address your spiritual needs. And like, I'm not a super big fan of his. I think Celerity Dust is a bigger fan. Like, I don't watch it super consistently, but I do watch Pirate Software fairly regularly, or at least I have him on the background because he's on all the time. And his talks with Dr. K are always super interesting because Pirate Software is a very well, he's someone that knows, he's lived a lot of life already. So he knows what he wants, he knows what he needs, he knows how to get it. So with Pirate Software and Dr. K, it's very much almost like a peer-to-peer conversation about, hey, here's this thing I do. What do you do? Well, I do this thing. How does that impact from your philosophy? Well, my philosophy is blah, blah, blah. And like one has very high level knowledge of both science and also spiritualism, and one has a lot of grounded real world experience in and out of business, living in his car for a year. He was homeless at one point. So like two different perspectives of two very well adjusted people. And then also Dr. K has done one with Ludwig, where I think it was very much like chatting about Ludwig's success, how to be a content creator with a healthy balance. Ludwig is obviously a very like I think he's best described as like chill but chaotic. He's not very loud and chaotic. He's very like low key but still chaotic. And like how to incorporate that. I haven't actually watched that interview. I've mostly seen just a couple clips, and one of them involves talking about gooning. You've been president of SGA for years in high school and college. I'm assuming that's a straight gay alliance. Again, it's better. I think it's better for most. I'm just conditioned to be rabies-ridden chihuahua, and so I can usually bite back hard enough to warn them, hard enough to know away their steam. I live as a woman in the military these days, and there's a ton of bigotry there, especially in combat roles. Yeah, and I think the military in particular is an environment where if you are a demographic that is prone to being antagonized, and you do not demonstrate yourself immediately as the sort of person who you do not antagonize, you will never live it down, right? It's a little bit of like the when you're in prison, pick a fight with the biggest guy, but it's more subtle than that. It's more what is the vibes you get off? How do you respond to people? What do you let people get away with? And what do you insult someone for? And when do you throw hands, right? If I'm going to be regularly dehumanized, I might as well swing back until I have their respect as a soldier. In other words, I have to scare the shit out of them, of all the tall men. Yeah. Dang, Bessie, you still up? I crashed. I generally go to bed like at 1 a.m. EST. It's nearly midnight, so I still got some steam in me. Mostly my throat. And plus, it's already been about 5 hours in about 20 minutes, so I think that's when I wrap up. I might end up wrapping up in 8 minutes, have a 4-hour, 45-minute stream. Just depending on how it goes. We changed the acronym to Sexuality and Gender Alliance, but it's really the exact same thing. Yeah. I was never a part of GSA, even though I know I've been queer since like I was a teenager. But for the longest time, I didn't know I was trans. I just knew like, hey, I'm probably pan. I'm demi. That's the extent of my information. Wow, all this like weird gender stuff that I don't really think about. Like, I'm just gonna keep not thinking about it, and it's just a big question mark. And then it actually continued to be a question mark until eventually I was just like, screw it. I'm just gonna like take the leap and try expressing myself femininely, and I ended up enjoying it. And then I got worried because I thought I was like fetishizing it. I thought I was like, oh well, I guess like, does this make me like a cross-dresser? Am I just like doing this for like eggplant reasons? But no, it's just I felt more comfortable. I felt happier. I felt more myself. So then I continued to explore in different avenues, and then like here I am today, where I have a female anime girl model with bags under her eyes, nearly as bad as my actual bags under my eyes. It's prison without free cable. Yeah. Yeah, voicing for so long must take a toll. I can only last 3 hours. Well, I can last all night. I essentially stand out as the gay or bisexual, in my case, representative. Valid. You're in my head, almost my thought process. Well, are you trying to, like, sexualize me by saying that? How dare you? Thinking that I can go all night with your untoward desires? How dare you? Oh, yo. I actually got a response from, I just checked Twitter real quick because I was like, well, if I'm wrapping up streams, I want to see if Thomas ended up adding me with fan art. And actually, with the D&D versus Pathfinder video, I reached out to Caleb Harrington, the creator of the video I was responding to, before I released it. And even before I was like done scripting. Because I was like, hey, I'm planning on making a response video to you, and I agreed with some of your points. I disagreed with some. I agreed with most of your points. I think it was a really good video. I just wanted to make sure: would you be comfortable if I released a video where I kind of like am making jokes about it being a takedown and how like, oh, your video is so awful, but then like it's very obviously a joke. And I was worried about coming off as like mean or like that I'm legitimately being rude, which obviously that was never my intent, which is why I had so many moments in it where like I undercut myself or I made my comments so outlandishly evil and like over the top that there's no way anyone could take it seriously. And he finally got back to me. It was like, oh yeah, like that's no problem at all. Go for it. I'm excited to see what you do. So I'm glad to hear a response back from that because I was worried that he'd be like, I'm actually super uncomfortable with that. I prefer you didn't. And I'm like, I already released it. I'm sorry. But no, all's well. Don't know you swing like that. Okay. I don't swing like that. That's why I say keep it PG-13. I say let's not make it super bad, but I think the odd joke here and there is fine. I just say as a general, like, hey, let's keep it PG-13 because then it's not the norm. And like, frankly, I have a weird relationship with like eroticism and like that kind of stuff. So it's really my own development along the way. So sometimes we be funny. Your desire is to be a woman. The weird thing for you and being asexual and bigender is that first place where I was accepted as who I am was the church. Yep, which is very orthodox. It only makes me defend queer people. Yeah, because particularly if you're queer in a way that aligns with the values of a religion, that religion will support and encourage whatever you identify as, even if they don't realize it, and even if they're historically not very pro-queer. Just because like, oh, hey, you're not gonna sleep with anyone before marriage. Good on you. You're a good Christian or whatever. Not taking that after the full model jump scare with the grippers. You did not get grippers. I had shoes on, and I had socks on underneath those. How dare you? Gonna be real, I got estradiol, and I was like, I have for like 3 weeks, and I was like, I might have to commit to this. Okay, I recently, like a couple months ago, actually, started on estradiol. Very few changes. I was told like, yo, you're gonna have mood swings, you're gonna go crazy, you're gonna have all these intense symptoms and whatever. I'm like, I've been in on it for a while. I got emotional and like nostalgic once, and I don't even think that was related to the hormones. I thought it was at the time, but given that it's happened once, I don't think so. Well, then obviously I've had like physiological changes. but that's not the interesting part. By high, I mean less depressed enough to suffice. Yes, that's the interesting bit where it's just like, man, I'm feeling like a normal person should. Is this what being high is like? How do I send you fan art without Twitter or Instagram? So I don't have an Instagram. Twitter really is my best bet. I might. So if my chat is interested, I might commit to the one channel Discord because I think it would be funny. And then like I would have y'all vote every milestone, like what's the one extra channel you want? And I figure if it's a single channel, if I doubt I would get more than like 50 people to join. I doubt it would be that hard to moderate, even if it's just me by myself. And what I would do is I would just have the disclaimer of when you join. It's just like, hey, this is like a one-person show. If you see anything bad, if you see anything that's like ban-worthy, like ping me, like let me know, tag it so I can remove it. But I might not be able to remove it for hours. The model is nice, but I got surprised by the joke. Almost spilled my water. None of you have seen my grippers. Yeah, no worries. I don't mean it like that. I mean you were in my head related to my current swaying on transitioning. Like, what if I'm fetishizing? I don't think so. No, and that's why it's like getting femme clothes or underwear or like a bathing suit, wearing makeup, referring to yourself more femininely. All of that is stuff that completely cisgender men who are interested in cross-dressing or sometimes like just being feminine do. And that a woman does not make, right? It's why do you enjoy it? What do you hope to accomplish with it? What feelings do you have when you are dressing femme or expressing femme or having all of that? Do you do it for a lifestyle or to get off or whatever other reason there might be? Got hit with a rush of hormone hate very early. This joke is very popular. Every VTuber shows feet lately for some reason. No, and that's why at the time I was like, yeah, I'll show you my boots, but like they're not my feet, and I'm not gonna like play all demure and be like, oh no, ooh, my feet. Like, if you want my feet, pay me. I don't know. I've been told I was a weird case where babies ask. I usually just tell them to stay hydrated and get a training bra early. Yes, do the Discord. I'm gonna be a VC gremlin. You could fix that. You could free the gripper. I could remove my boots and remove my socks. But one, I like thigh highs. Two, I think that the boots are cool. And three, pay me. That sounded almost exactly like my drag queen mentor. Face. Pinterest has effed you up in terms of what you want to wear. Pinterest. All desire, no ability. So, question. If I do a Discord, I think it would be really funny to like drop the link in chat on streams, but then otherwise not promote it. So like, if you show up for a stream, you get the Discord. If you know someone who's in it, they can let you know. Otherwise, nah, I'm not going to promote it. That'd be so funny. Okay, good night. I feel like drawing a barefoot fan art review. I mean, go ahead. Like, feet is something that it's like, if you make it NSFW, I'll have problem with the fact that it's NSFW. If you just draw me like without shoes on, I don't care. Like, and I mean, I would even say it's similar with like, if someone draws me in like a bikini or whatever, like, you can draw that where I am sexualized, and that is very NSFW, and it's like a pinup. And I'm like, that I would take more issue with, of the fact that I'm being objectified. But if you just wanted to, like, oh wow, I think this would be really cute, and I'll draw you in a bikini, like, I don't really care. The thigh highs are a gripper buff. Arrow seems like the kind to keep the grippers pristine. Yes, I do. I didn't know this was an autism thing, but apparently it's very common for people with a touch of autism to like feel the need to shower, and that if you don't shower, like, you feel gross. And I have not been diagnosed because I have not been tested, so I'm not going to claim to have it. However, I am very much the sort of person where, like, if I have not showered in a day, I will, like, feel disgusting. Wait, are there even super chats yet? There are not, because you need 500 subscribers, 3 videos released, at least fairly recently, and either 1,000 video watch hours in the last year, or 3 million shorts views in the last 30 days. And I am a primarily shorts channel, but I'm nowhere near 3 million views. So that's why I've been focused, or that's part of the reason why I've been focused on mainline videos so recently. The issue is none of them perform nearly as well as my shorts, because I have a primarily shorts audience. That's how I get a lot of new viewers. So I'm at this weird point where, like, I'm like an eighth of the way to the shorts goal, and I'm like an eighth of the way to the video watch hour goal. And I blew past 500 subscribers. And then I blew past 1,000 subscribers for the next tier of monetization, but none of that's authorized yet. However, I will say, like, I could initiate like a PayPal or a Patreon or a Coffee, but this is part of just my ethos as a content creator, and this is also part of my, like, I guess, my self-doubt. I don't think I provide a service that is worthy of being paid for yet. I don't think that I'm at the point where I could, in good conscience, be like, hey, donate $1 a month on Patreon and I'll shout you out in my videos. Because, like, I don't think I provide enough tangible content to be a reward for that. And I would want it to be where, outside of just, oh, I have fans. Anyway, sorry, every once in a while, I get hit with, like, I'm a content creator. But, outside of just, like, I'm sure there are people who would be extremely kind and they would donate because they have the means, and then they also appreciate who I am. I just don't think I'm worth it. I don't think I have that ability. So I'd much rather you donate to charity or another streamer or yourself. And then once I get to the point where I'm actually producing, like, good content consistently, maybe then I'll open something up. But, like, even with Twitch, I don't even think I need to be affiliate to have subs, but I need to set up a payment system to have subs, and I just haven't done that. Partially because Patreon is basically just an unregulated bank, and that's what Twitch uses, as far as I'm aware. But also just, like, y'all get me, like I'm doing this for free. I'm doing this as a hobby. It would be nice to have an income for this, because I basically put in as much effort to this as a second job. I work during the day, and by night I'm a VTuber. But I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it for clout. I'm doing it because I love it. I care about it. And I want to grow an audience. I want to be, frankly, I want to be able to get to a point where I can, like, subscribe off of it or survive off it, like, get enough income. But that's not, oddly enough, that's not a measure of success for me. My success is, can I build a community that cares about myself, or sorry, rather, that cares about each other and creation and myself? Maybe in that order. I think probably it'd be creation first, and then the community, and then myself. Like, That's like my order of importance of what I would want my community to care about. And I want to hit affiliate, which can let me roll ads on Twitch, and I want to hit monetization on YouTube because that would let me like have super chats and members or whatever. But at the end of the day, I want those because I more want those because those are markers of, hey, you made it, at least in some capacity. You are worthy of Twitch's time to make them money. So I'm no longer just some random streamer, I'm a Twitch affiliate. Or on YouTube, it's, hey, I'm no longer just some random person uploading YouTube videos. I am now a content creator who can run ads. Even if my goal isn't to make a bunch of money with it. My goal is to, the reason I'm pursuing them is not only because they're a smart goal. If you know the acronym, it is a specific, measurable, actionable, related, and time-oriented. So like I can set a goal to be like, I want to hit Twitch affiliate in the next month, which I'm very close to getting. I want to get monetized on YouTube by the end of the year. Like those are goals that I can set for myself and actively work towards, which I can play around, right? And they are not just me saying, like, once I hit 1K, I was like, hey, I think the most obvious choice is 2K, but what if I hit 2.5K? So I set 2.5K YouTube subscribers for the end of the year, which I think because I'm slowing down, I don't think I'm going to hit. I don't know if I'm going to hit that many subscribers because I went from a short a day down to 2 shorts a week of video and streams, which streams I found are not, at least in my limited experience, are not very good for discoverability. They're very good for building upon a current audience and keeping audience members engaged. At least I hope they are. Y'all would know that better than I do. But shorts are what brings in new viewers. YouTube videos are the real test to see if those viewers are going to stick around and like actually watch longer form content. And then streams are what tells me, okay, these are like, here's a community that is building. Let me scroll back up. If the Discord is up while I'm away, let me know. It'd be funny. It would also keep out a lot of the trolls. It would keep out a lot of the trolls if it's kind of like all word of mouth. However, I wouldn't want to make like here's a secret Discord that only super fans join. I would want it to be like, no, Arrow's being silly. Like we're going to post it in comment sections. We're going to post it in public forums for any fan to join. The goal would not be gatekeeping. The goal would be silly. I'm asexual. It would be very hard for me to make it NSFW. Okay, make cute Ericas? Well, maybe. Wait, that's a neurospicy thing? Yeah, it's a neurospicy thing to like just feel disgusted if you don't shower. I don't know how much of that is the ritual, because I'm a very ritualistic person. I'm someone who likes my routines, and I get very stressed if my habits are broken. And showering is one of my habits in my routine. Yeah, everyone's surprised. No, I've seen many people who like they're fine to go like a day without showering, 2 days without showering. They're like, yeah, I wasn't active today, so I'm fine without showering. And I'm just like, excuse me? Like I can spend all day in home having not left, like I'm just doing work or like I'm making a video or whatever. And I do run on the treadmill, so that is a confounding factor. But like I'm the sort of person where like I will get kind of stressed if I don't shower. I'll feel gross if I don't shower. Everyone that had access to running water would be invested in proper hygiene. You'd be surprised. It isn't unheard of to shower multiple times a day. That fully depends on level of activity. Yeah, and that's more like, oh, I'm a runner, so I'm going to shower after my morning run, but then I spend all day working, so then by the time I get home, I'm going to shower again just because like I work at a job that isn't super like sanitary or whatever, or maybe it's just like it's a it's like summer, so you get all sweaty all day. It will come. Let that sink in, arrow. You have fans. One of those me. Too bad for you. I'm handicapped and very inactive. It was absolutely not normal, and I got sick due to showering too much. Forgive me for being your fan. Let's see about that one. Do I forgive you? Nope. Perish. Yay! Perish! I know acronyms. I think in abbreviated gibberish, and I hate it. Interesting. If you want to hit 2.5k, just show grippers and you win. Oh yeah, but what kind of audience would that get? That would get all of the foot fetishists. And real talk, nothing against foot fetishists. Of like all of the fetishes, that is not the worst one. Streams are good for maintaining shorts for discoverability, videos for metrics, and long form posts / experimentation. Exactly, yeah. And that's what I treat it as. I treat shorts are to get in an audience. That's why even if I want to make a bunch of shorts about like writing advice and Vampire the Masquerade and whatever, I generally keep them D&D related because that's the biggest market, the largest demographic. And that's also what YouTube has clocked me as a D&D tuber. Videos are generally writing advice disguised as TTRPG advice, generally talking about D&D, but sometimes I'll talk about Vampire the Masquerade, sometimes talk about Call of Cthulhu, and basically that isn't exclusively D&D oriented. And then streams are, listen, I wanted my YouTube stream, or I was planning on having my YouTube streams be TTRPG focused. I talked maybe for half an hour about TTRPGs this stream. and we just hit 5 hours, so we're actually going to wrap up soon. Thank you for giving me my own parent. I shower like 1 to 3 times a day. Shaving is awful though, and it hits like 4 times a day if I'm stressed. The minor vids, those trying for in your head. No, sometimes I have a video and I'm just like, this is a fever dream, and I don't expect it to do well, and then it hits like 8k views or like 10k views, and I'm just like, yay. Yeah, yes. If I had an active clipping community, then I would absolutely be like, perish! And then like cut it off with a bang. As an asexual who likes feet aesthetically, foot fetish people are a dual sword. They draw them well, but they also make me uncomfortable. Very often we need more artists who draw non-fetish stuff. I think part of the issue with that is that if you are an artist and you draw any amount of detail on the feet, people will accuse you of being a foot fetish artist, and then a bunch of foot fetishists will come commission you, and then you become a foot fetish artist. Like, that's just kind of how it goes. I unironically love the writing advice, and a lot of the TTRPG stuff is good for normal writing. Yeah, and I frame it from a TTRPG perspective because that's kind of where I wanted to set up my niche for. And then, I just say advice that is applicable to writing in general. And then what I tend to do is I either let the viewer figure that out on their own. I mention that in the comments, or I just mention it in a stream, and I'm just like, yeah, my D&D advice is really disguised writing advice. And I think, I found a bit of frustration with that initially, but I've kind of like, I've softened to it specifically because, I think VTubing D&D is a more fruitful niche because writing, I think, is farther removed from VTubing than D&D is, strangely. Because I think D&D is very tied in like nerd and geek culture, which is very associated with gaming, and obviously VTubing is very gaming oriented. And also obviously like anime is very nerd, and VTubers are very anime. Meanwhile, writing, a large portion of writers are not very like nerdy. They might be like a fantasy nerd, like they might love like Stormlight Archives or like Lord of the Rings or whatever, but they're probably not like an anime nerd. right? If you're like on WriterTube. So seeing a weird like anime person talk about writing advice is a harder sell than I think than an anime person talking about D&D advice. And then if the anime person talking about D&D advice happens to also give good writing advice, which I can't claim any quality to my writing advice, I think that's an easier bridge to jump across than going from like, oh yes, I'm an erudite who writes synopses of Plato's Republic to like, oh, I'm just like a gremlin that draws like beat pictures of my favorite VTuber. Let them brain words wriggle breasty. That might be the most unhinged comment I've ever read in my chat. But I like drawing detailed feet, it's just fun. Then I have to make an hour-long explanation of the fact that I'm asexual and I don't like mustard. Ah, you don't. Okay, gotcha. Okay, will you keep that gun aimed at me? How annoying am I? Real talk. I mean, like, how annoying are you? I think that you've said some interesting takes that I don't necessarily agree with, like how you seem that you enjoy the adversarial relationship, particularly between a keeper and the Call of Cthulhu group. But I also think that's like game specific, right? I've felt that your impact on the community and your constant comments have been something that have been very pleasant to watch. I am someone who I'm better with faces than names, and funny enough, that also applies to me for profile pictures. So I don't know if you know, a fairly frequent commenter is Smidgen a Pigeon. They have like the Mona Lisa, but it's Draven from League of Legends face on it. I did not recognize them in Twitch chat because I was like, oh yeah, hello new commenter, you're very kind and sweet. And then in YouTube, I saw them, like, hey, yeah, I know you. I recognize your profile picture. And they're like, yeah, I was in the Twitch stream. And I was like, wait, what? Huh? Yeah, writing is a different kind of nerdy. And I think writing is such a broad topic because you get D&D role players who are writing. And you get hard sci-fi Star Trek nuts who are writing, and you get Twilight girlies who just are obsessed with love triangles writing. All of these demographics come together under the umbrella of creative writing. So it's a lot more broad of a category, which is why it's harder to bridge that gap with something like weird anime person holding a gun at you. Okay, so genuine question because I might have missed it, she, her, or something else. See, that's the thing. I haven't actually written my pronouns anywhere because I always get confused. Like, I'm just like, well, I don't really know. I say anything other than he, him. However, my thing with that is I don't even know if I'm anti he, him. Like, I think that the he, him might just be like, I'm worried that people aren't seeing me as androgynous or femme. So they're kind of like clocking me with like AMAB, which I am AMAB. So it might be a little bit of like the classic trans experience of like running far away from your assigned gender at birth, getting comfortable with yourself, and then slowly reapproaching it and becoming more comfortable with the aspects that you don't take issue with. So I would say like any pronouns are fine with a preference against he, him. So like the easy way is just saying they, she, right? But also like if you call me an it, I don't care. If you like use z, zim, I don't mind. It is very game specific, yeah. In a D&D game, I prefer a friendly relation, of course. In a Call of Cthulhu, I recently am trying a friendly monster. Mom. I use she, her because your avatar is female, if that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. And the short answer is they, she, because I have commitment issues. So I don't know if I'm fully trans femme. I don't know if I'm non-binary, just femme expressing. But I don't take too much issue. And also, like, realistically, but like the biggest part of a he, him that would bother me is the assumption that they see me as a masculine figure, right? Which, like, you wouldn't want to do that to me, would you? Like, you wouldn't want to make me sad, would you? Right? I'm gonna use she, her till I get yelled at then. Yeah, and listen, I'm the sort of person, someone calls me he, him, I'll just politely correct them. Like, I am very much, I like to think I'm chill. I like to think I'm not very mean about it, or like mean-spirited about it. Writing's complicated AF and has so many niches. It's literally worse than video games with niches. That's one of the reasons I try to branch very hard into the subjects I read. I agree. I think it is more broad than video games because video games is such a narrow medium. It's so young by comparison that even though we have dating sims and RPGs and hyper-realistic military shooters, all of these require different levels of writing, and all of these are different genres and feelings and vibes. But at the end of the day, the prevailing sentiment about writing in video games is we're going to bring a writer in to make the dialogue. Like, that's what it is. And that's actually a really notable issue in the games industry because suddenly you have your writers who receive a nonsense script, and all they can do is write dialogue for characters about it. And, well, dialogue, personally, I find dialogues very easy, but that's also because I got into writing after improv and D&D, where I spent like hundreds of hours role-playing. So the vast majority of my experience in creative writing is in dialogue. So, again, I don't like self-aggrandizing myself too much. I like to stay hungry, stay humble. But like, I feel like dialogue is my strongest aspect. I think that characterization and natural interactions between characters that show off who they are and how they interact, and it's engaging to read, that's my strongest aspect. Meanwhile, physical descriptions is something I'm terrible at. I never know when to like ham up a scene and describe as much as I can. I don't know when to be literal and when to be metaphorical. And I don't know, you have no idea how little I describe my MCs. Like, if any of you listened to The Way They Crunched, the reading I did on my channel, the character Culver, I describe him with like a pair of boxers with the word juicy stamped on the ass, and that's like the only physical description you get of him, which I think is evocative. I think it paints a very interesting picture of who this character is. Like, they're naked aside from a pair of boxers with the word juicy on the butt. But it's also not like when I picture Culver, I picture him as a more like a pudgy guy. Like, I picture him because I think that diversity in all of its forms is very important, not just in terms of racial diversity or like gender or sexuality orientation diversity, but also in terms of body types and disabilities. And I think that the assumption of the cishet, able-bodied, neurotypical white man is a assumption that is an unfortunate reality that won't go away unless like creatives make an active effort to make it so. So that's something where, like, even though I pictured it a different way, I doubt that came through because I didn't really put any description towards it. But I basically treated a lot of the narration in that as dialogue. I treated it as kind of Culver's thought process, or a closed narrator who is in Culver's head, like giving snipes at him, or having a dry, sardonic sense of humor and describing how like he absolutely screamed when he saw a bug. So I will stop ranting now. My apologies. This is my first time attending stream reviews. Sorry for the stupid questions, but you make games on top of writing? I do. and don't worry, this is my second YouTube stream and my 5th stream total. So I'm very new to streaming, so don't you worry. I got really into game dev at the end of last year, which if you notice on my channel, and if you've been following me since like before like 80 subscribers, which I don't expect anyone here is, I made a video, I made a short like every single day through I think it was like October, like late autumn of last year. And then I just stopped one day. And then what that was is because I was getting really into game dev and I put all my creative energy into game dev. And actually the song you're listening to right now is for a game I was working on at the time. I actually made my own music for it. I didn't get to the point of art assets for that game, but for a different one I did. And then I learned programming for it. I wrote it. You were here at 40 subs. Oh my gosh. Now I see why you got that little badge that was saying like, oh, I've hearted your comments like the most out of everyone. Like you were one of the most hearted commenters because you've been here for so long. But then in January, Pirate Software, another streamer and YouTuber, ran a game jam where I participated as a solo dev. From scratch, I made a video game in Ren'Py, and in it is a Papers, Please style game where you are a hiring manager for an adventuring guild in like a D&D setting, and all of these different adventurers come up to you and say like, yo, here's my work experience, here's my education, like here's what I've done, can I join the guild? And you have to determine, are they worthy or unworthy of joining the guild? And they're all procedurally generated. And I actually talked about this in my very first stream where I only had like 2 viewers, and I shared the link to my itch.io page where I posted this game, and you can play it right now if you really want. But on top of that, then once you have enough adventurers that you hired, you can send them out on quests. But the interesting bit is that all of the adventurers you have in your roster that you hired actually have their own personality traits, their own strengths, their own weaknesses. And if a adventurer says, hey, my claim to fame is that I single-handedly fought off an army of skeletons to save my hometown, and then you send them on a mission to like go fight a vampire, the fact that they have experience fighting undead will literally give them a bonus, and they will be more likely to complete the mission and be more successful. However, I also added that they have different personality traits, and I would love to get like a deep dive on how I did the system, because I think it's very clever for a project this small. I think that if it was larger, I would want to expand upon it. But for a project this small, what I did is that you have a standard array of interview questions that you ask everyone, and then different responses. So each question has different responses that are each like randomized for each character because it's procedurally generated. But if a character is brave and stupid and polite, they like the answer to one question, they'll give the brave answer. The answer to another question, they'll give the stupid answer. And then the answer to the other questions, they'll give polite answers. Because it's the idea of, oh, generally they're polite, but they're a brave person and they're a stupid person, so that's going to come through. And then if you pair up someone who's brave and stupid and polite with someone who is, for instance, an intelligent coward who might be edgy, polite and edgy don't really interact whatsoever, so that doesn't matter. But people who are brave do not like cowards, and cowards do not like brave people. Stupid people don't like intelligent people. Intelligent people don't like stupid people. They will be at odds. They'll be less likely to work together, and they'll actually lower the chance of succeeding a mission. So you could have a mission where 2 people are both competent. Maybe they both have experience fighting undead, and like you're sending them to go fight a vampire. But like they just cannot, like neither of them are very agreeable people because they have stats. Like how what their competency is and also how agreeable they are. And then they also might hate each other. So then they fail a mission they should have had a shoe-in for, excuse me, specifically because you didn't plan the party effectively. And then, like, I don't know, I made it in 2 weeks from ground to end, and I incorporated a lot of music I'd already done. Afterwards, I did a little bit of revamping to make it like a 1.0 release. I would love to come back to it at some point, but at the same time, it's also like I have so many other ideas I want to do. And then after that, I ended up working on a different game, which again I put down to come back to video creation. I'm okay with he or she, but not they. Being bi-gender is a bit hidden very often. Interesting. As for gender, I've been at this for a while, and it's interesting to watch it evolve. It stops being about what I like and more about avoiding what I don't. Could be a psych thing from the environment, but honestly, I act more masculine since I started getting ID'd as femme than I did pre. Interesting. I'm reminded of a really awkward situation where I thought the former SGA president was MTF and never found out he was FTM until the end of the semester. I'm sorry, that was probably deeply like awkward and embarrassing for you and cringeworthy. That is so funny. I just want the Discord so I can chat without the delay. Fingy's hurting. I'm sorry. One thing that's funny in reading for me now is like if you have a common experience with an author, you can tell when the writing goes into it because it goes super hard on the subjects. Yep. I'm gonna have to listen to the way they're crunched. One thing I find that's great for describing characters is focusing more on demeanor and impact than on physical appearance. No, that's what I do most of the time, is I focus more on what are their vibes, but then I'm in the situation where like, I did not describe this character physically whatsoever, but you know exactly who they are. And some people like that, some people don't. Your rants make me feel better about my own rants in your comments. I will have to catch up on your shorts and videos though. I was here at 40 subs, yep. Vade, well, I wish you luck in catching up. Luck in catching up, nice, Ren. Vague adjectives I find are also better because it leaves more room for interpretation with the connotation of the terms used. It makes things feel more visceral and real. Yeah, I think that a nice balance of like, if you have certain terms that are very specific, balanced by really vague terms, then it kind of gives a happy medium. I win life again. I passed that. I don't think you did. I'm sure I was here pre 1K, but I just lurk a lot. Hey, I'm a lurker too. It's really only once I started trying to network with other content creators that I stopped lurking. But oh my gosh, I have content creators I love watching. I've never interacted with. Because I'm just like, I'm a lurker. I'm shy. I'm sorry. But if your game doesn't have Asmar Warlock who hates tieflings, then I say, sorry, bad game. JK, of course. Don't JK that. Are you /J or /serious right now? That sounds like a fun game. Could we get the itch link? Sure. The link is in their first video. I will drop it in the chat right here if y'all want. And it should be in the chat replay. Yeah, but wait, no, I need to open this in my window because I'm logged in. I have to make sure it's the right one because I have 2 versions. One is the one from the Game Jam, and then one is like the one I did 1.0 release. So it is called Spread the Horizon's Edge because you are working at the Horizon's Edge Adventuring Guild. So there is the link to it. I mean, you can save it if you want. You can bookmark it. I have it on hand because I'm logged in, so no stress if you just want to, like, if you don't want to play it now because it's like late where you are or it's super early in the morning. Damn girl, you still live? A bit more than the Hades stream, huh? Hey, the Hades stream, I said I would turn it off when I died, and then I didn't because I was talking about like tarot and stuff with my chat. I planned to wrap up like half an hour ago and I didn't. I held the crown of making Arrow laugh. You are now top. I mean, yeah, like, think you made me burst out laughing. This is literally how it is every time I have to come out at work. Still live, yay! We always keep it /serious/J. Okay, as someone who finds tone indicators like unironically kind of helpful, am I the only one who doesn't like tone indicators? Like, I recognize that they're useful, and I know that particularly with like autistic people, a lot of folks who are autistic I know really enjoy it, but I just think they're kind of silly. I did not expect two people to put me on the spot like this. Well, I've been on the spot for 5.5 hours. You're save this for tomorrow, but I'll probably hit you on Twitter or one of my accounts and have you who dis. I look forward to it. Word warning, just so it's out there. I've mentioned this a couple times, but just so it's clear, I'm fine with someone like reaching out to be like, oh hey, like I enjoy content, or like I want to tell you this thing, or I want to share this fan art or whatever. But I've ran into this in the past, like, and it was actually a little bit spooky. I have had some folks reach out to me and like try to befriend me and like try to be like buddy with me, and that's something where that is just something where I don't think is a safe arrangement for myself or for you, because this is inherently a relationship where there's a power imbalance. So like, even if you look at me as more of like a peer or like as a friend or anything, like at the end of the day, I'm a content creator with an audience and you are a viewer. So, and you consume my content. So I just want to make it clear that I'm not trying to like befriend anyone either in Twitter DMs or on Discord or anything, just because like I've heard so many horror stories of like people abusing that power and abusing that trust. And obviously I'm of the mind, well, I would never do that. But also like, how many people have said I would never do that before getting caught doing that, even if they genuinely thought they would never do that. And that's kind of why I'm worried about like a Discord, because, oh, I have a Discord and then I trust my mods and then I don't pay attention to it because the mods are taking over. And then suddenly there's an incident where like someone who's a minor was doing stuff with someone who was not a minor that they should not have been doing, right? I'm very consciously aware of how the internet works in those kind of regards. So I just wanted to make that clear. I'm not saying any of you would like be trying that, but just a heads up. I think it depends. I'm a person who likes them for things that are serious, but otherwise I usually don't need them. They just make things feel awkward and stunted and take me out of the conversational groove. Oh, for like tone indicators, yeah. The execution is goofy, but the intent behind them is valuable. Yes, because text is an inherently hard to interpret medium. I use tone indicators because otherwise I don't understand what people mean, and I make them mandatory. Also, most of my friends are on the spectrum. Yeah. And most of my friends on the spectrum are like, yeah, I love tone indicators. I've always found them a little bit silly, but I do recognize their value. Generally, people I'm messaging a lot are people I already know very well, so I don't need tone indicators. That's a good point. But at least for me, even people I know will often be like, I have no idea if you're being like kind or mean or critical right now. And that's a little bit of like a flat affect. How do you know I'm not a bishop with more power than you? Well, if you were a bishop watching me, I feel like that'd make you like pretty heretical, because like, aren't trans people evil or something? I don't know how the Catholic Church works. Oh, things like that are why I always ask before I even talk too much in stream chat. I have a genuine fear of making people uncomfy. Yeah, stream chat, I think, is basically my thought process is any public forum is kind of fair game so long as it follows the site's TOS and then also the community's rules. So if you're like striking up a conversation with me and like you and I have a one-on-one conversation about this game that you love playing because like, oh wow, you're really passionate, I want to hear more about it, I want to chat with you, I don't see any issue with that in a public forum. The issue is I'm just like, hey, like fuckboy face, like how about we head back to my DMs? And then suddenly you and I are in a private communication where you very well might have a very strong sense of self, or you might be someone who is insecure and you see me as someone who is admirable, and that like I'm giving you attention and you start basing your self-worth off of that and like feeding into a parasocial relationship, even if I have zero negative intentions, even if I'm literally just doing it like, hey, I don't want to clog up the chat, like let's bring this to DMs. Personally, I feel like that does very little good. Really, the only exception I have for that is other content creators, because like obviously it's a content creation, it's a peer-to-peer relationship. They're not approaching me as a viewer, they're approaching me as a fellow content creator. But even other content creators have reached out to me and been like, hey, like, how's your day been? Like, I want to get to know you better. And I'm just like, whoa, like, I'm a little uncomfy with this. Just not a you problem. This is a me problem. I understand this, but just letting you know. Oh yeah, I think that's fair. I've been on similar things to both sides, so they respect it. And yeah, Discords can be a blessing and a curse. That's why I'm so resistant to make one. But I think I'm never going to. Basically, I'm never going to get to the point where I can get Discord mods that I can like trust and have faith in, unless I have a Discord first, I think. And honestly, like if I can be real with y'all, even if my Discord mods like don't do anything untoward, even if like no one does anything they shouldn't be doing, I'm really worried that like, I don't know, Atlark, if you don't mind, I'm gonna use you as an as an example, but like let's say like Atlark joins the Discord, I'm like, oh, you've been in my community forever, let me make you a mod. And then Atlark like has expectations of me, like, oh yeah, this means that like we're friends now. Or maybe it's just like, hey, show me the grippers. And I'm like, no. And then suddenly Atlark storms out of the community and releases like an 80-page document as an expose talking about how awful I was, and releases a bunch of screenshots out of context. And then it doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter how I respond. It doesn't matter what context I give. There's going to be a large number of people who their first impression of me is, oh, it's the VTuber who they pissed off their mods, and then their mods like released a whole expose exposing the awful things they did. Like, man, this VTuber sucks. Even if like it was all completely lies, or even if it was like half truths, or even if it was like, even if it was like, maybe I'm like a verbally abusive like admin, right? And I like constantly insult my moderators. Like, that's not something good. However, what ends up happening is that maybe I'm really difficult to work with and I'm really rude to the people under me. What happens is that people say, oh, Arrow's rude? Arrow must also be XYZ. Arrow must also be all of these other controversies that are coming out of the woodwork from people who are just trying to thrive off of the drama. I'm going to believe them over Arrow because I have factual evidence that Arrow did this one thing, so everything else is probably true. You know? And it's one thing for a disgruntled member of a community to do that. It's another for a moderator to do that. It's another for another content creator to do that. So that's all like stuff I'm kind of concerned about. But I also recognize that like I won't ever be able to get past that fear, and I won't ever be able to get to the point where I am past that. And it's not a big deal unless I kind of take the leap. And that's something I've been working on over the past few years, is just stopping myself from analysis paralysis and going forward. But something like a moderator doing a expose takedown of me is something I don't want to happen, but I can face tank. You know, listen, if I lose like 500 subscribers from an expose from a moderator that's salty, that sucks, really. Not the end of the world. I'll rebuild my brand. The internet has a finite knowledge, or a finite memory. even if communities have a finite memory, even if the internet never forgets. But like, if something bad happens with like inter-age relations on a server that I'm in charge of, even if I'm not an active participant, even if I'm like, okay, here's your server, I'm going to be the owner of it, I'll have a team of moderators, I'm going to treat this like a fan Discord. I'm not going to step in because I don't want to step in on your toes. I would still feel responsible for that. And like, that's not something I want to have even be possible. Befriending a YouTuber or an artist you follow is not a good idea. I know from experience. Aw. I've been burned by people on the internet, IRL friend or no, so just be careful who I have personal combos. Yeah, and like I often say I have commitment issues. Like I know very little people in my life who I have known for longer than a couple years, and most of them I have not even known that long. Like outside of like blood relative families, or I suppose not just blood relatives, like in-laws and like people who are married to blood relatives. Like aside from family, I have very few people in my life who I have known for longer than a couple of years. Catholic Church is having an identity crisis. I'm not Catholic, but not a bad guess. I mean, you're Polish, so unless I'm mistaken, I believe there's a very high percentage of Polish Catholics, unless I'm wrong on that. And then you said you were a bishop, so I just made a guess. Time to restart posting on my channel to get into Arrow's DMs. The keeping it in chat thing is a good idea. I've been in one that stopped posting in like 2014 and it's still a thing. It's all the engaged folks who are chill. No grippers. Like the mega mind phase, like no grippers. Sorry for laughing, but come on. No, like the grippers comment was supposed to be funny. But where the power you hold, my friend. Yeah, and I'm very conscious of the power I hold because, well, I'm aware that I hold a lot of power. I would go hard. I would write an entire conspiracy theory that you are a secret villain who will destroy the world. But seriously, your approach is very healthy. Thank you. And honestly, like, I would love to have a mod team that releases an 80-page expose about how I poisoned the water supply and like burned down the orphanage and like all of these heinous things that like are so obviously not true. Or like if someone is like, you know what? O.J. Simpson was innocent. It was actually Arrow who was there that fateful night. The glove didn't fit, so you acquitted, but actually it was a VTuber anime girl. That's the sort of stuff I would find hilarious. I'm careful on Discord. I have basically paused adding people I don't already know. What we're talking about, I forgot. I would say I have something like that, but in a different way. For me, it's more that I'm a person that needs a lot of alone time. Some of my friends have this expectation that I can be there all the times. Yeah, and I've heard it called hyper independent. The idea of like, yo, I can just like live my own life for a while. I don't really need these people in my life. And I appreciate them. I don't dislike them, but I need my own time to do my own pursuits. And that's why streaming, writing, game dev, they're all very solitary pursuits. And speaking of game dev, I'd like to, try out at least a game dev stream or two over on Twitch. I'm not good at programming, but I think it might be fun to be like, hey, I'm bad at programming. Let me show you what I've been working on with my game. And it's going to be really fun because I haven't touched my most recent one in a couple months since I've been focused on video creation. Or I could try to continue expand the Horizon's Edge, and I could like demonstrate how the gameplay works and then show you some of the aspects that I want to expand upon, because I think I still have a list written down in the source code. Majority of Poland is Roman Catholic. Yep. You're in the minority church. Obviously don't say anything you don't want to. Excuse me. I'm a little bit congested. Also, if, again, power imbalance, kind of safety. For those of you unaware, this is Arrow's serious sign. I put this up when I want to have it be clear that like I'm serious. I want the chat to be serious. This is a serious topic. I try to use this very rarely, but on like serious things like this, where for instance, like chat safety, again, power dynamics, this is not an equal relationship we have. Even if I am like a content creator and I'm entirely dependent on the whims of you watching my video, if I ever ask you to share something or I ask you about something and you don't want to share it, do not share it. Tell me I'd prefer not to say. Or just say like, I'd rather not say. Like, I cannot stress it enough how little pressure you should feel when in this environment. Because as entertaining as I want to be, and as relatable as I want to be, and as aspirational and inspirational I want to be, I never want to do that at the cost of making my audience uncomfortable. So please keep that in mind if I ever say like, for instance, hey Atlark, like what religion are you? I'm curious, because that's just kind of following the conversation. But if that's something you're not comfortable saying, you are under no obligation to say it. And you're also under no obligation to explain why you do not want to say it. So I just want that to be like extremely clear. So like also with Delilah, like I asked you like, oh, was that back when you were in the military? Like that's something you do not have to reveal. You do not have to say that. You do not have to tell me anything or chat anything you do not want, because remember, this is a public forum on the internet that is being recorded and then will stay on my channel unless I edit this VOD. So remember before you say anything that it like I said, communities might forget, but the internet never forgets. So keep yourself safe and please stay comfortable. I just wanted to make that very clear. Yeah. Sorry for being a bit of a downer. But anyway, making my audience feel comfortable. Y'all feel comfortable, don't you? Wait, why did this... Oh, wait, I turned off the wrong thing. So much for the serious side. Game was rigged from the start. I have never played New Vegas. Every trans person I talk to is like, oh, you would love New Vegas. But like, I just never played it. And I think that'd be a fun game for stream. Actually, my brother's been playing it recently. Because he just like played Fallout 3. And he's played both before, but like he's replaying them. You did not expect to be Uncle Ben, but I guess that's fate. Next creative writing project. How Arrow is responsible for the oncoming heat death of the universe due to a lack of grip or freedom. If anything, I'm accelerating the heat death of the universe because I'm leaving the dogs in the kennel. Like, they're sweating. There's not proper airflow. Obviously, it's very sweaty. Oh no, now I'm gonna get someone who like is asking for my sweaty like thigh-high feet. Gross. My feet are not sweaty. Also, I'm so context. I'm white. I'm Caucasian, as the model indicates. However, I did not realize it's very much like not a white person thing to take your shoes off indoors. I grew up with your shoes are off at the door. And I found that like that's particularly very common in like East, Southeast, South Asian communities and like families. But like I'm like the only white person I know whose family does that. But like so all that is to say, I am currently, you have no proof. I could have taken off my boots and thigh highs right now. It is hidden underneath the screen. You would never know. I'm indoors. Just wanted to share. Yeah, I love my friends, but I'm very much a person that needs my time to do my own thing and reset my battery. Exactly. And that's like, is that being an introvert? Is that being hyper independent? Is that being a Sigma male? The world might never know. Arrow warms her gripper so much the foot heat destroys the ozone. With the heated ozone is going down the stream each shower and enters the natural waters, affecting the environment. Ew. If I made a video game, it'd be wild because I'd be hitting a nondescript pen all night. Nondescript. I feel like I'm missing something there. Please explain. Y'all feed folk are crazy. You and me both think. It has become the channel's newest meme. My toxic trait, if anyone is unaware, is just constantly saying stuff is my toxic trait. So I think it'd be really funny to get a list going, like particularly if we get like a Discord going, of just any time I say something is my toxic trait. So my toxic trait is supporting really weird memes in my community, which I understand is like a requirement for being a streamer or a content creator. So I don't really know, but like it's certainly toxic. Let's be real. I don't think that was a downer, just being real and slash sir for a second. The interesting thing about parasocial relationships is that they can be huge for retention and creator morale, but also a real detriment to mental health if they get out of hand. It's a weird balancing act, and I've seen it both go ways really hard. Yeah, and that's why GFE, girlfriend experience content, is extremely popular with VTubers, because it's the idea of a female VTuber with a primarily male audience who will release like ASMR roleplay videos and basically like feed into the fantasy of like, oh, like I'm just like, I'm your loving girlfriend, like I care about you, and like I only care about you, not everyone else. Like it might be Yandere, it might be Tsundere, it might be whatever, but like it's the idea of like directed attention towards a singular viewer even when multiple people are watching. And there's been massive dramas about that, of like people who are like, hey, I'm uncomfortable with this, I'm gonna step back. Like it even goes the other way with Niji Sanji En. Like Vox Akuma did that, but as like a boyfriend content. He did that directed at a primarily female audience, and he got uncomfortable with that, kind of stepped away. He lost a bit of his viewership from that, and then the company actually put forward Hex Haywire as like his replacement for that niche, because they had so many people that wanted like a very like masculine guy who could like pretend to be their boyfriend and like have a kind of dominant ASMR lower voice stream. You've never beaten New Vegas, to be honest. I have a hard time playing some video games because of certain physical issues. Yeah, and that's fair. Let them puppies balk. It takes a special kind of personality to reach a critical mass of parasocial relations and make it profitable. Yeah, and like I think I could do it. Like you've seen me, I don't know if any of you have seen me gaslight my audience as a joke. Like I do it very like jokingly. I do it very much like sparingly. It's clear that it's a joke. I don't actually try to convince my audience of anything, but like maybe it's my self-inflated ego, but I feel like if I turned my powers to evil and was like, no, like I really support you, I appreciate your support, and like everyone else who has been here, like they just like their comments don't hit the same as yours. I just appreciate you more than anyone, and like I don't want to ask for a lot, but like I mean, you already give me your attention, so I'm not gonna like ask you for money, but like I do have a Patreon, so if you want it, I can drop the link, but like I'm a little shy, so like only if you ask for it, okay? Okay. And then that's the sort of thing that like, imagine a 4-hour stream of that to an audience of primarily like 18 to 35-year-old single men. Primarily men who are like interested in anime and feel ostracized and feel like they can't, like they don't have a chance with women. Maybe not like incels, but primarily an audience of men who feel like they are past their prime and they will never get a girlfriend. Right? And like do that, suddenly you have a huge boom in Patreon. You get super, you don't even call it Patreon. You'd be like, I don't know, like just, I'm a little silly. Like maybe it's just cause I'm so girly, but like, I just love seeing like, Supa rainbows. Like, you know, when someone does an Akasupa for red and then they do the orange and the yellow, like I mean, No, I'm not gonna ask it for anything, but like, it just makes me so happy. Like, I'm just so. It's just a simple pleasure of mine to like see those little rainbows go, and then like suddenly I have people spending $500 because a super rainbow is a series of super chats in succession. The red one is $100. I imagine the orange one is probably like $50. The yellow one is like $10, and so on and so forth. And then like, if at least 2 or 3 audience members are sufficiently whales, they'll drop that cash on you. And then suddenly you just made like a couple $100. YouTube takes the cut. If you're an indie, you're left with 70% of a couple $100. And if you're a corpo, then you probably are making way less, but the corporation would be like, yo, you made us a lot of money. Keep doing that. Like, we will get you voice packs that are like ASMR role play, and like we'll promote you as like the darling girl of the company. And that's when you get situations like what happened over at Idol, where someone was pushed into a situation where like they were like the I guess the most accurate term is like the e-girl of the company, and they had like a simp army, and then they were like, I'm uncomfortable with this, I'm gonna pull away from this, and then they like lost their entire audience from it and ended up leaving the company as a result. What everyone is pulling will make you take shoes off indoors. It's an American thing. Is it an American thing? Is it an American thing to keep shoes on indoors? I thought it was like a white people thing. Because generally, and maybe this is just my limited experience, generally, white, like Caucasian households in America that I have been to, shoes are on. Ethnic households, like, again, primarily, I mean, just generally Asian in general, and by that I mean like East, Southeast, South, also like Middle Eastern households, shoes off. Socks and slides, yeah. And like slippers are a very common thing. I'm a 3D model. You'll never know. Depends. Even in America's regional differences. You're Southeast Asian, so you do that anyway. XBF does it, and he's white. Arrow, you innocent child. I'm talking about salad smoke. Wait, you were talking about. Oh, nondescript pen. Oh, I do all of the drugs. As you can tell, I don't smoke. This family travels a lot, so that's likely why. Your toxic trait is heating up your grippers. Toxic trait channel will be a thing. That would be a fun channel. Just a repository of all my toxic traits. Ain't no way we just talked about sweaty socks and I come back from zoning out to your ASMR roleplay. That's so base. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. If I was like more comfortable with myself and eroticism, I think I would kind of make bank off of like NSFW ASMR, like roleplays. Like, I'm a creative writer. I could rock people's worlds, but that would make me uncomfortable. So I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so I've been trying to get things set up to stream myself. I've got enough interest to get it off the ground, but the subject matter I'm trying to do has me worried. Something about just some small girl doing cooking streams with ASMR chat interaction seems like a recipe for a good channel, or a bunch of OMG tradwife stalkers. Look up Onigiri, the VTuber. She does cooking streams. I don't think you can get in contact with her because, like, I think that she's a very successful VTuber, and obviously the higher success, the more volume of people reaching out to you get, so the thicker or more narrow your filters have to be. But I would look at I wouldn't just look at like the videos of like Onigiri and like other cooking channels, but also like see if there's any like internet historian, like internet archivist, like YouTuber lore kind of videos that go over it, because generally that's going to give you like in a 15 to 30 minute video the history of someone, and it's going to say like, hey, they tried cooking and ASMR at first, and then their channel only really took off after a year and a half when they added in like, I don't know, they added a gimmick to all of their recipes. Like they added a wheel that they would spin to make it more difficult, and then they ditched the ASMR, and then they had a huge influx of stalkers like 2 years in, but then after like speaking to their community honestly and forthright, most of the stalking problem went away in a month because the community collectively banded together to like basically purge itself of the stalkers. And that's the sort of thing where like you're not going to know what's going to work for you because everyone else has their own secret sauce, right? And you want your own secret to success, but don't ignore what other people have done. If other people have been successful, don't steal it, remix it. Take what worked for them, add your own spin to it, and slam it into something else you stole from someone else, you remixed from someone else and put your own spin on. Then suddenly, you're your own person. A lot of my editing style comes from like Doug and Bricky and other like channels I watch. My new stream layout is inspired by other streamers I've seen who they don't have the entire screen be the what's it called? The streamed game, because then chat gets in the way, the model gets in the way. Now with this, it is a little bit oddly proportioned. I was trying to get it a bit wider, but just the way that my overlays are set up, I couldn't really do that. Now, even if I go all the way over here, I'm really only leaning over a little bit of it. And like this, what's called YouTube chat is very big. However, Twitch chat is just this. And then I have alerts that go above it. So really nothing impedes the actual, nothing impedes the actual thing I'm sharing. Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. I'd have to be in a bunker for that. It's literally bad enough on Discord. Oh my lord. Death game anime idea. Incels and femcels are like 2 genres in the mix in one arena and only 2 can get out alive. LRQ described SAO. No, you just did it dirty. In America, and I am European, people in Europe are most often white, and still a norm is not to wear shoes inside. Yeah, and that's fair. And that's why I said white as opposed to America, because I didn't know if it was a European thing. God, I wish I was clipping. Well, you still can clip. Also, yeah, same thing, like main place Twitter. If you have any clips, like at me, I will probably repost them. If we get a Discord set up, which I kind of want to do, I kind of want to do the one channel, one voice channel Discord, and then you guys have to vote to like expand it. Like maybe off of milestones, maybe just based off of time. I think that would be very fun, and it should be fairly simple to moderate. Although, unironically, kind of back to serious sign. What? Why did? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Back to serious sign. Another concern I have with a Discord that I run, not a Discord overall, but just like a Discord that I am the like head moderator on, or like the admin, is the idea of, if you have criticisms of me, or anyone has criticisms of me, are you going to feel comfortable sharing that, knowing that like I'm there? Are you going to have a place where you can like plan fan content? Maybe like you guys want to do something that doesn't involve me, or maybe, obviously I don't want to be presumptuous, but like maybe you want to do a surprise that you don't want me seeing. I feel like there should be a community space for an audience that does not involve the creator, because as much as I care about my community, I am not a part of my community. This is a community around me, and no matter how much I engage with you and you make me laugh and I hopefully entertain and inspire you, at the end of the day, again, there's that power imbalance. There's that difference between us, that quite literally, like the screen between us separates us. So I'm worried about how that would impact interactions on the server, where, like, are there things people wouldn't want to say because I might see it? Are there things where someone might say it and then other people get upset at them because they think that they're defending me? That's the kind of, like, sociological interplay that you have to consider with this kind of stuff. And I know it's really easy to just be like, oh yeah, well, everything will turn out fine, and I make a Discord server, grab some mods, like, oh, everyone will play nice, and if they don't, we'll just ban them. But, like, what happens if, like, Sync insults me and then Delilah starts harassing Sync in DMs because, like, they're just really defensive over me? Do we ban both of them? Do we ban just one of them? If so, who? Do we ban neither and just kind of give them, like, a warning? That's the kind of stuff where, like, I would... That's the kind of stuff that I think about. And maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Maybe it's just analysis paralysis. But I really, really would rather do it right or not at all. You know? I wouldn't want to have a Discord server that then implodes and then I make a new one and, like, oh, here's the good one. But at the same time, it's like, well, if I want to do this, I kind of just got to go for it. And as whatever plans I put in place at the beginning, I don't think they're going to last. So I might just end up committing to it. And what I'll probably do is that my end goal in terms of moderation is have a team of mods, maybe 1 or 2 admins who are above them. And then I, as the server owner, am completely removed from moderation. And I probably would not engage with the server too much just to give you guys that safe space, that safe fan space. However, I would be who is called in if there's a dispute in the mod team, or if you think that there's an abuse of the mod team, or if you felt you were banned unfairly, like, because then I'm not a part of the mod team. I am a third party almost to moderation. And I think that might work out. But again, that's like, I would need a mod team at that point. I would need to be able to, like, I would need to be able to have them on the same ideology and trajectory as I want them to be without being a part of it, which obviously the further I distance myself, the easier I can remain impartial in case there's, like, a mod dispute, like a mod unfairly bans someone. But the harder it is for them to stay on course with what I, as the kind of content creator of the community, would prefer they engage with. So that's kind of my Discord rant part 2 or 3. Then we use the SAO abridged. Oof. Oh my gosh, I'm so far back. I say this is a person that does not listen to ASMR. You do have a nice voice. I mean, you listen to a nice voice. Thank you. I don't listen to ASMR either. But ASMR is something I didn't really think I'd be interested in, like, doing as a content creator. But I think it's more like the random noises I wouldn't be interested in. And it's the, like, GFE girlfriend experience that would make me uncomfortable. But I could see myself trying out some ASMR. Like if I just kind of have a stream where I talk at a lower volume like this, and I'm more just soothing in your ear. Maybe it's silky smooth to you, maybe it's grating sandpaper, but whatever it is, it's simple, it's light, it's, well, ASMR. And then maybe I have a script that I'm reading from, maybe I'm riffing, maybe I'm doing requests, maybe I have like a FAQ or like Q&A where I do it in an ASMR voice. I've gotten some compliments on it, so I've gotten some compliments on my ASMR voice and my voice in general. Arrow, please no, I'm telling you. Someone else said, I love ASMR, but not those weird romantic erotic role plays. Love softly speaking. Is this a no? Do you guys not like when I did that? They don't stop? Imagine a proper ASMR mic with, yeah. Or if I like, or what if I like, didn't worry about my model because, I don't have a lot of soundproofing in my room. Excuse me. I don't have a lot of soundproofing in my room. So what I could do is I could do like the blanket over the head if I don't have my model. You loved it? Didn't even know Onigiri was primarily a cooking streamer. You've heard of her like twice. Yeah, Onigiri is like fairly popular. Onigiri's name is Pun. It's a rice ball. But she's an Oni like demons, so her name is yeah. Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, the Discord stuff is a lot of effort. If I insult one person, it will be me. Don't worry on that part. Or imagine if I am a mod, then I quit for not having enough time, but keep making long comments on your videos, and you wonder, how did he have time to write that? I have chats for insulting people. Insult me, you get one free insult. I don't even know you, dude. Come on, swing. I was being silly. You're giving me a dust bunny for ammo here. Then you read chat. I mean, anything about feet would suffice. I technically gave you nothing. Like, I don't know. I hope you're sterilizing those groupers before you go hog wild with. What do you do with feet aside from walking? But both of us made feet jokes. On topic of Discord, I think there's a lot to think about there. You shouldn't rush into anything at all. And yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while, and I actually do have experience as a Discord moderator. I know, terrible. My toxic trait is that I am a former Discord mod on a server that had a couple hundred people, and really, moderation wasn't the issue. It was like I was a Discord mod, and then eventually, like, I demonstrated that I wasn't dumb, so I became an admin above the mods, which is why I was thinking like admin over owner or admin over mods. But the issue with that server is that the owner was like never present and really only interested in like working on bots occasionally, but would occasionally come in and ignore the entire mod team to make a decision when they had not been involved in any of the discussion leading up to it. So we'd be like talking about like, oh, someone did something bad that we had to like reprimand them for, and then the owner would come in and be like, oh, I'm gonna ban them. And then we're all like, what? None of us were talking about banning this person. And then the owner's like, no, like I'm the server owner, I can do this. And then we're all like, bro, you have not been involved in moderation in like months. And then there's a bunch of other issues, but like factionalism, tribalism, cliques, whatever. And it was an odd situation where I was actually on the in group, where I was on the inner clique because I was one of the admins. And it wasn't like malicious or anything. It was just the most active members naturally congregated together. But that's the sort of stuff where like I've seen what it's been like to be a moderator before on a like 500-ish person server. I know the kind of pitfalls I can run into, and while it was fine for a while, cracks started to show, and then pieces started to chip off, and then the entire place imploded. You loved it. If you had a different identity, maybe. I sound good. It's just that's where the weirdos come in. Like, I've already had some weird things happen because I did it in a Discord call. Yeah, that's fair. And that's not something I want to do all the time. That's not even something I want to do somewhat frequently, but I think it might be fun occasionally, particularly if I have an audience for it. If I had a different identity, maybe, but not as Aerokiss. Can you explain that? You would like my ASMR voice if I had a different identity other than Aerokiss? Is that like, was it making you feel things that you didn't know you felt you wanted to feel, but because I'm silly, goofy, it just didn't feel right? Is that what this is? Weirdos will come in anyway. I mean, I'm already here. Only if she's unprepared. Like, we need a professional team managers and PR to pull off. Yeah. Like I did it for one people, some clip, pass it around, hundreds of requests. It's a thing and it's so uncomfy when you get known as the last who reads Velveteen Rabbit in a server and all of the incel types that froth them out or call you a man. Yeah, and that's a toxic community. And I had in my high school group, I had a situation where my group was very much not roleplay oriented, but one of them was, and he was very shy, and he was also gay. So I was still male identifying at the time, and he ends up finding a character who he very much like enjoys the company of and like starts flirting with them. And because I was still like learning not only just role playing in general, but also my own boundaries and comfort, I was like flirting back with him in character, and like my friends were recording it, and I was like, yo guys, stop, I don't want you to do that. And then they just kept at it, and I don't think that they like shared it with anyone. I don't think that they remembered doing it like a day later, but it was something where it's like I know the feeling of that, and I understand that if I do anything like if I have a stream with a voice like this, then I'm gonna attract a certain crowd of people, and a lot of that crowd of people is gonna be undesirable. So they're gonna treat me like I'm an undesirable, or rather I am an object of desire. But at the end of the day, so long as I'm not saying anything I can't take back, I don't think it's necessarily a problem for me, since those sorts of people are going to come by anyway, you know, whether I'm doing ASMR voice or whether I'm doing a normal voice. So on the topic of toxic communities, I tend to gravitate to a lot of them. We're like, yep. I mean, kinda, I come here for writing TTRPGs. I could move you out of the bubble, but I don't. I get that no one's a one-trick pony. Yeah, and that's why, like, most of this stream was not writing and TTRPGs. So I'm already kind of breaking out of that mold. Oh, banged my desk. And again, I'm not a huge fan of ASMR. I think it might be fun to try out sometime, but it's not high on my list. It's not something I'm very interested in. It's something that I'd be like, oh yeah, I could try that. If it's a non-parasocial, non-NSFW thing, like I'd be willing to give it a shot. I'm open to trying new things most of the time. In transition, I had literally no help, so I had to steer the babies in the right direction. Yep. And I've often found it's the case of people who receive little to no support are the ones who make an active effort to support others. And that's kind of why, in the conversation about Oshi marks earlier, I like the idea of incorporating the sun as an Oshi mark. For those of you unaware, an Oshi mark is basically a emoji or series of emojis that a VTuber will include in their Twitter name, and then followers of that YouTuber or of that VTuber who want to say like represent that they are a fan of that person, of that VTuber, will put it in their bios, in their names as well. So it's like, if I have a sun and a pen as my Oshi marks, and someone comments under my post with a sun and a pen in their name, then they're communicating like, I'm a fan of you, right? Aerokiss gives you a quest while looking for a book in the library. That'd be hilarious. The lore of the ASMR is that you're talking soft and quiet because it's a library. Or like arguing, just like Arrow arguing with you about Pathfinder 2 versus D&D 5e, but it's in a library, so I have to be really quiet. Because I could end up like me, voice training through self-mental damage and testing my voice in conservatism voice calls. Ugh. With a weird overlap in online communities, and while I know that I have stuff to make in ASMR space, I'm scared of people that will pull it in. Yeah, and that's where trust and security and community comes in. That is where, and that's the sort of thing where like, yeah, that's what people were saying earlier. I don't know about three Oshi marks. I would probably want 2, but that might be fun. No, and Delilah, I appreciate it, because I understand that even if it's like something that I'm perfectly fine saying normally, saying it in an ASMR voice could be taken out of context. It could be clipped. It could be remixed. It could be, and honestly, I might have to deal with someone making an AI clone of my voice and then making it say things I would not say. Those are all very real things that just as a content creator, you have to worry about independent of toxic communities. And it's really a matter of what are my expectations? What are my boundaries? What are my comfort levels? And I think so long as I'm not talking about anything that I would be uncomfortable talking about normally, like if I do like a arguing with you about what's the best D&D edition, but it's in a library, so I have to talk like this, and it's kind of whispering, and I'm going to argue with you about how, well, actually, 4th edition really didn't have its time in the sun, and it really got shafted for 5th edition because the virtual tabletop it was going to release on didn't end up releasing, so 4th edition ended up being half-baked. And then, like, that's something where if someone takes that out of context, I wouldn't really care. And if folks are just like, where's the next ASMR content? I'd be like, I'm not an ASMR channel. And if they're like, where's the ASMR roleplay? I'd be like, I'm not your girlfriend. Because a little bit of that is boundaries, right? A little bit of that is as soon as people start asking, you have to be comfortable telling them no. And not just like, no, like you have to be like, no, like that's not what we do here. Right? But also, I'm not saying that to like blame you or to say that any of that was your fault. It sounds like you were in toxic communities that did not respect your boundaries. My boyfriend came in to tell me he likes your model. Thank you. Thank you, Scoop Media's boyfriend. I joined in a long time ago into ASMR community, and most of the top creators are not spicy at all. They like draw, type on a keyboard. Yeah, and like most of it's like Foley sounds. And that's the kind of stuff where like, that doesn't interest me at all. Like zero interest. Not because I'm uncomfortable, just because like it might help my audience, but like, But if I do like I'm role playing or like reading a script or improving a scenario that I am fully comfortable talking about, it just happens to be in an ASMR voice, I wouldn't mind. At least I don't think I would mind. Okay, it is 1:30. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 15 minutes. I was gonna stop at 4 hours was my plan, and then I kicked it to like 5 hours, and now we're at 6:15. Y'all have been a fantastic chat is the issue. You were literally too good that I kept wanting to keep talking with you, and I still missed topics. There were still like I think it was like Scrungly asked like, yo, what are your tips on writing? Like I wanted to get into that, but I knew it would take forever if I talked about it. So I definitely think I'm going to hop off. My voice is probably going to be dead tomorrow, and I have work tomorrow morning. So look forward to a short tomorrow. Look forward to a stream on Twitch on Sunday. It is twitch.tv/arrowrights. I would redirect you to someone, though I know YouTube, you have to like allow people to redirect into you, so I'm not sure if I would even be able to. And I don't know anyone who's streaming on YouTube at this hour. The only one I can think of is Bricky, who I talked about earlier with Matarcon. But he's like doing a birthday 24-hour or 29-hour stream, and he's got like 500 viewers. I don't think the overlap is very good in terms of what our content is, and also like obviously I'd be hundreds of subscribers fewer than him, or hundreds of viewers fewer than him, so I don't even know if he would appreciate it. If you want to laugh, look up ASMR roleplay, but you don't know what kind of roleplay it is. I find people using ASMR in advertisements a lot recently. A ton of ASMR is not ASMR, which is horrible. Like slime ASMR or Lego. Glad I finally got to make it for one. Arrow, I messaged you this before, but I'm really excited to watch you grow. Thank you very much. That's incredibly kind. All of your comments, whether it's good night or good morning. Atlark, take a nap, get some coffee. Good night to some of you. Good morning to most of you. My apologies. Look for me Sunday evening on Twitch, and look for me on a video short tomorrow. Tomorrow's a silly one, or today, I suppose, is a silly one, so don't expect too much content. Yeah, it's night. It's 1:30 in the morning. It's morning. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I appreciate it. You were wonderful, even if you were just here for like just a little bit, or if you were here for many hours. I appreciate it. You're all wonderful. Thank you. Okay. I will see you next time.